Chapter 3576. After all, it was a battle between the great emperors and the demon saint. It was very likely to change the future of the two worlds, so it was reasonable for Xianxia to pay attention to it. Then it's easy to explain. Xianxia nodded gently. Senior must have seen the situation of the eternal heaven after that great battle. Heaven and earth were shattered, the world collapsed, the continents formed, and the world principles collapsed. How could a small continent withstand the full power of the demon saint and the great emperors? Xianxia looked solemn. If I tell Senior that this world was even worse than the shattered eternal heaven continent in the beginning, I don't know if Senior will believe me. Xianxia turned his head, his pupils shrinking slightly. Xianxia stared back at him, his expression calm and his eyes pure. After a long while, Xianxia slowly shook his head. It's not that this king doesn't want to believe you. It's just that this matter is too unbelievable. Xianxia smiled and said, Senior should know that many continents in the demon territory have disappeared over the past thousands of years. Those disappeared continents were separated from the demon territory because of the world gates, and no one can enter them. After so many years, no one knows what the situation is inside those disappeared continents. Xianxia frowned. You know, Xianxia nodded. I can enter those disappeared continents, but those continents are different from what most people think. They are not intact, but have fallen apart long ago. They are even worse than the eternal heaven continent after the great battle. The world Senior is seeing now is the result of the fusion of those disappeared continents and the eternal heaven continent. Senior, don't you feel that the world principles and world energy here are somewhat similar to those in the demon territory? How could Xianxia not feel it? He felt it the moment he entered. This world gave him the feeling that it was a weakened version of the demon territory. He didn't know why before, but now that he heard Xianxia's explanation, he suddenly understood. Even though the world principles of a great world and a great world were similar, it was absolutely impossible for them to be exactly the same. For example, the star boundary and the demon realm's territory had different world principles and different world principles, but this mysterious small world had too many similarities with the demon realm's territory. Even though Xianxia's explanation was reasonable, Xianxia still found it hard to believe. How would you reunite the missing continents? In comparison, Xianxia's ability to enter the long-vanished continents was not as shocking. Since he was proficient in the laws of space and could repair, maintain, and even seal world gates, it would not be a problem for him to reopen the world gates that had disappeared. I wonder if Senior has heard of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics? Xianxia asked with a smile. Xianxia shook his head and said, Never heard of it. Unlike the many-demon saint, Xianxia knew nothing about the star boundary. If it were any other demon saint here, they might not be unfamiliar with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics. Since they dared to invade the star boundary, they must have put in a lot of effort to gather information about the star boundary. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics are a peerless secret art created by a senior in my star boundary. It has the ability to devour the heavens and earth. This senior's name is Wuxia, and he became one of the great emperors tens of thousands of years ago. It can even be said that he is the strongest among the great emperors. The greatest feature of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics is that it can devour everything in the world and turn them into its own. However, this senior was confident in his strength and invincible, and did many things that angered the heavens. As the saying goes, when the heavens are unhappy, karma is not empty. In the end, this senior incurred public anger, and the other great emperors joined forces to kill him. In that battle, he killed 4 great emperors of the same level by himself. But in the end, he was beaten to death. Xianxia couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. He killed 4 great emperors of the same level. It was difficult for people who didn't reach this position to imagine how difficult this matter was. Xianxia was also a character on the level of great emperors. Looking at the entire demon territory, he wasn't afraid of any of the other 12 demon saints. He had even fought the first demon saint, Wuxia alone, but it was impossible for him to kill 4 demon saints with his own strength, let alone 4. As long as any demon saint intervened in his duel with Huang Wuji, he wouldn't be his opponent. At their level of cultivation, they had already reached the peak, and there wasn't much difference between them. So standing at the peak, Chang Tian could more and more understand the terror of the heaven-devouring great emperors Wukong. Yes, Yang Kai looked solemn. That battle was called the Battle of Emperors in Star Boundary, and the battlefield was the Shattered Star Sea. Chang Tian looked fascinated and murmured, Wukong, the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor, a peerless genius. If I could compete with such a character in my lifetime, my life would not have been in vain. What a pity, what a pity. Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't tell him that Wukong had come back from the dead, and now he had merged with the great emperors of the mortal world, forming a wonderful balance. Since that battle, the name of the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor has spread for tens of thousands of years, and his fame hasn't diminished. He is also recognized as the first great emperors in Star Boundary since ancient times. The heaven-devouring great emperor he created is the most evil and powerful secret art in Star Boundary. Chang Tian's expression changed when he heard this. That secret art has fallen into your hands now. Originally, they were talking about the great world, but Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic to the heaven-devouring great emperors. Chang Tian's mind was so sharp that he immediately saw through it. Yang Kai nodded and said, Yes, when I first entered Star Boundary, this junior had interacted with the descendants of Wukong and was lucky enough to obtain the heaven-devouring great emperor secret art. But at that time, this junior's cultivation had reached a certain level. I didn't intend to cultivate another secret art, so I left it aside. Later, I learned that the heaven-devouring great emperor secret art is not something that everyone can cultivate. Although this secret art is powerful, it has great drawbacks. Now it seems that I'm quite lucky. If he had really cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor secret art back then, his mind might have already been distorted. Although his physical fitness was strong, he was inferior to a Dharma body in some aspects. Chang Tian gently nodded and said, The more powerful a secret art is, the harsher the requirements are. The way of heaven is to take from the excess and make up for the deficiency. This is the only reasonable way. Yang Kai continued, This junior also has a thing called the sealed world bead, which has a world of its own inside. He pointed forward and said, This is the prototype of this world. Whether it is the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art or the sealed world bead, there is nothing special about either one. But when this junior combined the two, a very magical thing happened. What happened? Even though he had some guesses in his heart, Chang Tian couldn't help but ask. The small sealed world can actually devour other spaces to strengthen itself, which is why Senior saw the scene today. Chang Tian turned his head and looked around, sighing, No wonder this world is so vast, but it is uninhabited, since it was a new world formed by devouring those disappeared continents. Naturally, there were no living creatures. After thinking about it, Chang Tian said, But didn't you say that you didn't cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art? How did you combine it with the sealed world bead? Yang Kai smiled and said, This junior indeed didn't cultivate it, but this didn't prevent this junior from using the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art to stimulate the sealed world bead. If it weren't for the embodiment, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to do this. It was because the embodiment had cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art and had a very deep understanding of this peerless secret art that Yang Kai could use the information transmitted to him by the embodiment to successfully stimulate the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art. Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. Chang Tian clicked his tongue in wonder. If what you said is true, the disappeared continents could form the current situation. And if you let your sealed world bead devour those intact continents, Senior's thoughts are exactly what I want. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. The demon territory is falling apart, and there aren't many continents left. Sooner or later, they will disappear from the map of the demon territory. Instead of letting them disappear, it's better to let me devour them and rebuild a new world. If this can really be done, Then all the creatures in the demon territory can settle down in this new world, and the war between the two worlds can end. Even Senior and everyone in the 100-spirit continent can find a home in this new world, and you don't have to hide in a corner and be bullied by other demon saint. As soon as this was said, Chang Tian's eyes flashed as if he saw a broad road paved under his feet. But with his strength, even if he valued Yang Kai very much, he couldn't be persuaded with just a few words. After a while, Chang Tian calmly said, "The sealed world bead is one of your trump cards, right? Aren't you afraid of exposing it in front of this king? Something that could potentially evolve into a great world was a precious treasure to anyone, and even those demon saint would be jealous of it." Yang Kai smiled when he heard this. The sealed world bead is indeed this junior's trump card, but since this junior has this idea, its existence will be revealed to the world sooner or later. In the early years, this junior hid the sealed world bead because this junior's strength wasn't enough to protect such a treasure. But now, this junior is a high-ranked demon king, and I have some ability to protect myself. So what if this junior is exposed? Besides, although the sealed world bead is precious, it's just an inanimate object. It needs the cooperation of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to have the ability to devour space. In the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, besides Wukong, this junior is the only one who has mastered it. Chang Tian chuckled. "You're telling me this today because you want this king to help you?" Yang Kai said seriously, "Creating a new world is not something this junior can do alone, and in the entire demon territory, only Senior is worthy of my trust. I hope Senior can lend me a hand." Yang Kai didn't know if Chang Tian was worthy of his trust. After all, they hadn't known each other for a long time, and he didn't understand Chang Tian's temperament. However, it was a fact that Chang Tian didn't have much lifespan left, and he had no one to rely on in the future of the 100-spirit continent. Therefore, with such a way out in front of him, Yang Kai believed that Chang Tian would make the right choice. Chang Tian didn't answer immediately, but his expression was solemn. After a long time, he slowly said, "It's not that this king doesn't want to believe you, but words have no proof. If this world can really evolve like you said, and eventually become an existence like the demon territory, then what's wrong with this king helping you?" "Then how does Senior want me to prove it?" Yang Kai asked. Chang Tian smiled. 1,000 words are better than seeing it with your own eyes. Chapter 35-77. The thick door of the main hall opened a crack, and Yang Kai came out. 3 pairs of eyes looked at him from outside the door. They were Black Lotus, White Lotus, and Baya. Seeing Yang Kai, Baya couldn't help but sigh. Being stared at by 2 half-saint twins in this godforsaken place was really stressful. Yang Kai nodded slightly at Black Lotus and White Lotus and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I'll take my leave first." Black Lotus stepped forward and said, "Master, do you have any other orders?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Senior is going into seclusion. I don't have any other orders." Black Lotus nodded and didn't say anything else. She watched Yang Kai and Baya leave. After leaving the Bailing continent, he summoned the 500,000 proud snow ice guards and summoned wind. Yang Kai mounted his horse and said to Baya, "Brother Baya, you and I will go first. The proud snow ice guards will return on their own." Baya nodded and said something to the 5 proud snow ice guards. Then, she and Yang Kai rushed to the nearby realm gate. Halfway there, Yang Kai asked, "Brother Baya, which continent in Saint Master Bei Limo's territory doesn't have a half-saint?" Baya didn't know why he asked this, but it wasn't a secret. She thought for a while and casually said a list of continents. Although Bei Limo controlled dozens of continents, not all of them had a master. She only had a dozen half-saint subordinates, less than 20 in total. A half-saint was in charge of continent, and more than half of the continents were under the management of the high-ranked demon king, just like the situation of the Cloud Shadow continent. Then let's go to the Tianwu continent. Yang Kai randomly chose one. Although she didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to go to the Tianwu continent, but he still felt uneasy. She had a feeling that Yang Kai's trip to the Tianwu continent was not a good thing. At the same time, In the small sealed world, Chang Tian stood on the peak of the mountain, looking into the distance with his hands behind his back. A low-ranked demon king stood behind him, trembling. From time to time, he looked up at Chang Tian's back, his forehead beaded with sweat. This low-ranked demon king was none other than Huoluan, was naturally the only resident of the territory. Originally, he was quite happy to see someone of the same race in this damned place. However, when he found out the identity of the person in front of him, he suddenly felt like he was walking on thin ice. He was the master of the 100-spirit continent, an existence comparable to the demon saint. Everyone in the demon region knew of Chang Tian's name. Huoluan felt dizzy. A lowly nobody suddenly met the strongest existence in the world. No one could remain calm. What made Huoluan feel the most uncomfortable was that this master had been standing there without moving since he arrived. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Just as he was feeling uneasy, Chang Tian suddenly asked, "How long have you been here?" The sudden voice startled Huoluan. After he reacted, he immediately replying to Master, "This little one has been here for more than a year." "What did this place look like when you first came here?" Chang Tian asked again. Huoluan said, "It's not much different from what Master sees now. It's just that the world energy and world principles in this place were not as good as they are now. Even our territory has expanded many times in the past year. Why are there such changes? This little one doesn't know." Huoluan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. This little one was caught and imprisoned here. One day, after 2 months, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a lot of world fragments rushed in from the crack. Those fragments melted away before they fell to the ground. It felt like the world had digested them. Digested? Chang Tian raised an eyebrow. Yes. It's just like how we eat in the demon race. It's just that the speed of digestion is too fast. As the world fragments were digested, some changes gradually occurred in this world. Huoluan cautiously looked at Chang Tian's back. He was hesitating whether he should tell Chang Tian about his harvest or not. When the world first changed, he picked up a lot of good things. He even picked up a semi-sage space ring. He didn't know whether Chang Tian's appearance here had anything to do with those things. But what if Chang Tian wanted to take back those things if he spoke about it? That was something he couldn't get even in 100 lifetimes. Just as he was worrying about his gains and losses, Chang Tian said, "What is the crack in the sky like? What are the world fragments like? Tell me in detail." Huoluan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly recounted everything he had seen in the past year. Chang Tian didn't have any reaction and just listened, causing Huoluan's heart to be in turmoil. He was afraid that he would say something wrong and be killed by this great figure before him. However, he was slightly relieved that Chang Tian didn't mention anything about the half-saint's relics. The Sky Martial continent was not close to the Bailing continent. However, after leaving behind the 500,000 proud snow ice guards, there was only Xianxia and Baiya. Naturally, their speed was much faster than before. In just a few days, the two of them arrived at the Sky Martial continent. Xianxia stopped when he rushed in from the realm gate. Baiya turned to look at him. "Brother Yang, why are you coming to the Sky Martial continent? Is there someone you know here?" "No." Xianxia shook his head. "But I need this continent." "You need this continent?" Baiya frowned. "Brother Baiya, please don't be impatient. No matter what you see later, please don't be too surprised." Xianxia smiled at him. "What do you mean?" Baiya was stunned. Xianxia didn't answer. He just flipped his hand, and a pearl suddenly appeared in his palm. Then, he threw the pearl into the air and formed a seal with both hands. He pointed at the pearl. A beam of profound light shot out and hit the bead. In the next moment, the light in the sky was suddenly covered, and a huge shadow covered the land. Baiya looked up and couldn't help but gape. In the sky, a strange creature with a round body and a wide tail appeared. It looked like a fat fish. The creature was thousands of kilometers long, and the shadow it cast covered the land for thousands of kilometers. As soon as the creature appeared, spatial cracks appeared and disappeared. At the same time, Baiya could clearly feel the space around the continent trembling. Layers of clear spatial ripples spread out in all directions with a huge creature as the epicenter. Wherever the invisible ripples passed, countless tiny cracks appeared. For some reason, in that instant, Wuxia felt as if the entire sky martial continent was about to burst. Rolling. This was not the first time Wuxia had seen a rolling. In the past year, he had been following Xianxia and had been brought to the disappearing continent by Xianxia. He had seen the rolling swallow the fragments of the continent with his own eyes. However, it was in the disappearing continent after all. Those continents were broken and no living creature survived. Therefore, even though he was shocked, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He just thought it was a waste. However, this was the Sky Martial continent. This continent was still intact, and there were hundreds of millions of living creatures living there. Xianxia wanted to swallow it. He was crazy. Brother Yang, what do you mean? Wuxia suddenly turned his head and looked at Xianxia coldly. His killing intent was concealed. Xianxia acted as if he didn't feel anything. He was still writing on Zhui phone. He smiled and said, Brother Wuxia, have you sent a message to the Lord about us coming to the Sky Martial continent? Along the way, some of Wuxia's little tricks could not be hidden from Xianxia. In the past half a year, Wuxia had been in contact with Bei Liemo. However, Xianxia pretended not to know about it. Anyway, in his plan, Bei Liemo was the second person to know about his plan after Xianxia. He had asked Wuxia to let Bei Liemo know in advance so that he didn't have to explain to her. Wuxia said coldly, The Lord is on the way. Brother Yang, please don't make a mistake. Xianxia said, That's good. I want to talk to her face to face. Wuxia was stunned. She didn't expect Xianxia to not even care about Bei Liemo. However, the current situation was critical. If she really let him do it, the Sky Martial continent would disappear in a few days. The only person who could stop him now was herself. Even though she knew that Zhui phone was not to be trifled with, Wuxia still said coldly, Brother Yang, please stop. Otherwise, don't blame me for not remembering our old friendship. Xianxia slowly shook his head and said, Since I've already started, I can't stop now. Brother Wuxia, why don't you ask the Lord again and see what her attitude is? Wuxia's face was solemn. She looked at Zhui Feng, who was under Xianxia's crotch. Her face revealed a trace of fear. She quickly took out an item to contact Bei Liemo and inform her of the situation. While he was conversing with Bei Liemo, Raleigh had already opened its mouth wide enough to devour the heavens and earth, and plunged its head down. Silently, everything in the path of the rolling stone turned into nothingness. Even under Wuxia's gaze, a city not far away was directly swallowed by the rolling stone. None of the millions of demon race living in the city escaped. Wuxia's face suddenly became extremely ferocious. Just as she was about to act recklessly, Bei Liemo replied. Seeing the Lord's message, Wuxia was stunned again. She clenched her fists angrily and said, The Lord will be here soon. I hope Brother Yang can still be so calm by then. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders indifferently. At the same time, in the small seal world, Huoluan shouted in surprise on top of a mountain, Master, that crack, that crack. Every time that crack appears in the sky, fragments of the mainland will be swallowed up. He didn't need to remind him, as Chang Tian had already noticed it. Chang Tian squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the huge crack with anticipation. After a while, as Huolin said, fragments of the mainland were swallowed up. As if confirming his words, Huoluan shouted excitedly, See, Master, I was right. After these fragments are swallowed up, they will be digested immediately and nothing will be left behind. Chapter 3578. As soon as Huoluan's voice fell, the fragment that was swallowed began to melt rapidly, as if it was really being digested by this world. In the blink of an eye, the huge fragment had shrunk significantly, and as it fell, its size was also shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. But after a short while, Huolin's mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist inside. That was because the fragment of the continent hadn't completely melted away. There was still a part left, and that part looked like a city. A city? Huolin couldn't believe his eyes. Over the past year or so, he had long been accustomed to the scene in front of him, except for the first time when he had a harvest and picked up a lot of good things. Most of the other times he had seen the same thing, but this was the first time a city had appeared here. Just as he was wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him, some small black dots suddenly flew out from the city. Huoluan focused his eyes and saw that these black dots were actually members of the demon race. These demon race members obviously lived in the city, and with such a sudden change, they all flew out of the city to investigate the situation. At first glance, the city that they had lived in for so long was actually floating in the air and slowly falling down, causing them to shout and shout. Because they were too far away, Huoluan couldn't hear what they were saying, but he could clearly see the panic on their faces and their hand gestures. More and more black dots flew out from the city, densely packed, as if a swarm of locusts had appeared in the sky. But there were even more members of the demon race who weren't strong enough to stay in the city, running around in panic as if doomsday had arrived. What's going on? Huoluan's face turned pale as he muttered to himself. Such a city, even in the entire territory of the demon race, was not small, so why was it swallowed up? And where did this city come from? Xianxia still stood there, his body motionless, his expression as calm as an ancient well, but his eyes overflowed with excitement. A moment later, the city slowly landed on the ground. It was as if there was an invisible hand holding the bottom of the city and gently lowering it down. Apart from causing the city to shake slightly and some houses to collapse, the city did not suffer much damage. From this day onward, a new city of the demon clan would be built on the plains in the distance. Another crack appeared in the sky, and a fragment of the continent slowly emerged from it. Another crack appeared. In less than an hour, countless cracks had appeared in the sky. Fragments of the continent were constantly being swallowed by those cracks, and occasionally some huge figures of cities would fall down. The world was undergoing some silent changes. Outside the sealed world bead, in the void, Baya looked forward with a pale face, a chill spreading all over her body. Not everyone could witness the gradual encroachment of an intact continent. After the encroachment, the space would turn into nothingness and return to chaos. The undercurrent of the void would roll up a storm in that nothingness. Even though he was a semi-sage expert, he could still feel the danger in it. If he were to be sucked into it, he might get lost and never find the way back. Madman, this guy is simply a madman. Boya turned his head, the corners of his eyes twitching as he stared at Xianxia. How could he have imagined that this person would be so deranged? In such a short period of time, a perfectly good continent had been turned into such a mess by him. The Sky Martial continent was destroyed. Even if the rolling stopped now, this continent would never return to how it was before. It could even be said that because a part of it had been swallowed up, the area where it was swallowed up formed a nothingness. Under the influence of this nothingness, the Sky Martial continent would fall apart sooner or later. He kept reporting the situation here to Bei Li Mo, who was rushing over. There was no response from the Holy Senior, but Baya could still feel Bei Li Mo's anger. This guy's dead. How dare he mess with the Holy Senior? The Holy Senior will definitely cut him into pieces without any room for negotiation. Thinking of this, Baya looked at Xianxia with some pity, but at the same time, she felt a little excited. If the Holy Senior really wants to kill Xianxia in a fit of anger, wouldn't it be better for me to do it? I can take the opportunity to snatch the opportunity of the great emperors from him, and become a demon saint is just around the corner. After a day, about a fifth of the Sky Martial continent had been swallowed up. The complete continent was like a pancake that had been taken a big bite out of. At this time, there was a fluctuation from the realm gate behind Xianxia and Baya. Then, Beiliamo suddenly appeared not far away. She had rushed all the way and finally arrived. Her pair of phoenix eyes swept around and immediately saw the endless nothingness. Feeling the strange aura from the nothingness, Beiliamo's expression changed slightly. Looking into the distance, she could faintly see a huge round object that was rolling around the edge of the Sky Martial continent. Wherever it passed, the Sky Martial continent would constantly shrink. It could be imagined that it would not be long before this huge object ate up the entire Sky Martial continent. At that time, there would only be nothingness left. Xianxia, You're courting death. Bailey Mo gritted her teeth and turned to glare at Yang Kai. Her murderous intent was almost tangible. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Holy Senior, why are you so angry?" Looking at his nonchalant expression, Bailey Mo was so angry that she couldn't help but laugh. "This noble lady gave you everything you asked of me. I even gave you 500,000 proud snow ice guards, and even sent Boya to protect you. Is this how you repay me?" While she was talking, Boya had already secretly activated her magical energy. Once the Holy Senior gave the order, she would immediately attack Yang Kai. Since the Holy Senior was here, Yang Kai would not be able to do anything. Boya seemed to see a golden continent under her feet, and she was a little excited. This was truly a case of the evils of heaven being forgiven, but the evils brought on by oneself were the hardest to bear. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know that the Holy Senior has been good to me. That's why I want to show the Holy Senior a way out." As he spoke, he secretly sent a message to Bailey Mo. "Don't make too much of a fuss. Don't blame me if you can't find a way out." Bailey Mo's breath stagnated and she gritted her teeth. She laughed coldly and said, "Destroying my continent is a way out? Shouldn't I thank you?" "No need to thank me. Wait until you meet someone." Yang Kai glanced at her. "Who?" Bailey Mo frowned. "Don't resist," Yang Kai said and stretched out his hand. Bailey Mo hesitated for a moment. She had indeed let her guard down. She had no choice but to let her guard down. She was now under the control of Yang Kai. There was no point in resisting in front of him. She might even let Boya see through her. If that happened, she would lose face as the Holy Senior. His big hand gently patted Bailey Mo's shoulder, and she disappeared in an instant. Boya was shocked and immediately shouted, "Yang Kai, what did you do to the Holy Senior?" In his anger, he even stopped calling him Brother Yang and called him by his name. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Brother Boya, don't be impatient. If the Holy Senior is unwilling, what do you think I can do to her with my strength?" Hearing this, Boya thought about it for a moment and felt that it made sense. Just now, it was obvious that the Saint Senior did not resist at all, so he had probably communicated with Yang Kai. Boya was puzzled. The Sky Martial continent was already in such a state, so why didn't the Saint Senior hurry up and capture Yang Kai, instead trusting him so much? Inside the small sealed world, Chang Tian, who was watching the changes in the world, suddenly frowned and turned around. He saw a graceful figure suddenly appear behind him. "Bailey Mo?" Chang Tian raised his brow. "Chang Tian." Bailey Mo looked over and her face darkened. At this time, she knew who Yang Kai wanted her to meet. She had long heard that the stinky brat had a good relationship with the 100-spirit continent. Chang Tian even gave away his mount in the past. Now it seemed that it was true. Bei. Huoluan was dumbfounded. He trembled for a long time and couldn't say a complete sentence. If it was just the name Bailey Mo, Huoluan wouldn't have thought too much. The key point was that the silver-haired woman in front of him looked exactly like the rumors. She even dared to call out Chang Tian's name in front of the 100-spirit continent's master. In the entire demon territory, there was only one person with such an image. One of the 12 holy seniors, the Snow Demon Master. Huoluan only felt dizzy. It was rare to see a demon king like him, even a half-saint, let alone a demon saint. However, a master of the 100-spirit continent suddenly appeared in front of him a few days ago. Today, another Snow Demon Master came. What the hell was this place? Why did it attract so many masters? In his panic, Huoluan quickly bowed his head and greeted, "Greetings, Holy Senior." Bailey Mo only glanced at him. She was surprised to see a low-ranked demon king by Chang Tian's side. She didn't pay much attention to him and just asked coldly, "Why are you here? Where's this place?" Just now, Yang Kai only asked her to relax her resistance. Then, she appeared in front of her in a blur. She didn't expect Chang Tian to appear in front of her. The relationship between the demon saint and Chang Tian wasn't very good. At this moment, Bailey Mo couldn't help but be a little vigilant. She wondered if the stinky brat wanted to use Chang Tian to harm her. However, since he had planted the soul brand in her mind, there was no need for him to do anything unnecessary. I have the same reason why you are here. Chang Tian laughed. In fact, he was also a little surprised that Bai Liamo would appear here. As for where this place is, didn't that young brat tell you? Bai Liamo snorted coldly. That stinky brat didn't say anything. She turned around and didn't see anyone else, so she asked suspiciously, "Where is that bastard?" Hey, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not something a holy senior should do. Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from above her head. What can you do about this senior's actions? Bai Liamo was indignant. She released her divine sense, but still couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai. She gritted her teeth and said, "Come out. What are you doing sneaking around?" Chapter 3579. Since what have I been sneaking around? Yang Kai was a little unhappy. Then why don't you show yourself? Bai Liamo snorted. Since Yang Kai did not show himself, she felt that he was up to something and had to be on guard. It's not convenient, Yang Kai said bluntly. He could use his close connection with the sealed world bead to send Bai Liamo in, but if he were to come in, there would be no one outside to look after him. What if something unexpected happened? Bai Liamo was furious, but there was nothing she could do about Yang Kai. Her face was as cold as ice. Hearing the conversation between the two, Chang Tian revealed a look of interest. If Bai Liamo was replaced by Yu Rumeng, he could understand. After all, everyone in the demon territory knew that Yu Rumeng had a special impression of Yang Kai. But the key point was that this was Bai Liamo. Yang Kai's attitude was so bad, but Bai Liamo was able to tolerate it? Furthermore, what method did Yang Kai use to get Bai Liamo here? Was Bai Liamo not wary of him at all? What was the relationship between the two of them? Chang Tian suddenly felt that he could not see through Yang Kai. He originally thought that he was just a high-grade demon king with a bloodline of the dragon race. He hoped that Yang Kai would be his successor and protect the 100-spirit continent in the future. Who would have thought that Yang Kai was shrouded in a layer of fog? While Chang Tian was pondering, Bai Liamo also discovered that this place was strange. There were huge spatial cracks everywhere, and from these cracks, fragments of the continent were constantly being swallowed, disappearing without a trace. Occasionally, one or two cities would fly down and firmly take root in the ground. Countless demon race members were flying in the sky, panicking. Needless to say, Bai Liamo knew that the demon race were the people of the Sky Martial Continent, and the fragments that were being swallowed were the fragments of the Sky Martial Continent. Thinking back to what she had seen, Bai Liamo's expression turned cold. What is this place? Ever since she entered, there was a layer of invisible force that bound her like shackles, making her feel very uncomfortable. This place gave her the feeling that it was the demon territory, but not the demon territory. This is a large world. Yang Kai's voice came from the sky. Bai Liamo immediately sneered. What a joke. What kind of large world is this? The Devil Domain was a great world, and so was the Star Realm. Although she had never been to the Star Realm, she knew that since it was able to give birth to someone like the Great Emperor, the laws of heaven and earth in the Star Realm would definitely not be weaker than the Devil Domain. The two worlds were at the same level. Bai Liamo frowned. One day? Don't be impatient, just wait and see. No matter how much Bai Liamo shouted, there was no response from Yang Kai, causing her to almost explode in anger. Chang Tian's expression became more and more thought-provoking. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would never believe that Yang Kai would dare to treat a demon saint like that. After scolding herself for a while, seeing that Yang Kai was indeed ignoring her, Bai Liamo gritted her teeth and looked at Chang Tian, wanting to get some information from him. But the most hateful thing was that Chang Tian actually had his back facing her, with his hands behind his back, as if he was riding the wind, causing Bai Liamo to grit her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Behind the two of them, Huolin was like a quail in winter, shivering. Time passed slowly, and the strange scene in the sky did not stop. At a certain moment, Chang Tian, who had been calm all this time, suddenly had a change in expression. Even Bai Liamo, who was sulking, was surprised. Chang Tian turned around and looked at her. When their eyes met, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Now is not the time to be angry with Chang Tian and Yang Kai. So Bei Liemo stepped forward and stood side by side with Chang Tian. The mountain breeze blew, causing Bei Liemo's snow-white hair to flutter in the wind. You feel it, don't you? Chang Tian asked. Bei Liemo gently nodded. It seems that my feeling was not wrong. Chang Tian slowly shook his head in disbelief. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that such a thing could happen in this world. If this is the case, Yang Boy's plan may actually work. What's his plan? Why is he destroying my continent for no reason? Bei Liemo followed the topic. Chang Tian said, Is this a piece of land in your territory? Bei Liemo gritted her teeth. Of course, if not, why do you think this senior would come looking for him? That bastard actually destroyed my continent without saying a word. Sooner or later, I will make him pay. Chang Tian smiled slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, His actions are not without reason. He is simply verifying a future direction. Bei Liemo looked at him and did not ask any more questions. Since Chang Tian had already spoken, it was obvious that he had already explained a thing or two to her. Yang Boy has an object in his hands called the Sealed World Bead, a world of its own inside, which is the space you and I are currently in. This space has the ability to swallow other spaces and strengthen itself. What you see in front of you is the broken continents that have long since disappeared from the demon territory. According to Yang Boy, these broken continents have long since collapsed, their world principles withered and all life extinguished. But it was these broken continents that were swallowed by that thing that formed the embryonic form of this world. How is that possible? Bei Liemo exclaimed. Although she did not know what the disappeared continents eventually became, what Chang Tian said was simply too incredible. At first, I also thought it was somewhat impossible. Chang Tian slowly shook his head and laughed. But after seeing the scene in front of me, I have no choice but to believe it. Bei Liemo was stunned, turning her head to look at the crack in the sky, her eyes slightly absent-minded. Just as Chang Tian said before, 1,000 words were not as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. Before she came here, she saw with her own eyes that a huge monster was swallowing the Sky Martial continent, and the entire continent had already been swallowed by it. After entering, she saw the fragments of the continent melting into this world, and the cities falling in an orderly manner all over this world, and the demon race living in those cities were also swallowed up. If that was all, it would be fine, but the key was that as this world continued to be swallowed up, some changes were happening. These changes were very subtle, and ordinary people would not be able to detect them, but they could not hide from her and Chang Tian's perception. It was because of these changes that Bei Liemo and Chang Tian had a conversation at the beginning. The world principles of this world were a little thicker, and the world energy had also become a little more vigorous. And as time passed, these changes became more and more obvious. Why is he doing this? Bei Liemo frowned and asked. He said that he wants to quell the flames of war between the two realms and find another place for the demon race to settle down. Chang Tian replied indifferently. But in my opinion, he should be trying to protect the Star Realm. He is already a member of the demon race. Bei Liemo's face sank. If it was said that when she first met Yang Kai was still a human, then after completely becoming the demon race, Yang Kai's identity had quietly changed, and his body was filled with demonic qi. If this was not a demon race, what could it be? But his heart is in the Star Realm. Chang Tian smiled slightly. Oomph. Bei Liemo sneered. How can the flames of war between the two realms be so easily quelled? Since the war has begun, who would be willing to give up without fighting to the death? You're right, but if he has enough strength to intervene, it may not be impossible. Chang Tian pointed with a finger. And this world is his capital. Those who play with fire will burn themselves. Bei Liemo said indignantly. Obviously, these words were meant for Yang Kai to hear, because she knew that although Yang Kai did not speak, he was definitely paying attention to this side. Chang Tian did not say anything else, and quietly paid attention to the changes in this world. Since he did not speak, Bei Liemo could only keep her thoughts to herself. About 5 days after Bei Liemo entered the Sealed World Bead, The cracks in the sky began to close again, and when the last one disappeared, no more fragments were swallowed up. At this time, whether it was Bailey Mo or Chong Tian, both could clearly perceive that this world had changed greatly compared to before. Although it was still far inferior to the demon territory, it was at least stronger than before. Yang Kai's voice sounded again in the sky. Senior, this is just the result of swallowing a single continent. What do you think? To be honest, Yang Kai himself was a little surprised. The small sealed world swallowing the heaven-devouring great emperor's martial continent brought far more benefits to this world than he had imagined. If the small sealed world was really compared to a person's stomach, then the shattered continents it had swallowed before were like vegetables, while the heaven martial continent was a fragrant plate of crystal pork shoulder. The benefits it brought to the small sealed world were vastly different. Swallowing a single heaven martial continent was more than swallowing 10 shattered continents. The reason for this was that the shattered continent's world principles had withered, while the heaven martial continent's world principles were relatively perfect. Unexpected, but still a long way to go, Chong Tian said lightly. Yang Kai laughed. At the very least, this is a good start. I believe that as long as we devour enough continents, this place will become a complete great world one day. At that time, it won't be any worse than the demon domain. Bailey Mo was startled. Little brat, could it be you still have ideas about me? I'm warning you, the heaven martial continent is one thing, but if you dare... At this point, Bailey Mo suddenly snorted, her face turning slightly pale, unable to continue speaking, only anger remaining on her face. Chong Tian glanced at her in amazement, his brow furrowed, as if he had seen through something, a look of shock appearing on his face. After hesitating for a moment, Chong Tian said, "This is a matter of universal condemnation. The demon saint won't just stand by and watch. If you really do this, I'm afraid you will stand on the opposite side of the entire demon territory. At that time, who knows how many demon saint will want to take your life? Are you sure you want to do this?" Chapter 3580. The arrow has already been knocked, so it has to be fired. Yang Kai's voice was firm and decisive. Since ancient times, those without help are more likely to succeed. So, I need both of you to lend me a hand. Bailey Mo immediately said coldly, "I don't agree. That's not up to you." Yang Kai snorted coldly. He still needed to persuade Chong Tian, but he had already decided to make a move on Bailey Mo's Sky Martial Continent was just the beginning. Even if Bailey Mo didn't agree, it was useless. He could just swallow up all the territories under Bailey Mo's control one by one. When that time comes, Bailey Mo would have no choice but to join him. In this matter, she didn't have a choice at all. Seeing Yang Kai being so overbearing, Bailey Mo's expression turned even uglier. Chong Tian looked at her with a smile and said, "Why are you so indignant?" What Yang Kai said was right. The demon territory won't last long. If we can exchange a broken demon territory for an intact demon territory, it's not a bad deal for anyone. Bailey Mo turned to look at him and sneered. "Aren't you afraid that he'll burn the bridge after crossing the river?" Chong Tian smiled slightly. "I don't have much time left. I just want to find a way out for the 100-spirit continent. I don't ask for too much." Bailey Mo was stunned, but she immediately smiled again. "Well, as long as you let him swallow your 100-spirit continent first, I'll agree. What do you think?" Unlike other demon saint, although Chong Tian was also a demon saint, he only had the 100-spirit continent under his control. It wouldn't hurt him to swallow the Sky Martial continent, but if the 100-spirit continent was swallowed up, Chong Tian would have no way out. What's more, Yang Kai had already put it that way, so she couldn't refuse at all. But if she could drag Chong Tian down with her in advance, then she would have less to worry about. After all, she couldn't be the only one to suffer. Chong Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "What a good plan, madam." Bailey Mo snorted coldly. "Don't tell me you don't even have this awareness?" Chong Tian nodded slightly and said, "Madam is right. Let's start with my 100-spirit continent." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Senior, do you agree? If you can agree to a few of my conditions..." "Senior, please go ahead," Yang Kai said seriously. Treat all the living beings of the 100-spirit continent kindly. Do not send them to their deaths for no reason. Xianxia laughed. That's not a problem. Even if Senior didn't say so, I wouldn't have done that. Secondly, I want a territory 10 times the size of the 100-spirit continent. Chang Tian continued. That's not a problem. Xianxia agreed without hesitation. The 100-spirit continent was just a single continent, and 10 times the territory was equivalent to 10 continents. Bailey Mo already controlled several dozen continents, so when the time came, all she had to do was to share some of the profits with him to satisfy this condition. What's more, the newly expanded territory in the small sealed world was a combination of dozens of continents. It was many times larger than the 100-spirit continent. This condition was not a problem for Xianxia. He could easily fulfill it. The third condition. Chang Tian paused for a moment and smiled. The third condition is not a condition. It's just that your plan is too big. If you only rely on this Senior and Madame Bay, I'm afraid it won't be enough. You will need other help to succeed. Xianxia said, Ru Meng should be fine. Chang Tian obviously thought of this too. He nodded slightly and said, if you Ru Meng is also included, well, this king agrees. Thank you, Senior. Xianxia was overjoyed. The stone in his heart was finally lifted. He secretly planned to go to the 100-spirit continent and devour it. When the time came, there would be no turning back. It would be impossible for Chang Tian to go back on his word. I also have a condition. Bailey Mo shouted. Xianxia was in a good mood and was too lazy to argue with her. He said, what are your conditions? Let's hear them. Bailey Mo gritted her teeth and said, you should know what my condition is. Xianxia was silent for a moment before he replied, good. I will fulfill your wish after the matter is settled. Although Bailey Mo did not say it explicitly, for her, the most important thing now was to regain her freedom and remove the soul brand that Xianxia had planted in her knowledge sea. Bailey Mo's eyelashes trembled, but she did not say anything more. After everything was agreed, a crack suddenly appeared in front of the two. Xianxia's voice came, please move. Chang Tian and Bailey Mo looked at each other and rushed into the crack. They disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Huolun standing alone on the mountain peak. The wind blew, and his whole body was cold. After the crack in front of him disappeared, Huolun fell to the ground and gasped for breath. The reason why he was so frightened was not because he saw two great devil saints, but because the two great devil saints were discussing something with a voice that came from the sky. After hearing something that he should not have heard, the only result was to be silenced. In that short period of time, he felt like he was on the brink of death countless times. Fortunately, the end result was not bad. Those Master Realm Masters did not seem to be interested in him, so he saved his life. Outside the sealed world bead, Chang Tian and Bei Li Mo appeared together and cast their gazes towards the bead in Xianxia's hand. The two of them knew that this should be the sealed world bead with its own independent world inside. Baya cupped her fists. Greetings, Holy Senior. Greetings, Master Chang Tian. Bailey Mo nodded lightly while Chang Tian smiled at Xianxia. Don't forget what you promised me. I will be waiting for you and Holy Senior Dream in the 100-spirit continent. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, Senior, please take care. Chang Tian nodded. With a flash of his body, he vanished from the spot. After he left, Bailey Mo looked at Xianxia with gritted teeth and sneered. Are you satisfied now? Xianxia laughed and said, Holy Senior, you don't have to be so bitter. If this matter succeeds, it will be good for both of us. Bailey Mo wanted to say something, but Xianxia did not give her the chance. After saying goodbye, he also left through the world gate. Baya looked in the direction Xianxia left and whispered, Holy Senior, the Sky Martial Continent is destroyed. Are we just going to let this matter go? What else do you want? Bailey Mo looked at him sideways. Baya said, do you want me to gather some people? As she spoke, she made a throat-slitting gesture with her hand. Go where? Bailey Mo was furious. She could not vent her anger in front of Xianxia, so she vented all her anger on Baya. Can you beat him? Don't embarrass me. Inform all the half-step sages that are still in my territory to go to proud Snow Ice Palace. I have something to tell them." After he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Boya. He turned around and walked towards the realm gate, leaving her with his back facing her. Boya was embarrassed and touched her nose helplessly. She did not dare to stay there for long and hurriedly left. The Sky Martial Continent was swallowed up, and the space where the continent was originally located was now empty. Under the turbulence of the void, even the World Gate had become unstable. It would not be long before the World Gate disappeared. If he waited until the World Gate collapsed, he would not be able to leave Phantom Continent, Holy City. As the center of Yu Rumeng's territory, Holy City did not seem to be affected by the war between the two worlds. It was still bustling with people coming and going like a tide. Demon commanders and demon kings could be found everywhere in Holy City. 200 miles outside Holy City was Yu Rumeng's palace. At this moment, in a secret room under the palace, Yu Rumeng was sitting cross-legged. She was forming hand seals with one hand and holding a purple fruit under her nose with the other. As she breathed in and out, wisps of purple aura floated from the purple fruit and was absorbed into her body. In the battle of eternal heaven, almost all the demon saint had been injured, and Yu Rumeng was no exception. One of her soul fragments had been cut off, and her soul consciousness was damaged. This kind of injury could not be healed in a day or two. For the past year or so, she had been healing her injuries. Presumably, the other demon saint whose soul fragments were cut off were the same. Today, the injury to her soul consciousness was finally about to be healed. Suddenly, Yu Rumeng seemed to have sensed something and opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were as bright as stars, and there seemed to be stars flowing inside them. They were as dazzling as a star field. Gently biting her red lips, Yu Rumeng snorted coldly and continued to absorb the aura from the purple fruit with her eyes closed. But this time, she could not calm down no matter what. The purple aura that floated under her nose was like a lost lamb. It no longer flowed into her body, but instead coiled around her for a while before disappearing. Inside the palace, Xianxia walked like a dragon on the ground and a tiger on the ground, rampaging all the way. He kept shouting like he was in a dream. A group of guards who tried to stop him were knocked all over the place. A charming maid followed him step by step and blocked his way. She said anxiously, "Prince, this is the palace of the Holy Sage. Don't make so much noise. If the Holy Sage finds out, she will be angry." Xianxia walked forward and stared at her. "Get out of my way. Don't block the way." As he spoke, he reached out and pushed the maid aside, almost causing her to fall to the ground. After walking around in a big circle, he did not find any trace of Yu Rumeng. However, this ruckus alarmed many of the palace's guards. They surrounded him and stared at him covetously. Xianxia stood in the same place and scratched his head. He turned to look at the maid who spoke just now and asked, "Where is the Holy Sage? Why is there no trace of her?" The maid shook her head. "I don't know." Xianxia asked the guard again, "Do you know where the Holy Sage is now?" Not only did the guards ignore him, but they also looked at him with a dignified face as if they were facing a great enemy. Xianxia grinned meaningfully and simply closed his eyes, silently perceiving his surroundings. Although the Heart Seal secret technique had been transferred to the soul-warming lotus by some means, this secret technique had not lost its effect. If he used this secret technique to sense with his heart, he would be able to determine Yu Rumeng's position. Of course, the premise was that they were not too far away. Otherwise, it would be useless. After a while, Xianxia's expression changed. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Chuckling, the space principles fluctuated and he disappeared. Chapter 3581. Soon, someone knocked on the door of the secret chamber, accompanied by Xianxia's voice. "Rumeng, Madam Meng, I'm back." Sitting cross-legged in the secret chamber, Yu Rumeng was both amused and annoyed when she heard this. What did this dead man think of her palace as? That he could come and go as he pleased? More than a year ago, Xianxia left this place, and not long after, news of Xianxia's death came. Yang Kai was also seriously injured that day, and his whereabouts were unknown. She immediately ordered people to find Yang Kai and bring him back to the holy city. Unfortunately, the people she sent were a step too late. By the time they found where Yang Kai was staying, Yang Kai had already left. After that, she learned that Yang Kai went to various continents in the demon territory to repair and maintain the realm gates. She also heard that Baya and 500,000 proud Snow Ice Guard were traveling with him. After confirming that he could protect himself, Yuru Ming didn't pay much attention to him. She was also injured and urgently needed to recover, so she came to this secret chamber and healed until today. This dead man actually has the face to come back. Gently gritting her teeth, Yuru Ming simply ignored him. The knocking on the door continued for a long time, and Yang Kai kept calling her name, but he didn't get any response at all. Knowing that this woman must still be angry, Yang Kai couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling somewhat helpless. In terms of strength, he was not as good as Yuru Ming. If he really couldn't win against her by force, it would only make him look bad. He didn't know when she would calm down. However, in Yang Kai's plan, Yuru Ming was the most important and indispensable part. Whether Chang Tian and Bailey Mo were willing or forced, even if they agreed to cooperate with him, there were many variables. However, Yuru Ming was different. As long as he could convince her, she would definitely become his most powerful support. At that time, he would have 3 demon saint-level powerhouses on his side. Although he would not have any advantage against the other 10 demon saint-level powerhouses, it would be enough to cause trouble. Half an hour later, the knocking on the door gradually subsided, and there was not even the slightest movement outside. Yuru Ming was not in the mood to continue absorbing the energy of the purple fruit. With her divine sense, she found that Yang Kai was actually sitting cross-legged outside the secret chamber with his eyes closed, meditating. Yuru Ming sneered in her heart, intending to teach Yang Kai a lesson. She was prepared to give him the cold shoulder, so naturally, she would not pay attention to him. For a figure like her, going into closed-door cultivation for a few decades, or even 100 years was nothing out of the ordinary. Although the current war of the 2 worlds didn't allow her to go into closed-door cultivation for such a long period of time, 3 to 5 years wasn't a problem. She didn't believe that Yang Kai could wait outside for 3 to 5 years. When the time came, as long as this fellow felt bored, he would naturally leave. Thinking of this, Yuru Ming steeled her heart, calmed down, and continued to heal her wounds. Outside, Yang Kai really did not make any more noise, as if he had made up his mind to wait for Yuru Ming to come out on her own initiative, so he just sat outside the door and meditated. As the days passed, Yuru Ming's mood gradually calmed down, and she began to absorb the energy of the purple fruit again to repair her wounded soul. One day, half a month later, Yuru Ming was suddenly awakened by a sudden burst of power. Opening her eyes, her divine sense surged, and her expression changed. Yang Kai, who was 1 door away from her, had his demonic chi violently surging within his body at this moment. His face was filled with pain, and his forehead was covered with sweat, as if he had encountered some kind of setback in his cultivation. Yuru Ming quickly got up, but just as she was about to rush out, she suddenly stopped. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was not as good as hers, if he deliberately made this appearance, it would not be difficult to make her feel distressed. What's more, he was now a high-ranked demon king. After cultivating for so many years, how could it be so easy for something to go wrong during his cultivation? This was definitely a plot to trick her into going out. Gritting her teeth, Yuru Ming coldly snorted and sat down again. Just as she was about to see what Yang Kai was up to, she suddenly heard a cry. Outside the door, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. His body trembled, tottered, and fell straight back. With a bang, a gust of wind rolled up in the secret room, and Yuru Ming disappeared. The closed door opened with a bang, and Yang Kai's falling body fell into Yuru Ming's soft embrace. Yuru Ming's beautiful face turned pale at this moment, and her heart was in a mess. She anxiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" While speaking, Her demon chi surged and entered Yang Kai's body to investigate the situation. But before she could figure it out, she suddenly found Yang Kai lying in her arms winking at her. Yu Meng was startled for a moment and then became furious. How could she not know that she had fallen into a trap? She loosened her hand and was about to throw Yang Kai away. But who would have thought that a strong and powerful hand had already wrapped around her waist and pulled her into his arms? Yang Kai exerted force on his feet and stood up with Yu Meng at the same time. He picked her up by the waist and laughed as he walked into the secret room and closed the door behind him. "Let go of me, you bastard, you lied to me again." Yu Meng's face was livid. She had been deceived by him once before, and her anger had not yet subsided. She was actually deceived again. As a dignified demon saint, it was really shameful. As she spoke, Yu Meng raised her hand and slapped Yang Kai's shoulder and chest in anger, causing a series of loud bangs. Yang Kai was beaten until blood spurted out. This was not an act. Just now, in order to lure Yu Meng out, he had used the reverse secret art and forcibly injured himself. At this time, even if Yu Meng did not use her full strength, the anger of a demon saint was not so easy to bear. After a few slaps, Yang Kai felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. Fortunately, he had a half-dragon body. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary high-ranked demon king, he would have been slapped to the ground by Yu Meng and wouldn't be able to get up. Okay, don't be angry. If killing me can make you feel better, then it doesn't matter if I die here, but can you feel better? Yang Kai looked at Yu Meng in his arms with a smile. The golden blood at the corner of his mouth was extremely dazzling. Yu Meng stopped struggling, but just looked at him with an icy expression. Her voice was colder than the cold wind of the proud snow continent. "Let go of me." Yang Kai didn't move. Yu Meng gritted her teeth and said word by word, "I told you to let go of me." "I won't let go." Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle drum. It was not easy to deceive her to open the door of the secret room. If he let go, all his previous efforts would be wasted immediately. "Don't force me to get angry. It won't do you any good." Yu Meng's chest heaved up and down. It seemed that she was extremely angry. Thinking about it, the matter last time had not been solved, and this time she was deceived by Yang Kai. She really doubted whether there was a problem with her eyesight. Yang Kai still didn't let go. Not only did he not let go, but he also leaned down and kissed Yu Meng's red lips. Feeling the breath in her face and the face that was getting closer and closer, Yu Meng sneered. She tilted her head back slightly and then fiercely hit Yang Kai. With a bang, Yang Kai felt as if his head had hit a mountain. He couldn't help but stagger a few steps back. For a while, he felt dizzy. He shook his head with all his strength and looked at Yu Meng in disbelief. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "You, a demon saint, actually used your head to deal with me?" Yu Meng sneered. "You asked for it." Although her forehead was also red and she was in so much pain that she wanted to die, she couldn't show any weakness in her aura. Yang Kai laughed sinisterly. "You have guts." Yu Meng's fierce resistance and the pain on her forehead aroused his ferocious and evil nature. While speaking, he walked to the corner of the wall and put Yu Meng down. However, he used his body to firmly press against her. Not only that, he even used one of his big hands to grab both of her wrists, making her unable to move. Yang Kai's strength was extremely strong. Even though Yu Meng was a demon saint, she couldn't resist at all when he was so close to her. A succubus demon was not known for its strength. After struggling a few times, she couldn't break free. Yang Kai kissed her again. The head came again, but Yang Kai nimbly dodged it. Before Yu Meng had time to gather her strength, he had already grabbed her red lips and unscrupulously took them. An intense pain came from his tongue. It was bitten by Yu Meng. His mouth was full of the taste of blood. It was obvious that she had bitten him. Yang Kai didn't care. He was like a wild beast that had been released from its cage. His other hand had already reached into the gap of her dress. Groping up and down, Yu Meng made a whining sound as she struggled and squirmed. Even her demon chi went berserk. At such a close distance, the two looked at each other. Neither of them flinched. The atmosphere in the secret room was extremely strange, full of blood and ambiguity. Slowly, the demon Qi in Yu Rumeng's body calmed down. A complicated look flashed in her beautiful eyes. She slowly closed her eyes, and her struggling movements gradually stopped. 2 blushes appeared on her cold cheeks, and her white neck was also covered with a trace of pink. Xianxia let go of her wrists. Her 2 arms that had been bound stiffened slightly. Then she wrapped them around Xianxia's neck. It was as if she was hanging on Xianxia's body. Their bodies were so close together that they could feel each other's heat. Her clothes were disheveled, and the air gradually filled with a charming atmosphere. One day later, Yu Rumeng was lying on the ground. Her perfect white porcelain body was pink. Her hair was messy, and her beautiful eyes were blurred as she looked at the ceiling. She gasped for breath. "Rest? I can't." Before she could finish, Xianxia had already turned over and blocked her red lips. 3 days later, Yu Rumeng kept shaking her head. Her hair fluttered, and her voice carried a trace of sobbing. "No, I really don't want." Kai Yang turned a deaf ear to him, like an angry bull rampaging through the crowd. 5 days later, Yu Rumeng lay on the ground and said weakly, "Let me go." She looked pitifully at the dress that was only 3 feet away from her. Then, she watched as her dress was smashed into powder by Xianxia's palm. Yu Rumeng's heart was dead, and she slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 3582. After a full 10 days, the movements in the secret chamber gradually stopped. Yu Rumeng lay on Xianxia's chest like a kitten, their skin touching, feeling each other's heartbeat. Xianxia grabbed a strand of her hair and put on the tip of his nose to smell it. The demon saint had a very nice smell, not sweet but not greasy, making people feel relaxed. A numb feeling came from his chest. It was because Yu Rumeng had woken up from her deep sleep and her eyelashes were trembling. Sure enough, after a while, Yu Rumeng opened her eyes and looked at Xianxia with a lazy smile. "Have you rested well?" Xianxia's lips curled up, revealing a wicked smile. Yu Rumeng seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help shivering. She looked at Xianxia with fear in her eyes. In these 10 days, every time Xianxia showed this smile, she would be devastated. If she wasn't a demon saint, she wouldn't have been able to withstand such a storm. She had long heard that a dragon's nature was lustful, but when she saw it for herself, she understood that the rumors were true. Xianxia laughed and stroked her smooth back. "Don't worry, there's no more." Only then did Yu Rumeng breathe a sigh of relief. She glared at him and then lay down again, quietly listening to the thumping sounds coming from Xianxia's chest. Xianxia suddenly sat up straight, straightening her body. Her long hair draped over her chest, covering the boundless spring scenery. When their eyes met, Yu Rumeng found that Xianxia's expression was extremely serious, as if he had made an important decision. Tilting her head to look at him, Yu Rumeng was full of suspicion. "I have something to tell you." Xianxia looked serious and added, "A secret." "A secret?" Yu Rumeng raised her eyebrows and then smiled. Everyone has their own secrets and things that they don't want others to know. Since it's a secret, it's not a secret to tell others. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Xianxia shook his head. "You are my woman now. I have nothing to hide from you." Yu Rumeng pursed her lips and said, "Now? Wasn't it before?" Xianxia scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "It was before, but it's different." Yu Rumeng naturally knew what he meant. Between a man and a woman, breaking through the last layer of their relationship was completely different from not breaking through. Although the two of them had already had intimate relations more than a year ago, she had driven him away out of annoyance at that time. It was not until this time that they were able to bury the hatchet. Smiling faintly, Yu Rumeng straightened her body, nodded, and said, "All right, then I'll listen to what secrets you've been hiding from me." SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS Yes. Gathering his thoughts, Xianxia said, "Enter my knowledge sea." Hearing this, Yu Ruming didn't hesitate and stretched out a finger to touch Xianxia's forehead. The next moment, the two closed their eyes at the same time. Yu Ruming's divine sense surged, and her soul left her body. Above Yang Kai's knowledge sea, a graceful figure gradually appeared. It was Ru Ming's soul avatar. If a person wanted to enter another's knowledge sea, they either had to break through the knowledge sea's defenses with their powerful cultivation, or the other person voluntarily opened their knowledge sea. The latter was undoubtedly the embodiment of extreme trust. Yang Kai needed Ru Ming's help, and after the relationship between the two of them had taken a step further, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to have an open and honest conversation with her. As soon as she entered Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Ru Ming cried out in surprise. That was because this knowledge sea was much wider than she had imagined. The sea water below, which represented the strength of Yang Kai's spiritual energy, was incomparably vigorous and thick. The pitch-black seawater was filled with demonic qi, a sign that Yang Kai had completely entered the devil path. Although such a knowledge sea was inferior to hers, it was much stronger than an ordinary half-saint's. Yang Kai's figure appeared beside her and held her hand. Ru Ming turned her head and glanced at him. Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction and said, "Do you recognize that thing?" Ru Ming turned her head and looked in the direction he pointed, her expression becoming solemn. In the center of the dark sea, there was a treasure island exuding a seven-colored light. No matter how fiercely the seawater slammed into it, the seven-colored treasure island remained unmoved. Ru Ming could clearly feel a strange power emanating from the seven-colored treasure island. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she immediately saw through the true face of this treasure island. "The soul-warming lotus?" Ru Ming exclaimed, her soul avatar trembling slightly due to the violent fluctuations in her heart. "Is this the soul-warming lotus?" Madam's eyes are sharp. Yang Kai squeezed her palm. "This is the soul-warming lotus." In the end, she was a demon saint, so her eyesight was still quite good. Back then, Profound Ice and Bei Liemo could recognize the soul-warming lotus, so there was no reason for Ru Ming not to recognize it. "You actually have the soul-warming lotus." Ru Ming was really shocked. If it was an ordinary treasure, she would have ignored it. As a demon saint, she really didn't care about ordinary treasures, but the soul-warming lotus was different. She had only heard of such a precious treasure and had never seen it with her own eyes. Staring at the soul-warming lotus, Ru Ming muttered, "I heard that the soul-warming lotus has the effect of nourishing the soul. Even if the master of the soul-warming lotus dies, their soul force will not dissipate. No wonder I always felt that your soul force was higher than your cultivation realm. So this is the reason." After speaking, she fiercely pinched Yang Kai. The perception of a soul avatar was countless times stronger than that of a physical body. So being suddenly pinched like this, Yang Kai suddenly felt a kind of pain that made him want to die. He grimaced and said, "Why did Madam pinch me?" Ru Ming gritted her teeth and said, "Good. You knew that my divine soul was injured, but you still watched me suffer day and night for a year. You didn't want to use this treasure to help me heal. Husband, you are so cruel." As she spoke, she looked at Yang Kai with an accusing expression mixed with blood and tears, full of resentment. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Didn't you drive me away last time?" Ru Ming coldly snorted and said, "If you really had the heart, how could you have been driven away by me?" As she spoke, she shook off his hand and turned away in a fit of pique. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and had to coax her to calm down. "Why did you bring me here to see this? Are you trying to heal me?" Ru Ming glared at him. "If you have such thoughts, then this senior will forgive you. Although it's a little late, it's better than nothing. If Madam wants to heal you, naturally there is no problem. But before that, I need to confess something to you." Yang Kai coughed lightly and scratched his cheek, looking uncomfortable. "What is it?" Ru Ming squinted at him. Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, but was too embarrassed to say it. Ru Ming gritted her teeth and said, "Even now, you still want to hide it from me?" Yang Kai lowered his head and whispered, "Madam, the heart seal's secret technique you used was transferred to the soul-warming lotus." Ru Ming blinked, as if she didn't understand. What did you say? Xianxia explained, I didn't mean to transfer it, but this thing seems to have this ability. At that time, I just casually tried it, but who knew that the heart seal secret technique would run from my knowledge sea to there? As he spoke, Xianxia pointed to the seven-colored island and then carefully observed Yu Meng's expression. Yu Meng was stunned for a while before gently nodding and saying, So that's how it is. I was wondering how you could fool me with the heart seal secret technique. After she finished speaking, she started punching and kicking Xianxia. You smelly man, you've been playing around with me all this time, haven't you? Xianxia gritted his teeth and endured the storm, grimacing in pain. But after a while, Yu Meng stopped and glared at him angrily. Xianxia said shyly, Madam, are you appeased? What do you think? Yu Meng sneered. Xianxia immediately acted like a troublemaker and waved his hand. If Madam is still angry, just hit me again. I won't complain, even if you beat me to death. Don't give me that. Xianxia grinned and said, So Madam is appeased? Yu Meng ignored him and was silent for a moment before suddenly sighing and saying, Actually, I also have a secret that I haven't told you. Can you break the heart seal secret technique? Xianxia looked at her with a smile. Yu Meng looked up at him with her mouth slightly open, but after a while, she couldn't help looking a little flustered. How did you know? Xianxia laughed. Bailey Mo and Master Ming, you both reminded me of this, but Bailey Mo was trying to sow discord while Master Ming, you kindly reminded me. Of the two of them, one is the great emperors of Star Boundary, and the other is a demon saint in demon territory. Yet they both said such words, so of course I have my guesses. That bitch. Yu Meng gritted her teeth, obviously scolding Bailey Mo, but after scolding her, she said with some apprehension, They are right. The heart seal secret technique can indeed be broken. I told you before that once the heart seal secret technique is used, two people will live and die together, never leaving each other. But that was a lie. Xianxia said, Even if Madam doesn't admit it today, I won't know why you told me this. Yu Meng said, You and I are already like this now. What's the point of hiding it from you? If one day you confirm this from others, it will only create a gap between you and me. So it's better for me to tell you personally. Xianxia took 2 steps forward and held her hand, tenderly saying, Thank you for telling me this. Yu Meng looked up. You're not angry? If you are, you could just hit me back. Just now, I hit you. Xianxia laughed. How could I bear to hit you? You and I both hid something from each other before, so let's call it even. Yu Meng's beautiful eyes filled with emotion. Xianxia put his arm around her shoulder and looked at the soul-warming lotus with her, saying, Since Madam can break the heart seal secret technique, then do it. The current situation is unfair to you. Hearing this, Yu Meng's tender body trembled, and she turned to look at Xianxia. You want me to break it? Of course. This is also the reason I brought you here today. Xianxia nodded with a calm expression. Chapter 3583. Ever since the heart seal secret technique was transferred to the soul-warming lotus, it no longer had any effect on Xianxia. Instead, it restricted Yu Meng. It was undeniable that the secret technique was extremely powerful. It bound a man and a woman who met for the first time tightly together, allowing them to live and die together without abandoning each other. But no matter how powerful it was still a secret technique and not true feelings. In the past, Xianxia didn't care and even used this point to set up a trap for Yu Meng, but now was different. There was no need for this unfair secret technique to exist. Yu Meng looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Husband, are you not afraid that after the secret technique is undone, my temperament will change and then harm you? If she hadn't seen the soul-warming lotus, it would have been fine. The key was that the soul-warming lotus, in Xianxia's knowledge, was coveted by even the demon saint. Once the heart seal secret technique was undone, if Yu Meng had any evil thoughts, Xianxia would have no way to resist. This was the Phantom Continent, Yu Meng's territory. Even if Xianxia had the space divine technique, he wouldn't be able to do anything under her nose. Hearing her question, Xianxia smiled gently. I said, You are my woman now. You are now and you will still be after the secret technique is undone. If your temperament really changes, I will accept it. Yu Ruming pursed her red lips and said, Then does husband want me to undo it? It's up to madam, Yang Kai said with a smile. Yu Ruming also smiled and looked straight at him with her beautiful eyes. I can make my own decision, right? Yang Kai nodded. Yes. Then I won't undo it. Yu Ruming let out a long breath. Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask anything, she said, Although I can undo the heart seal secret technique, I will have to pay a price. Moreover, I can only use this technique once in my life. Since I have already used it on you, I will follow it to the end. Yang Kai said, Madam, are you not afraid that your current feelings for me are due to the secret technique and not your own will? Yu Ruming smiled and said, Whether it's because of the secret technique or my own desire, I know in my heart. Perhaps at the beginning, it was really because of the secret technique that caused her to suddenly develop deep feelings for Yang Kai. But today, these feelings were no longer just because of the secret technique, so it didn't matter whether or not she unraveled the heart seal secret technique. If it wasn't for this, she wouldn't have put up so much resistance more than a year ago. If she really didn't intend to, how could Yang Kai have taken her body? That's up to you. Yang Kai nodded. After he finished speaking, he suddenly laughed, looking extremely relaxed. Yang Kai had been very careful in front of Yu Ruming ever since the heart seal secret technique had been transferred to her. He was afraid that she would see through his flaws. But everything was fine now, so he didn't need to pretend anymore. He felt as if a stone had been lifted from his heart, and he felt much less pressure now. Immediately, Yang Kai said in a light tone, Madam, there's something I need your help with. Yu Ruming asked, What's the matter? Yang Kai deliberated over his words and said, Since Madam is a demon saint, you must have felt that something is wrong with the demon territory. The entire demon territory is collapsing, and countless continents are gradually disappearing. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the demon territory is completely destroyed. I'm afraid this is also the reason why you launched the war between the two worlds, right? Yu Ruming nodded and said, Yes, before the demon territory completely collapses, we need to find a way out. The star boundary is the only world that can be connected to the demon territory. This matter has been planned for a long time. I haven't been promoted to Demon Saint for a long time. Before my promotion, this matter was already being prepared. We were just waiting for the passage between the two worlds to open. Yang Kai nodded. He had experienced the great war of the ancient era in the Thousand Illusions dream world, so he naturally understood this point. If there is a new demon territory, can we end this war? A new demon territory. Yu Ruming frowned and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Don't tell me you found a new world. Yang Kai smiled. I can't find a new world, but I can create one. Create? Yu Ruming was shocked when she heard this. If it weren't for the fact that she had a closer relationship with Yang Kai and the fact that he had been honest with her before, she really wouldn't have believed him. Creating a new world, just how ridiculous was that? Even as a demon saint, she didn't have the ability to do so. I have a space artifact that can store living things. Madam should know this. Yu Ruming nodded. She naturally knew about the existence of the sealed world bead, because many times when Yang Kai summoned his avatar, she was always next to him. However, she didn't know much about the sealed world bead. When she was in the star boundary, no one told her about it. Not only can that artifact store living things, but it can also form a world of its own. A small world? Yu Ruming's beautiful eyes lit up. A small world wasn't a rare existence, but it was incredible that it could be refined into a space artifact and carried around. You could say that, but my sealed world bead is different from ordinary small worlds. It could devour the continents of the demon territory and strengthen itself after melting them. It can also accommodate the world laws and energy of the continents in the demon territory. Before Yang Kai finished speaking, Yu Ruming's expression froze. Your small world can fuse with the continents of the demon territory. In the end, she was a demon saint and reacted quickly. With just a few words from Yang Kai, she understood what Yang Kai's plan was. Yes, it can be fused, and the more continents it fuses, the stronger the world laws inside will be. Yu Ruming said with a solemn expression. You want to devour the entire demon territory and then turn the demon territory into a whole. Yes. Xianxia nodded heavily. When I was repairing the world gates, protecting the continents in the demon territory, I found the missing continents and devoured them all. Moreover, I also devoured a place called the Sky Marshal Continent in Bailey Mo's territory. Facts have proven that this method is feasible. Hearing that Xianxia had found and devoured the missing continents, Yu Ming let out a soft cry. Hearing that even the Sky Marshal Continent had been devoured, Yu Ming asked with a strange expression, "You devoured the Sky Marshal Continent? When did that happen?" Xianxia grinned, "Before I returned." Bailey Mo didn't go all out against you. Yu Ming was surprised. As far as she knew, Bailey Mo wasn't a good person. Xianxia had committed such atrocities in her territory. It was a miracle that he could return alive. If Yu Ming were in Bailey Mo's shoes, she would definitely tear Xianxia to pieces. Ha! Xianxia laughed loudly. "I'll tell you about Bailey Mo later. First, I'll tell you my plan." Yu Ming smiled bitterly. "I understand your plan, but it won't work." "Why?" Xianxia was startled. "On my side, I'll naturally help you. However, the other demon saint won't easily trust you and let you devour their territories." Yu Ming looked at him and said, "Furthermore, you're the master of the sealed world bead. Even if the sealed world bead devours all the continents and becomes a new demon territory, doesn't that mean that the survival of all the demon saint and even the demon race is in your hands? How would they be willing to hand their future over to you?" Hearing this, Xianxia smiled and said, "I naturally thought of this point, so I don't expect them to agree so easily. I just want you to promise to help me. As for the other demon saint, it won't be too late to deal with him slowly." Yu Ming still shook her head and said, "With my strength alone, I can't protect you at all. If your plan is exposed, it'll be bad." At this point, her expression changed. "You're making such a big fuss in that bitch Bailey Mo's territory. I'm afraid this matter can't be hidden." Ahem. Xianxia clenched his fist and coughed lightly. "Madam, I still have a secret to tell you." Yu Ming was stunned and then glared at him. "Speak. What other secret do you have?" "It's about Bailey Mo." As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, Yu Ming gritted her teeth and said, "I heard that after you left me a year ago, you went to the Proud Snow Continent and borrowed 500,000 Proud Snow Ice Guard from Bailey Mo. She also sent Baya to follow and protect you." Madam's news is really fast. Xianxia hurriedly flattered. Yu Ming's voice grew louder. "Don't tell me you have something to do with that bitch." "Yes, I do have something to do with her, but it's definitely not what you think." Xianxia hurriedly explained. "Do you still remember after the Battle of Eternal Heaven, I fled to the edge of the world and was blocked by Bailey Mo in the Cloud Shadow Continent? When you came over at that time, I was confronting her." "Of course I remember. What about it?" Yu Ming's face was cold. "It happened before you came." Xianxia knew that if this misunderstanding was not solved, there would be a fire in his backyard, so he didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly recounted what happened at that time. "This matter started from the first time I went to the Proud Snow Continent. At that time, I followed Bailey Mo to the Proud Snow Continent and accidentally offended her. She threw me into the 18th layer of ice prison, and in that 18th layer of ice prison, there was a woman called Miss Bing. That Miss Bing deceived me, saying that she was Bailey Mo's disciple and was imprisoned here because she made a mistake. She gave me something called the Profound Underworld Needle and sealed a secret technique of hers. She told me that after activating the secret technique in the Profound Underworld Needle, I would be able to block Bailey Mo for 3 to 10 breaths of time. After the Battle of Eternal Heaven, I fled to the Cloud Shadow Continent. When I was breaking through, there was a commotion that was detected by Bailey Mo. During the fierce battle with that woman, I activated the Profound Nether Needle. Who would have thought that not only was the needle sealed with a secret technique, it also contained Miss Bing's soul. After that, both our souls rushed into Bailey Mo's sea of consciousness. As soon as the two women met, they quarreled fiercely. After listening to their conversation, I found out that Miss Bing was not Bailey Mo's disciple, but Bailey Mo's master. I don't know if Bailey Mo had gone crazy, or if Profound Bing had done something that made the master and disciple turn against each other. Chapter 3584. Profound Ice wanted to possess a body, but in the end, she didn't succeed. Instead, her soul was swallowed by Bailey Mo, but before that, Profound Ice took the initiative to let me plant a brand in her soul, so this brand was transferred to Bailey Mo. Wait. Yuru Ming suddenly raised her hand to stop Yang Kai, looking at him with a strange expression, and said, "You said that Bailey Mo's knowledge, has your soul brand." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Yuru Ming blinked, then covered her mouth and laughed, rocking back and forth for a while. She naturally knew what the soul brand was and what its effects were. As a demon saint, and a demon saint who was born as a succubus demon, she was a top figure in the divine spirit territory. This kind of cultivator with a little bit of cultivation was proficient in controlling others, and she had long been tired of it. Now, she disdained to use such inferior means to control others. But what if the target was a demon saint? Listening to Yang Kai's words just now, she also knew that there were many elements of luck and coincidence. If Profound Ice hadn't taken the initiative to let Yang Kai plant the soul brand, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to achieve this. But because Profound Ice took the initiative, even Bei Liemo, who swallowed her soul, was unlucky. A dignified demon, Saint was actually controlled by a high-grade demon king. She immediately understood that this should be what Yang Kai was referring to when he mentioned Bei Liemo. That bitch also has a day like this. After laughing, Yuru Ming softly snorted. Because the two demon saint territories were adjacent to each other, the relationship between them had always been bad. Before the War of the Two Realms happened, the half-saint and demon king under each other had many conflicts and constant battles. Suddenly hearing this exciting news, how could Yuru Ming hide the joy in her heart? I want to see what kind of expression she will have when she sees me again. As if imagining the scene of seeing Bailey Mo again in the future, Yuru Ming couldn't hide the smile on her face. This was an extremely great thing. Since ancient times, who could control a demon saint-level master? Retracting her smile, Yuru Ming said, "But the gap between your cultivation and hers is too big. If she wants to crack the brand, it's not impossible. You need to pay more attention to the brand." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know that, so when I left your place a year ago, I went directly to Proud Snow Continent and reinforced my soul brand. In addition, I also received a soul imprint from her that day. So, with this double insurance, Bailey Mo has nothing to fear." More than a year ago, Yang Kai's soul cultivation sword, and although it didn't reach the level of a demon saint, it surpassed that of a half-saint by a lot, reinforcing the soul brand. Yuru Ming estimated that if Bailey Mo wanted to crack the brand, it would take at least several years without rest or sleep. In that case, can that bitch also help you? Yuru Ming thought of another layer. She has no choice but to agree. Yang Kai smiled slightly. There is also Senior Chong Tian. I've already discussed it with him. Chong Tian. Yuru Ming gently nodded. It wasn't surprising that Chong Tian would agree. This guy had a special impression of Yang Kai and had even planned to let him take over his position. Once Yang Kai's plan succeeded, it would be tantamount to breaking the current situation in the demon territory, which would be of great benefit to him. It was reasonable for him to agree. Thinking of this, Yuru Ming's expression turned solemn. In this way, including herself, there would be 3 demon saint-level characters standing on Yang Kai's side. Although the number was still less than other demon saint-level characters, they already had the qualifications to start this plan. After all, behind Yang Kai stood the entire star boundary, as well as many great emperors. Looking at Yang Kai helplessly, Yuru Ming said, "Since you've already done things this far, then I can only follow you as you marry a chicken or a dog." Agreeing to him was not just because of the relationship between the two, but because the future of the demon territory was really uncertain. Even if the demon territory could obtain the final victory in the war between the two realms, they would definitely have to pay a huge price. Moreover, The star boundary was the star boundary, while the demon territory was the demon territory. So what if they seized the star boundary? The laws of heaven and earth were different, so the demon race would not be able to live freely there. It would be better to live in a new demon territory. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. Madam also agreed. Yu Rumeng said, I have a condition. How could there be a condition? Chang Tian and Bei Liamo also said the same thing before, but Yu Rumeng was different from them, so Yang Kai nodded readily. Madam, what condition do you have? Not to mention one. Even if it is 1,000 or 100, I will comply. Don't be so full of yourself. Yu Rumeng glared at him. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Yang Kai grinned and said, What condition can Madam put forward that will embarrass me? If I don't embarrass you, how can it be called a condition? Yu Rumeng snorted and then said, I want to be the first Madam of the Yang family. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth wide. No matter how smart he was, he did not expect that Yu Rumeng's condition would actually be this. Without waiting for him to speak, Yu Rumeng gently gritted her teeth and said, I know how many women you have, and those women have known you before me and have gone through many trials and tribulations with you, so I have no reason to ask you to drive them out. Logically speaking, we are all sisters, so there is no need to distinguish between seniority and seniority, but there must be rules in everything. In the future, your Yang family will need to have a person in charge. In terms of cultivation, strength, knowledge, and experience, I am afraid no one is more qualified than me, right? But you can rest assured, I don't need you to intervene in this matter. When we meet, I have the ability to make them willingly call me Big Sister. Yu Rumeng's words were spoken lightly and did not sound very serious. But even though Yang Kai was here as a soul avatar, he could not help breaking out in cold sweat. The women in his family were getting along well, and they all followed Su Yan's lead, but Su Yan had never had a temper, so if Yu Rumeng met with them, it would not be difficult to make them acknowledge her as the first madam. The key was that there was Zhu Qing on Dragon Island, and Zhu Qing was a fire attribute dragon. If they met in the future, would they fight? Seeing Yang Kai lowering his head and not speaking, Yu Rumeng snorted and said, Of course, if husband finds this difficult, then just pretend that this mistress did not say anything. It seems that this mistress and husband have not known each other for long enough and cannot compare to the position of these sisters in husband's heart. As she spoke, her eyes turned red and she turned her head away. It was unknown how her soul avatar made her eyes turn red. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. Yang Kai hurriedly waved his hand. Just now, husband just thought that in the future, with you in charge of the family and the respect of my sisters, my heart was comforted and a little absent-minded. How could it be difficult? Husband, don't force yourself. Yu Rumeng pursed her red lips, looking very distressed. How could I force myself? Yang Kai stepped forward and grabbed Yu Rumeng's hand and said with a smile, To be able to gain Madam's favor and help is simply the blessing of 10 lifetimes. Not to mention being the first Madam. Even if I worship you like an ancestor, it would not matter. Originally, he just wanted to flatter her, but who knew that this guy would hit the wrong spot? Yu Rumeng's face turned pale, and she said, Husband, do you think I'm too old? After speaking, her eyes turned red again, and she lowered her head and said, That's right. This mistress is indeed not young. It is natural that husband would dislike me. As she spoke, she gently pulled her hand, as if she wanted to pull her hand out of Yang Kai's grasp. This was unreasonable pestering. Yang Kai was anxious and angry. Too lazy to say anything more, he reached out and directly pulled Yu Rumeng into his arms, raised his hand, and slapped her round buttocks. With a cry of surprise, Yu Rumeng's face turned red. One had to know that this was a soul avatar, so any feeling was countless times stronger than that of physical body. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai looking at her with a wicked smile and whispered, Madam's soul has not yet healed, so don't think too much about it. It is more important for husband to help you heal. After saying this, he leaned over and kissed her red lips. A moment later, Yang Kai's knowledge sea tumbled, and on the island, the two soul avatars were entangled, almost merging into one. Decadent sounds came from the island, and the entire world seemed to be flowing with a strange pink color. 3 days later, in the secret room, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at Yu Ru Ming sitting in front of him with a smile. At this moment, Yu Ru Ming's face was flushed red, and she was gasping for breath, her body involuntarily convulsing. The fusion of the soul was countless times more intense than the fusion of the physical body. Anyone who tried this kind of feeling that penetrated deep into their bones would be unable to stop themselves from indulging in it for the rest of their lives. What's more, Yang Kai and Su Yin had cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art and were familiar with it, so over the past 3 days they had even used it. There were countless methods to cultivate secret techniques, so even though Yu Ru Ming was a demon saint, how could she withstand Yang Kai's teasing? All day long, she was in a daze, not knowing the passage of time. If Yang Kai had not taken the initiative to withdraw, she would have been immersed in it for a long time before waking up. During these 3 days, not only did the two souls fuse, but Yang Kai also used the power of the soul-warming lotus to heal the wounds on Yu Ru Ming's soul. She had been recuperating for more than a year before, but her soul had still not fully recovered. According to her original estimate, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for her soul to fully recover. However, with the help of the soul-warming lotus, she had completely recovered in 3 days. Not only that, but her soul also seemed to have gained some other benefits. Yu Ru Ming was not the only one who had gained something. Yang Kai's soul had also increased a little. Although it was somewhat inferior to the surge he had experienced a year ago, it had indeed increased. The fusion of yin and yang was a heavenly Tao, so the two of them who had used the soul-warming lotus to fuse their souls naturally did not waste their time. Supporting his cheek with his hand, Yang Kai showed a smile as he quietly looked at the succubus demon in front of him. When he first met her, how could he have ever thought that she was actually a demon saint? How could he have ever thought that this demon saint would one day become his woman? The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Chapter 3585. After a long time, the flush on Yu Ru Ming's face slowly faded away, but the air in this secret room was filled with a strange scent, making one unable to stop themselves from smelling it. He didn't know what other succubus demon were like, but after spending some time with her recently, Yang Kai discovered that every time Yu Ru Ming was aroused, a strange fragrance would overflow from her body. This fragrance was harmless to others, but it could help them enjoy themselves in the bedroom. After waiting for a while, Yu Ru Ming opened her eyes and looked at Yang Kai tenderly. Her eyes were so charming that it was as if water could drip from them. If any man in the world saw her like this, they would be captivated. Even Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow his saliva at this moment. However, he had something to do now, so he could only suppress the excitement in his heart and said, "Madam, come with me to the 100-spirit continent. If you don't show your attitude in front of Senior Chang Tian, I'm afraid he won't feel at ease." Yu Ru Ming nodded. "Okay." She then smiled, "But don't call him senior in the future. Even this mistress will have to lower herself in front of him." "As you wish." Yang Kai laughed, got up, pulled her up, and left the secret room together. After finding the palace guard leader and giving him a few instructions, the two flew straight into the sky. After they were far away from the palace, Yang Kai used his demonic chi to wrap Yu Ru Ming up and said, "Madam, don't resist." Yu Ru Ming relaxed her body and let him do what he wanted. In the next moment, as the space laws fluctuated, the two of them had already crossed the entire continent and directly appeared somewhere on the Phantom Continent. Yu Ru Ming turned her head to look and immediately saw the realm gate 100 miles away. She couldn't help but say in surprise, "Husband's attainments in the space laws have become even deeper." It had to be known that this place was millions of kilometers away from the palace, so Yang Kai could actually teleport so far away. It was really incredible. With such ability, as long as he could use the space principles in time, who could take him down? Even facing the demon saint, Yang Kai was in an invincible position. Hearing this, Yang Kai smiled. "Madam, you're mistaken. I came here with the help of this thing." As he spoke, he took out a space spirit bead. Yu Rumeng took it and let Yang Kai take her to the realm gate. While she was playing with it, she asked, "What's the use of this?" Yang Kai explained, "I learned it from Li Wui." After explaining the wonders of the space spirit bead to Yu Rumeng nodded repeatedly as she listened. In the end, she directly put away the space spirit bead, then found a snow-white thread from her space ring and made a bracelet on her wrist. After passing through the realm gate, Yang Kai once again activated the space spirit bead and led Yu Rumeng to the other side of the continent. As a result, the speed of their journey increased exponentially. They only needed to teleport 2 or 3 times to cross a continent, which was much faster than flying. On the way, Yang Kai asked about the situation in the two-realm battlefield. He learned that after the Battle of Eternal Heaven, the Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen brazenly took action and single-handedly killed hundreds of millions of the demon race. He directly drove the demon race's army back to the passage between the two realms. At that time, there were as many as 3 half-saints who died at his hands. It had to be known that at that time, basically all the half-saint of the demon race had been summoned back to the demon territory to participate in snatching the opportunities of the great emperors. There were only a total of 3 half-saints left in the Star Realm. In the end, those 3 were completely slaughtered by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Not a single one survived. Zhan Wuhen's actions undoubtedly broke the previous agreement between the great emperors and the demon saint. However, the demon saint also pinched their noses and admitted to this matter, and did not pursue it further. Everyone knew that Zhan Wuhen's actions had a reason. If they really made an issue out of this matter, it was possible that it would trigger the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint ahead of time. Although the demon territory had a great advantage, the demon saint did not want the war to escalate too quickly. Therefore, they had to endure this matter even if they could not bear it. Thanks to Zhan Wuhen massacring thousands of miles in anger, the Star Realm had recovered a lot of the territories occupied by the demon race. Now, the battle between the two realms had returned to its initial stage. After learning this information, Yang Kai felt slightly relieved. He was really afraid that the Star Realm would not be able to hold on. Now that he had a plan, what he lacked was time. Originally, it would take Yu Rumeng several days to travel from the Phantom Continent to the 100 Spirit Continent, even if she rushed at full speed. After all, they had to pass through one continent after another and pass through one realm gate after another. But now, with the Space Spirit Beads methods, Yang Kai only spent half a day to bring her to the 100 Spirit Continent. They entered through the only realm gate with ease and soon arrived at Xianxia's cultivation ground. Landing in front of the main hall, before Yang Kai could ask for an audience, Yu Rumeng suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and turned her head to look in a certain direction. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai was suspicious and followed her gaze. A moment later, he saw a flowing light shooting over from the horizon. He immediately sensed something and chuckled. "She's here too. That makes things easier." The person who came was very fast. Just a few breaths after Yang Kai finished speaking, the flowing light landed in front of them and revealed Bei Li Mo's figure. She had obviously arrived a long time ago, but she did not wait here. She must have sensed Yu Rumeng's aura and hurried over. The two women who had always been at odds with each other, especially when these two women were demon saint, naturally had to fight both openly and secretly. One was as beautiful as fire, the other as cold as frost, and when their eyes met, there was a faint flicker of fire. Yu Rumeng spoke first, pursing her lips and smiling. "I haven't seen elder sister for more than a year, and you look even more elegant than before. Did something good happen to you? Why don't you tell younger sister and let younger sister have some fun?" Bei Li Mo's face was cold as she glared at Yang Kai when she heard this. She knew that this matter could not be hidden from Yu Rumeng. If not, how could this cheat maid speak with such sarcastic words? A dignified demon saint was being controlled by a high-ranked demon king using a soul brand. How could this be called a good thing? Lightly snorting, Bei Li Mo said, "There is no need for younger sister to worry about good things or bad things. Younger sister should take care of herself first. What is elder sister talking about? Yiru Meng smiled sweetly. Bei Liamo glanced sideways at Yang Kai and sneered. You know very well what it is. Younger sister is a demon saint. If you really want to choose a man, you should be more careful. My demon territory has countless good men. So, if younger sister is so reckless, wouldn't you lose face as a demon saint and be ridiculed by others? Yiru Meng smiled when she heard this and moved closer to Yang Kai, taking the initiative to hold his arm and leaning on his shoulder with a sweet look. Is elder sister envious? Me? Envious? Bei Liamo couldn't help rolling her eyes. You are willing to degrade yourself, so don't make others laugh here. Yiru Meng said. Why is elder sister so stubborn? Although we are demon saint, we are still women. Sooner or later, we need to find a home. Younger sister has now found a home, but elder sister is still alone. You and I have been neighbors for so many years. I really can't bear to see elder sister so lonely. Bei Liamo sneered. Why don't elder sister also follow younger sister? In the future, everyone will share the joy of the bedroom. Younger sister won't mind. Saying this, Yiru Meng looked at Yang Kai and said with a shy tone, not to mention his other skills, but his skills in bed are amazing. Younger sister can't handle him alone. Bei Liamo's eyes widened, and she was surprised. You have the nerve to say this? Human relations are perfectly justified. What is there to be embarrassed about? Yiru Meng blinked and looked at her with clear eyes. The two looked at each other for a moment, then suddenly cursed at the same time. Whore, slut. But after cursing, Yiru Meng stomped her feet and said, Husband, she's cursing. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he lowered his eyes and nodded slightly. And I heard it. Saying so, he looked up at Bei Liamo and his mind moved. Bei Liamo's beautiful face suddenly turned pale and she let out a muffled groan as her tender body trembled. But she was also quite strong. Although she was in great pain, she still gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound, only staring fiercely at Yang Kai, her eyes full of complaints. Yiru Meng clapped her hands and said, Retribution. At the same time, she quietly winked at Yang Kai, telling him to stop before going too far. Although she wanted to use Yang Kai to teach Bei Liamo a lesson and vent her anger, she couldn't go too far. After all, Bei Liamo was a demon saint, so it wasn't good to go too far. At this moment, with a creaking sound, the heavy door of the hall slowly opened a gap, and Chang Tian's voice came out. Saint Ru Ming has come from afar. This Chang Tian has failed to welcome you. Please come in for a chat. Yiru Ming smiled when she heard this and stepped into the hall with her head held high, as if she had just won a great battle. After she walked in, the gap in the door slowly began to close again. Bei Liamo didn't have time to be angry with Yang Kai and glared at him fiercely. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay. Saying so, she rushed to the door and slapped it. The closing door immediately stopped, and Bei Liamo said angrily, Why can't I go in? I want to go in too. This matter was related to her future, so of course she had to participate, lest Chang Tian and Yiru Meng reached an agreement inside without her knowing. How could the door stop her angry attack? After a slight pause, Bei Liamo had already flashed inside. Yang Kai sniffed and wanted to go in as well, but before he could get close to the door, he felt a soft force in front of him, preventing him from moving forward. Yang Kai couldn't help but be dumbfounded. However, Chang Tian's meaning was clear. Obviously, he didn't want him to enter the hall. Helplessly, Yang Kai could only retreat and wait quietly outside. After thinking about it, he released Zhui Feng from the small sealed world bead. After returning to the 100-spirit continent, Zhui Feng was undoubtedly a little happy. After running around Yang Kai for a while, he rushed in a certain direction and soon disappeared. Yang Kai guessed that he was going to find his concubines. Not long after, the two sisters, Black Lotus and White Lotus, flew over with a gust of wind. After landing, Black Lotus asked, Where is Saint Senior Bei Liamo? Have you been here before? The two of them were ordered by Chang Tian to accompany Bei Liamo on a tour of the 100-spirit continent. Just now, Bei Liamo suddenly rushed back, so the two of them were a little slower and didn't arrive until now. Xianxia pointed at the hall with his hand behind his back and looked into the distance with deep eyes, whispering softly, "It's a good place." Black Lotus and White Lotus looked at each other, not knowing why Xianxia was sighing. Chapter 3586. The three demon saint-level experts enter the hall and discuss for a long time. Xianxia had nothing to do, so he asked Lian and Lian about the 100-spirit continent. Although he had been to this place several times and stayed here for some time, he still didn't know much about the 100-spirit continent. If Chang Tian really agreed to devour the 100-spirit continent, all the forces on this continent would become Xianxia's support. Xianxia had eaten a lot, so he had to be aware of the consequences. This was not a secret. Lian and Lian knew that Chang Tian favored Xianxia very much, so they did not hide it. In the entire 100-spirit continent, apart from Chang Tian, who was a supreme master, there were as many as 9 half-saints left. Among them were the Lotus Sisters, Lion, Zhui Feng, and Du Yu, whom Xianxia had met once. However, these half-saint experts usually cultivated in the 100-spirit continent and did not come out often. Therefore, even though Xianxia had been here several times, he had not seen many half-saint experts. Lian and Lion worked for Chang Tian, so they met more often. In addition to these half-saint experts, the rest were the demon kings. There were many demon kings on the 100-spirit continent, at least 1,000 of them. Xianxia was shocked when he heard this number. In any case, this number was huge. There were only 100 demon kings on the Cloud Shadow continent. Although many demon kings had been conscripted to the two-realm battlefield at that time, there were no more than 300 demon kings on the Cloud Shadow continent, even at its peak. There were more than 1,000 demon kings on a continent, which was unique in the entire territory of the demon realm. Generally speaking, Chang Tian's subordinates were weaker than the other demon saint experts. However, he only had the 100-spirit continent, so his forces were very concentrated. As they chatted, Black Lotus suddenly asked, "Is something going to happen?" "Why do you ask?" Xianxia asked her. Black Lotus glanced at the hall and said, "Two holy sages coming together is something that has never happened before. The demon saint would not come to the 100-spirit continent. The last time Yu Meng came, the Lotus sisters were a little surprised. They did not expect that even Bei Liemo would come this time. They were not stupid. They were both half-saint level masters. Naturally, they sensed something different." Xianxia smiled and said, "There is indeed something. However, you can ask Master Longevity Sky about the details later. It's not convenient for me to say." He didn't know what the three of them would discuss. If they didn't discuss properly and Xianxia spoke first, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Balian glared at Xianxia. She hated people who tried to be mysterious. Her gaze was like a knife, as if it could dig a few holes in Xianxia's body. Xianxia threw the back of her head. As they were talking, the heavy door suddenly opened slowly. The three of them looked back together. Bei Liemo was the first to come out. Her clothes were fluttering, and her face was expressionless. Then, Yu Meng came out as well. She nodded at Xianxia imperceptibly. Xianxia was overjoyed when he saw this. He knew that the discussion had been settled. After that, it was Longevity Sky. However, when Longevity Sky came out, he stood in the crack of the door. Then he stretched out his hands and slowly pushed the half-open door to both sides. The door was very heavy. It was unknown what material it was made of. As it opened, there was a deep sound. Longevity Sky's hands did not seem to be pushing the door. Instead, it seemed to be pushing the eyelids of the Lotus Sisters. As the door opened, the Lotus Sisters' eyes widened as if they had seen something extremely incredible. Finally, the door was completely opened. The Lotus Sisters covered their red lips, and their beautiful eyes trembled. Xianxia turned his head and looked at them with a strange expression. He did not know why they were so excited. It was just opening the door. Was there a need to be like this? Yu Meng's voice came into his ears. In the early years, Longevity Sky fought with many holy spirits in the territory of the demon realm. He was rampant, but in the end, he was defeated by the demon saint at that time. He had no choice but to retreat to the 100-spirit continent. From then on, this door has never been fully opened. For Longevity Sky, the half-open door is a kind of encouragement, but also a shame. Longevity Sky once said that when he can fight his way out of the 100-spirit continent, this door will officially open. That is why they are so surprised. Xianxia understood. Longevity Sky's action meant that the 100-spirit continent would see the light of day again. It was no wonder that the Lotus Sisters were so surprised. With two swishing sounds, the Lotus Sisters came in front of Longevity Sky. They half knelt on the ground and lowered their heads. Black Lotus said in a trembling voice, "Master, please give the order. Hundreds of millions of people in the 100-spirit continent will follow the Master. We will not hesitate to do anything. Master, please give the order." White Lotus also said in a low voice. She raised her head, and her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Longevity Sky smiled slightly. "Summon them here. I have something to tell them." He did not say who he was going to summon, but only the half-saint were qualified to see him. "Yes," the Lotus Sisters replied. Then, they turned around and disappeared without a trace. It would definitely take some time to summon people, but they were all people with high cultivation, so they did not mind wasting some time. Perhaps because he had made up his mind, Longevity Sky was particularly relaxed at this time. He waved his hand and set up a table in front of him. He then took out a teapot and spring water and personally brewed tea for them. Xianxia and Yu Ming huddled together and whispered to each other. Baliamo looked on coldly from the side. Her red lips moved from time to time, and she scolded them silently. She came here mainly to see if Xianxia was going to swallow the 100-spirit continent. If he was, it meant that Longevity Sky had no way out. When the time came, she would not be able to go back on her promise. Not long after, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Longevity Sky invited them to sit down and waited while drinking tea. Half a day later, the first half-saint arrived. After seeing Yu Ming and Baliamo, he could not help but be startled. However, he quickly concealed the surprise in his eyes and went forward to greet them. Chang Tian whispered to the sage-to-be cultivator. The sage-to-be cultivator was surprised, but he didn't ask anything. He turned around and left. One after another, the half-saint who received the news rushed over. After seeing Longevity Sky, they quickly left. At this time, Xianxia also understood Longevity Sky's intention. When he went back to swallow the 100-spirit continent, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. If he did not inform the half-saint in advance, there would be some trouble. If he informed them in advance, the half-saint could prepare in advance, and it would save a lot of trouble. It was not until 2 days later that the last half-saint arrived. After receiving the order, he quickly left. Everyone waited for another 2 days. Then, Longevity Sky stood up and looked at Xianxia. "Let's begin." Xianxia gently nodded. He had waited for a long time. Naturally, he was a little impatient. The sooner he tied Longevity Sky to his ship, the sooner he would be at ease. If Longevity Sky did not need to inform the half-saint, he would have already taken action. His figure flickered and flew directly into the sky. With a flip of his hand, he summoned the sealed world bead. With a slight movement of his mind, accompanied by a bang, the sealed world bead suddenly turned into a rolling behemoth. In an instant, the void of the 100-spirit continent shook, and space cracks appeared in the sky. The Lotus Sisters exclaimed in unison. Even though the two of them were experienced and knowledgeable, they did not know what this behemoth was. How could it shake the space of the 100-spirit continent as soon as it appeared? Xianxia pointed his finger, and the rolling behemoth immediately bent down, opened its huge mouth, and bit a huge hole in the 100-spirit continent. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wherever the rolling behemoth passed, the void was chaotic. Whether it was living or dead, everything was swallowed up. The Lien sisters had already turned pale. Such a horrifying scene was simply unheard of. They had never seen or heard of anything like this. They couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the sky, their faces full of inquiry. Longevity Sky was also a little shocked. Last time, when Xianxia swallowed the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Martial Continent, Longevity Sky witnessed the whole process from the small sealed world. Now, looking at it from the outside, it was even more shocking. Not only him, but Yu Ming also had a dignified expression. It was also the first time she had seen such a thing. On the contrary, Bailey Mo, who had experienced it once, looked calm, but the shock in her beautiful eyes could not be concealed. In a short while, the 100-spirit continent had been gnawed into a huge hole. The land within a radius of millions of miles had become a void. Turbulence was rampant in the void, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. You too, go in and calm them down. Longevity Sky suddenly turned to the Lotus Sisters and said. Hearing this, the Lotus Sisters nodded without hesitation and were about to rush in. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Yang Kai suddenly stopped them and stretched out his hands. I'll send you in. The Lien sisters glanced at each other and tacitly placed their hands on Yang Kai's palm. Don't resist, Yang Kai ordered, and with a thought, the Lien sisters disappeared from where they stood. I'll go in and have a look too, Yu Ming said. Although she had heard a lot about the sealed world bead from Yang Kai, including how it swallowed continents, strengthened its own world principles, and created a new demon territory, she had never seen it with her own eyes, so she was naturally curious. Since his madam wanted to go in, Yang Kai naturally did not say anything and immediately sent her in. Inside the small sealed world, it was still the same mountain peak. Huoluan stood in front of his wooden house, looked at the crack in the sky, and slowly shook his head. After seeing such a scene, he was no longer shocked at the beginning and had become numb to it. He knew that it must be another continent that was swallowed. Last time, a continent was swallowed, and Huoluan went to talk to the demon race, learning that they were actually from the heavenly Martial continent, but he did not know which continent was swallowed this time. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Huoluan, who was paying attention to the movement in the sky, was shocked and quickly jumped a few steps back and shouted, "Who is it?" Yu Ming turned her head and glanced at him, but found that he was just a low-rank demon king, so she did not pay any more attention. Looking around, she did not see the Lotus Sisters, so she knew that Yang Kai must have separated her from them. The Lotus Sisters had to calm the people, but she did not need to. Chapter 3587. Behind her, Huoluan opened his mouth wide in shock. It wasn't that he recognized Yu Ming, but that he had never seen such a beautiful woman before, especially since Yu Ming had been nourished recently. She had become more and more beautiful. Just now, Huoluan's soul had almost been taken away by her beauty. However, Huoluan wasn't an idiot. He was a low-ranked demon king after all, so he had some knowledge. He knew that this beautiful woman must have an extraordinary identity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have such a graceful and noble temperament. In addition, the Snow Demon King had been here before, so although Huoluan was shocked by Yu Ming's beauty, he didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, he lowered his head and cupped his hands. This lowly one, Huoluan, greets Master. How should I address you, Master? He couldn't see through Yu Ming's cultivation, so he naturally knew that she was stronger than him. Calling her Master wasn't wrong. Yu Ming didn't answer, but she released a little bit of the demon saint's aura. Huoluan knelt on the ground with a plop. This lowly one greets Saint Ming. May Saint Ming's face never grow old and stay young forever. He wailed in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly, otherwise he wouldn't be alive right now. Last time, the Snow Demon King had come, and this time, the Succubus Demon King had also come. What kind of place was this? Why did it attract so many masters? Yu Ming was a little surprised. She turned around and glanced at him, not because this guy's words were interesting, but because he actually recognized her identity. She tilted her head and asked, "You've seen this sovereign before?" "I haven't," Huoluan obediently replied. "Then how do you know who this sovereign is?" Yu Ming was even more curious. Huoluan honestly said, "Among the 12 saint sovereigns in the demon territory, only 3 are women. This lowly one has seen the Snow Demon King before, but this lowly one hasn't seen the Feather Demon. But the Feather Demon clan's characteristics are very obvious. Saint Sovereign is definitely not a Feather Demon, so this lowly one naturally knows Saint Sovereign's identity." Yu Ruming suddenly realized that this person had seen Yu Ruming before. No wonder he could recognize her. She smiled slightly and said, "You're quite clever. Saint Sovereign is too kind. Get up and talk." Yu Ruming raised her hand. Huolin hesitated for a moment. Then he obediently stood up. However, he didn't dare to look at Yu Ruming. Instead, he stared at his toes. The Lord of the Succubus Demon was not someone that could be casually looked at. It was no wonder that his soul had almost been taken away. If he had looked at it a few more times, he was afraid that his soul would have left his body. "You said you've seen Bailey Mo? When did it happen?" Yu Ruming asked casually as she watched the grand occasion in the distance. "Not long ago," Huolin answered honestly. "About half a month ago. Counting the days, it should have been before Yang Kai returned to the Phantom Continent, which coincided with the time when he devoured the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Wu Dalu." Yu Ruming immediately understood that when Yang Kai devoured the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Wu Dalu, he must have taken Bei Liemo in. He secretly gritted his teeth. He actually found out about Yang Kai's secret later than Bei Liemo. When he returned, he would definitely settle the score with Yang Kai. "How long have you been here?" Yu Ruming asked. "More than a year." Yu Ruming was startled. More than a year? Didn't that mean before and after the Battle of Eternal Heaven? Thinking of what Yang Kai said to her before, she asked curiously, "When you first came here, what was this place like?" What she asked was similar to what Chang Tian and Bei Liemo had asked that day. Huolin naturally told her everything he knew. Yu Ruming nodded repeatedly. As time passed, she did feel the changes in this world as the 100-Spirit Continent was devoured. The 100-Spirit Continent took more than 10 days to devour. The entire continent, like the Heaven Martial Continent, had completely turned into a chaotic void. Yang Kai took back the sealed world bead and released Yu Ruming from the small sealed world bead. He then looked at Bei Liemo with a smile, his meaning obvious. Chang Tian was also looking at her. Since the 100-Spirit Continent was devoured, Chang Tian had no way out now. Naturally, he would not let Bei Liemo live alone. Bei Liemo obviously knew this too. Without any nonsense, she turned around and said, "Let's go." The group of 4 exited the world gate and rushed towards the proud snow continent. Halfway there, Yu Ruming left and returned to the Phantom Continent to make preparations. What Yang Kai was going to do next would definitely set off a storm in the entire demon territory. If she did not make arrangements early, it was very likely to cause some unpredictable changes. At the very least, she had to make proper arrangements for her half-saint subordinates. She also had to recall all the half-saint in the 2-realm battlefield. Bei Liemo was no exception to this. A few days later, Yang Kai, Chang Tian, and Bei Liemo arrived at the proud snow continent. After arranging accommodation for the two, Bei Liemo began to summon her half-saint subordinates to make preparations. Chang Tian had bet the future of the 100-Spirit Continent on Yang Kai. He hoped that after the birth of the new demon territory, he would be able to obtain a better future and a wider world for the people of the 100-Spirit Continent. Therefore, he was more concerned about Yang Kai's safety than anyone else. In the proud Snow Ice Palace, he was almost always with Yang Kai. A dignified demon saint-level master had practically become Yang Kai's guard. Yang Kai had advised him several times, but he would not listen, so he just let him be. While Bei Liemo was making preparations, Yang Kai was also checking the map and inquiring information from Chang Tian. He learned that Bei Liemo had 43 continents under her control. Yu Ruming was slightly inferior to her, controlling 38 continents. She originally had 11 half-saint subordinates, but Yu Sang was killed by Mingyu and Insi was killed by Yang Kai. Coupled with the losses she suffered in the Battle of Eternal Heaven, she only had 8 half-saint subordinates. Similarly, Bei Liemo originally had 13 half-saint subordinates, but one died in the Battle of Eternal Heaven, so she only had 12 left. Yang Kai silently counted. Chang Tian, Bei Liemo, and Yu Ruming had a total of 29 half-saint subordinates. Such a terrifying force, after he devoured all the continents, would be able to help him. Although he was still inferior to the other demon saint subordinates, he could at least put up a fight. During this period, Xianxia also asked Xianxia if he could rope in more demon saint subordinates. He did not need many, just one or two would greatly increase his chances of winning. But Xianxia made him give up. Whether it was him, Bailey Mo, or Yu Rumeng, their situations were special. He was unwilling to be left alone and wanted to find a way out for the 100 Spirit Continent. So he boarded Xianxia's ship. Bailey Mo was forced, and Yu Rumeng was forced to do so because of the love between a man and a woman. The other demon saints were not so easy to talk to. If this matter were to spread to them, it would definitely be a storm of attacks with absolutely no room for negotiation. Because of this, Xianxia could only give up. Before his wings were fully grown, he did not want to make this matter known to everyone. Bailey Mo did not delay and came to inform Xianxia 3 days later that everything was ready. Then there was nothing to say. He directly began to devour the proud snow continent. During this period, Bailey Mo had been standing beside Xianxia, looking indifferently at the gradually disappearing proud snow continent, not saying anything. But her mood was definitely not as calm as she looked on the surface. After all, this was the place where she became a demon saint. It was also the place where she was born and raised. If it were not for Xianxia, how could she be willing to let the proud snow continent be devoured? After the proud snow continent, Xianxia rushed to the next continent without stopping. Time passed, and as the continents were devoured one by one, the territory under Li Mo's command shrank little by little. Devouring continents required time. Xianxia remembered that rolling took about 10 days to devour a broken continent at the beginning. Depending on the size of the continent, the time it took to devour varied. However, as the space in the sealed world bead expanded, rolling's size also rapidly grew, and its devouring efficiency seemed to gradually increase. It only took half a month to devour the 100 Spirit Continent. It must be known that the 100 Spirit Continent was one of the largest territories in the entire demon territory. It was almost twice the size of the proud snow continent. It only took about 7 days to devour the proud snow continent, and as time went on, its efficiency gradually increased. Originally, Xianxia was worried that the preparation time of his plan would be too long. After all, Bailey Mo had 43 continents under her command. According to the calculation of 78 days per continent, it would take about a year to devour 43 continents. There were too many variables in this 1 year's time. But now that the efficiency was increasing, it was exciting news. As time passed, the continents were devoured one by one, and the rumbling grew larger and larger. Gradually, it took 56 days to devour a continent, then 34 days, and then 12 days to devour a continent. If it encountered a smaller continent, it would only take half a day to devour it completely. As the continents disappeared from the map of the demon territory, the places where each continent was originally located turned into a void filled with turbulent space flow. With Bailey Mo's arrangements in advance, there were not many accidents during the devouring process. Although the demon race on the continents were frightened, they could only close their eyes and endure this world-destroying disaster. When they opened their eyes again, they had already entered another world. The territory of the small sealed world was rapidly expanding. In less than 3 months, the 43 continents under Li Mo's control had been completely devoured. Not a single one remained. When the last continent was devoured, Xianxia clearly heard Bailey Mo sigh faintly. At this time, she was completely tied to Xianxia, and there was no turning back. Afterwards, Xianxia took her into the sealed world bead and asked her to settle down her people. During this time, Bailey Mo had entered and exited the sealed world bead many times, so she was no stranger to the small sealed world. She could also feel the changes in the small sealed world. Now, this world was undoubtedly much stronger than when she first entered. The 43 intact continents, plus the 100 Spirit Continent, were a huge source of nourishment for the small sealed world. With the enrichment of these continents, the world principles of the small sealed world were rich enough to give birth to an origin king realm cultivator, almost the same as the territory of the lower star field. And this was just the territory of a single demon saint. There were still 11 demon saint territories that had yet to be devoured. If he could devour the territories of the 11 demon saint territories, Xianxia was certain that the small sealed world would grow into a great world not inferior to the star boundary or the demon territory. At that time, a demon saint could be born in this world. Chapter 3588. Devouring an entire demon territory was a massive and lengthy project, not to mention the time required to devour those continents. The remaining demon saint would not be easy to deal with, so if he wanted to devour their territories, it was naturally impossible to do so without interference. However, the recent changes in the sealed world bead made Xianxia wonder if one day Rolling Stone would be able to swallow an entire continent in a single gulp. If that was really the case, who would care if those great devil saints agreed or not? He would bring Raleigh to their territory and release and retract, and a continent would be gone. Another release and retract, and another continent would be gone. Once all of Bei Li Mo's territories have been swallowed up, the next would naturally be Yu Meng's territory. Inside the mysterious small world, atop a nameless mountain, inside a wooden hut, Huoluan was silently circulating his secret art as his demonic chi surged and his stomach rumbled incessantly. This was because he had swallowed a 10,000 demon pill and was in the process of refining it. The energy stored in that 10,000 demon pill was incredibly massive, and as a low-ranked demon king, it would take him several months to fully refine it. Originally, Huoluan was not in the mood to cultivate, as this world was very strange. From time to time, cracks would appear and fragments of continents would rumble out, making Huoluan extremely nervous. On top of that, there was an invisible binding force in this world, as if invisible shackles were binding him, making him feel very uncomfortable and unable to use too much of his strength. At best, he could only display a level of strength that this world's world principles could bear. What was the point of cultivating in such a world? Even if he cultivated to the mid-rank or high-rank Demon King, he would still only be able to treat himself as an origin-returning realm cultivator, Origin King realm cultivator. However, ever since he sensed that the world was slowly changing, Huoluan's silent mood had once again brightened up. Although the laws of this world were still not that great, at least it had been developing in a good direction. In addition, after listening to the conversation between Xianxia, Chang Tian, and Bei Li Mo, he knew about Xianxia's plans and intentions. Thus, his thoughts of cultivating once again became active. Right now, his cultivation as a low-ranked demon king had yet to reach the peak. Naturally, he planned to continue cultivating until he felt a bottleneck. This way, as long as the laws of this world were able to give birth to a mid-rank demon king, he would be able to immediately break through. Cultivators naturally yearned for more profound martial arts. This had nothing to do with the origins of the human race or the demon race. Powerful strength had always been the goal of a cultivator to climb to the peak. Just as Huoluan was eagerly refining the medicinal efficacies of the myriad demons pill, he suddenly frowned and revealed a helpless expression. There was no other reason. Someone had come. He could be considered the first resident of the newly expanded territory of the mysterious small world. Originally, he had been quite lonely, but since Xianxia began to devour the various continents, this world had begun to become lively. Although the territory of the mysterious small world was constantly expanding, the demon race was also very curious about this new world. Many people, after confirming that they were safe, began walking around to investigate this new world. Over the past few months, many visitors had come to this nameless mountain, but most of them only took a quick glance before leaving. Occasionally, there would be a few people who saw Huoluan settle down here, so naturally, they were curious and chatted with him for a while. At first, Huoluan was still in high spirits. Taking advantage of the fact that he was the first resident of this world, he interacted with the visitors. However, as time passed, this kind of thing became somewhat annoying, especially after he decided to continue to cultivate and break through to the middle-grade Devil King realm. He set up a restriction around his wooden house to prevent others from approaching. Now that someone had come and touched the barrier, he naturally felt it. However, Hullun didn't intend to pay attention to it. The myriad demon's pill was extremely precious, and although he had obtained thousands of them, he never had the habit of wasting them. If he were to interrupt at this time, although the medicinal efficacies of the myriad demon's pill wouldn't be completely wasted, it would definitely be reduced. Although he didn't pay attention to it, the newcomer seemed to be quite interested in this place and walked around the wooden house for a while before stopping. Then, the barrier was suddenly broken. Hua Luan's eyelids twitched as he immediately flew into a rage, got up, and pushed open the door, cursing loudly. Which bastard? At this point, he fell silent and stared straight ahead, because in front of him, there was a woman with a slightly pale complexion who looked weak and delicate standing in the same place at a loss. Beside her was a pattern of a ferocious head that was slowly disappearing, but it was the sign of the restriction being broken. Too embarrassed to continue cursing, this woman was too beautiful. The moment the two sides met, Hualuan's anger was extinguished, especially when he saw the expression on the other side's face at this moment. It was like a child who had done something wrong, so Hualuan really couldn't bring himself to curse. But even if he didn't curse, he was still quite angry. He had clearly set up a barrier nearby, and anyone with a discerning eye should be able to see through the master's intention to reject guests. So what was wrong with this woman? Not only did she not leave, but she also broke his barrier in such a short time. From this, it could be seen that the other side's eyesight and cultivation were definitely higher than his, but Hualun wasn't afraid of anything. He was someone who had seen several demon saint. Those several demon saint were very polite to him. So who in this demon territory could make him afraid? Moreover, in this strange world, because of the restrictions of the world's laws, everyone's strength had a limit. Basically, everyone was pulled to the same starting line. So if they really fought, it was hard to say who was stronger. A look of boredom appeared on Hualuan's face as he said, "What's wrong with you? Why did you break this king's barrier?" A trace of red appeared on the woman's pale face, and she hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to see what this barrier was, who knew that I would accidentally break it." The word accidentally made the veins on Hualuan's forehead bulge. If it weren't for the sincere look on the woman's face when she spoke, he would definitely think that she was deliberately provoking him and mocking him for his inferior means. Staring straight at her and making sure that she really didn't mean to mock him, Hualuan's face relaxed a little, and he softened his voice and said, "Are you new here?" "What?" The woman tilted her head and looked confused. Hualuan impatiently said, "I asked if you just came in from outside." It was so tiring to talk to this woman. If it weren't for her beauty, he wouldn't have bothered to talk to her. If he had the time, wouldn't it be better to refine the effects of the myriad demon pill? "I've been here for half a month." The woman suddenly realized. Heh. Hualuan hurriedly put on the posture of a senior. "This world is different from the places you stayed in outside. I'm afraid you haven't adapted in half a month, right? Let me tell you, the first time I came here, it took me more than half a year to slowly adapt to this place." The woman didn't show the slightest bit of impatience after hearing his long-winded speech. She even asked him a few questions after hearing his interesting words. This made Hualuan have a good impression of her, and he felt that this beautiful woman was fine except for being a little dazed and absent-minded. Perhaps he also felt that he was a little long-winded, so after imparting his experience of living in this world, Hualuan stopped talking and asked, "Which continent are you from?" The beautiful woman was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "I'm from the Cloud Shadow Continent." "Cloud Shadow Continent. I know, it's the continent of Saint Senior Yu Rumeng." Hualuan nodded repeatedly, showing that he was very knowledgeable. The main reason was that he had just met Yu Rumeng last time, so when he heard the words Cloud Shadow Mainland, he immediately remembered. He then asked, "Which race are you from?" This time, the beautiful woman didn't answer and just slowly shook her head. Hualuan didn't care. If the other party didn't want to say, he couldn't force her. This was just a small matter. "Excuse me, does this mountain belong to you?" the beautiful woman suddenly asked. Hualuan laughed when he heard this, This place has a master, but that's not me. I'm just a guest. The real master of this place is someone else. That master, the woman stretched out her hand and pointed, cutting him off. I want to settle down over there, is that okay? Originally, Huolun was a little unhappy about being interrupted, but looking in the direction she was pointing, his eyes lit up. You want to be my neighbor? The nameless mountain he occupied was originally not very big, but as the mysterious small world continued to devour, the mountain range had gradually expanded. At this moment, within 100 kilometers of this mountain range, there were 3 peaks arranged in a triangular shape with a valley in the middle. There were already some flowers and plants growing in this valley, as well as a clear lake. The scenery was quite decent. At this moment, the beautiful woman was pointing at one of the 3 peaks. Seeing Huolun act like this, the beautiful woman lowered her head and said, "If it's inconvenient, then forget it. I'll look around again." Although the territory of the mysterious small world was large, because of the reconstruction and fusion during the mysterious small world, there weren't many suitable places to live at this stage. She had walked for half a month before finally finding this place. If not for this, she wouldn't have broken Huolun's barrier. Huolun laughed and said, "What's so inconvenient about that? I can't ask for anything more than a beautiful girl like you as my neighbor. Go ahead and live with them. You can choose whichever one you like, or even both of them." The woman smiled shyly. "I only want one. Sorry to disturb you." Saying so, she turned around and left. Huolun called out after her, "This king is Huolun. What's your name?" The woman paused for a moment before lightly replying, "Li Shiqing." Looking at her departing back, Huolun rubbed his chin and frowned. Li Shiqing. This name sounded good, but why did it feel a little strange, as if she had come from a foreign territory? Shaking his head, Huolun walked back to his room and began meditating to refine the medicinal efficacies of the myriad demon pills. Suddenly having a beautiful woman as a neighbor put Huolun in a good mood. He didn't even care that his cultivation had been disturbed. In any case, he had thousands of myriad demon pills, so wasting some of their medicinal efficacies wasn't a big deal. Chapter 3589. Now that there was another person on the nameless mountain, it naturally became livelier. While Huolun was cultivating, he would occasionally see Li Shiqing's busy figure on the mountain to his left. Since they were going to settle down, they had to find a place to stay. Fortunately, there were trees on the mountain, so building a tree house shouldn't be too difficult. In just a few days of work, a small building with a foot on the ground had already taken shape. The 2 mountains were only a few dozen kilometers apart, so Huolun's eyesight was quite good, so he could naturally see everything clearly. Looking at the exquisite little house, then looking at his own wooden house, Huolun had the urge to tear down his wooden house and build a new one, but this was just a thought. It was just a place to stay, so it didn't matter if it was ugly. As long as it was habitable, it was fine. This could be considered a housewarming celebration, so Huolun wanted to pay a visit to congratulate her, but on second thought, she was a woman, so it wouldn't be right for him to go over. If he didn't do it well, it might cause some misunderstandings. After all, they were neighbors, and they would be familiar with each other in the future, so he gave up on the idea. However, Li Shiqing seemed to have sensed his gaze, and when she looked up, she nodded slightly at him. Ever since a beautiful neighbor appeared on the mountain next to it, the nameless mountain changed its appearance every few days. When he came out of seclusion for the second time, Huolun habitually glanced at the neighboring mountain, then rubbed his eyes, almost unable to recognize it. He saw that the mountain over there was a field of red flowers, green willows, and fragrant birds. The scenery was beautiful. After a few days, the valley between the 3 mountains also changed its appearance. There were some flowers and plants in the valley that even Huolun didn't know the names of, and standing in front of his wooden house, he could even smell the fragrance of the flowers carried by the breeze. This was a woman who loved flowers, Huolun thought to himself. However, this was her interest, so he wasn't in a position to say anything. Not to mention, the scenery of the nameless mountain had become quite extraordinary, and it was even more suitable for living. After a few more days, Huolun was stunned again when he came out of seclusion because there were some flowers and plants on his mountain, adding a touch of liveliness to it. He raised his head and looked into the distance. On another uninhabited mountain peak, there was a lithe figure bustling about. Hualun couldn't help laughing one day. Half a month later, Hualun was meditating in his room when he was suddenly alarmed by the sound of fighting. The sound of fighting was not far from where he was. It should be in the valley below the mountain peak. Hualun also felt a sense of familiarity when he heard the sound of someone yelling. It was his neighbor. He immediately got up, opened a door, and looked towards the valley. He saw two figures moving back and forth in the valley, fighting fiercely. The originally colorful valley was now in a mess, and the unknown flowers had all withered. Just as he expected, one of the combatants was his neighbor, and the other was a burly man with bulging muscles. He looked like a force demon. Whether it was his neighbor or this Liemo, their cultivations should be quite good, at least higher than Hualun's, but because of the limitations of this world's world principles, even if they were strong, it was difficult for them to display much of their strength. The strength they displayed was only at the Origin King realm. However, even if their strengths were on the same starting line, Hualun's beautiful neighbor was not Li Mo's opponent. This could not be helped as Li Mo's body was extremely tough and his strength was infinite. In the Origin King realm, the stronger one's physique was, the more advantage they had. The fight should not have lasted long, but Hualun found that his neighbor was completely at a disadvantage. Relying on her dexterity, Hualun was constantly dodging Li Mo's attacks, while Li Mo's eyes flashed a lustful light as he grinned wickedly. Every punch and kick he sent out seemed simple and clumsy, but each of his strikes was powerful enough to make one pale. The corner of Hualun's eyes twitched, not knowing whether he should just stand by and watch or rush over to help his neighbor. Speaking of which, Hualun and his neighbor had many interactions, let alone a friendship, so even if he stood by and did nothing, no one would blame him. However, seeing the lewd grin on Li Mo's face, Hualun knew that if his neighbor was defeated, his fate would not be any better. It was definitely not something that could be resolved with just death. Out of the corner of his eye, Hualun caught a glimpse of red. Turning his head, he saw the flowers and plants his neighbor had planted a few days ago, blooming bright red flowers that swayed in the wind. The floral fragrance wafted into his nose, making him feel refreshed. Fuck! Hualun grit his teeth and cursed, no longer hesitating. Pushing his demonic chi, he rushed down the mountain valley. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly saw a blood cloud charging out from the side and approaching the battlefield at an even faster speed. It was aggressive and overflowing with blood flames. Another helper? Hualun was shocked and pushed his demonic chi even harder. At the same time, he took out two axes and shouted, "Be careful." These words were meant to warn Li Shiqing. Inside the mountain valley, Li Shiqing, who was fighting Liemo, was at a disadvantage, but when she saw the blood-red cloud rushing over, she couldn't help showing a bitter look on her face. She had been planting flowers in the mountain valley today, but who would have thought that Liemo would suddenly descend from the sky and attack her after a few flirting words? His intentions were obvious. Thinking about it, she was the disciple of the great emperor's flower shadow. Although her temperament was weak and gentle, since her enemy had taken action, how could she just sit there and wait for death? This Liemo was definitely a high-rank demon king, and even though he was limited by the world principles of this world and could not display too much strength, only being able to display the strength of an Origin King, his combat experience was still there. Coupled with his extraordinary strength, it wasn't long before Li Shiqing fell into a disadvantage. At this time, another blood demon had suddenly appeared, so the bitterness in Li Shiqing's heart could be imagined. She secretly made up her mind that if she was really cornered today, she would immediately use her flower burial secret technique. Even if she had to die, she couldn't tarnish the reputation of her sect. In a flash, the blood-red cloud had already rushed into the battlefield while Hualun was still 10 kilometers away. The two axes in his hands glowed with demonic chi as he continued to shout and run as fast as he could. At this time, he wished he could grow a pair of wings on his back. This beautiful woman was a good neighbor, actually planting so many flowers in front of his house. No one had ever been so kind to him before. When he saw those flowers that had just sprouted a few days ago, Huolun was truly moved. How could Huolun bear to see such a good neighbor suffer an accident? Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the blood-red cloud suddenly rushed into the battle. Huolun called out in surprise as his eyes bulged and he stared forward. This was because the blood-red cloud didn't do anything to his neighbor and instead directly crashed into Power Demon. When the blood-red cloud rushed over, Power Demon was obviously vigilant, but the blood-red cloud was simply too fast. The Blood Demon clan's movement technique was second to none in the entire demon territory, so before Power Demon could react, he was hit head-on. Immediately after, the blood-red cloud wrapped around the blood-red cloud, and a fierce battle broke out. In the next moment, the blood-red cloud retracted and landed in front of Xianxia, revealing a heroic figure, like a mountain that could block a storm. As for Power Demon, he took a few steps back and stared forward with a cold expression. Behind the Blood Demon, Xianxia was startled. This figure gave her a very familiar feeling. If she hadn't confirmed that it was a Blood Demon, Xianxia would have thought that it was Xianxia. However, only the Blood Demon clan could use blood secret techniques, so the person in front of her was definitely not Xianxia. What's more, Xianxia should have been in the devouring demon territory recently. So how could he have the time to pay attention to this place? Are you okay? A slightly deep voice called out from the front, one that was quite magnetic. Xianxia knew that he was asking her, so she nodded and replied softly, I'm fine. At this moment, Huolun finally arrived. He was holding two giant axes that were half the height of a man. He looked quite majestic. He landed on the side and glanced at the Blood Demon, then at Xianxia, and asked, How is it? Xianxia shook her head, her voice still soft. I'm fine. Huolun nodded. That's good. Huolun glanced at the Blood Demon again. Although they didn't know each other, Huolun still nodded at the Blood Demon kindly as a form of greeting. There were very few chivalrous people in the demon race, but beautiful women always had some advantages. Huolun felt that this Blood Demon should have helped them because of this. But in any case, this guy was one of them. 3 against 1, the situation was quite clear. With only the strength of an Origin King, even if Liemo had extraordinary means, he wouldn't be able to use them. Continuing to stay here would only be inviting humiliation. So after sweeping his eyes over Huolun and the Blood Demon, Liemo coldly snorted and suddenly retreated quickly. You want to leave after coming here? The Blood Demon sneered. What do you think this place is? Saying so, his body shook and a sea of blood suddenly burst open, turning the originally lush and colorful mountain valley into a boundless blood-red color. All of this happened so suddenly that Huolun thought that there was some kind of deep hatred between Liemo and this Blood Demon. Otherwise, why would Liemo stop him from leaving? At a glance, it was obvious that this Blood Demon wasn't someone to be trifled with. Being able to repel him was one thing, but to actually fight him to the death was a bit too much. Just as Huolun was thinking so, the Blood Demon suddenly turned to look at him and asked, Where is this place? He himself didn't know where he was. How could Huolun know that this place didn't have a name, but a timid voice suddenly called out, 10,000 Flower Valley. How come I didn't know this place was called 10,000 Flower Valley? Huolun was a little dumbfounded. He never thought that his neighbor would even have a name for this place, but 10,000 Flower Valley it didn't sound too bad. Nodding, Huolun said, Yes, this is 10,000 Flower Valley. The Blood Demon sneered again, releasing an evil aura. Inside 10,000 Flower Valley, you can only enter but not leave. Stay here obediently. Damn, since when was there such a rule here? I was the first one to live here, okay? Huolun blinked. Chapter 3590. Half an hour later, in 10,000 Flower Valley, the sea of blood suddenly receded, revealing 3 figures. Xianxia, Hun, and the blood demon. As for the burly man from before, he had long since disappeared without a trace. With 3 against 1, the outcome was already set in stone. On the path of martial Tao, there was no shortage of bloodshed, and life and death could be decided with a single thought. It had to be said that the man who came here today was truly amazing. His strength was formidable, and his methods were extraordinary. In a one-on-one fight, none of the 3 would be his opponent. After this battle, whether it was the blood demon or Huolin, both of them had some wounds on their bodies. Only Li Shiqing remained unscathed, but her face was slightly pale, obviously having consumed a great deal of energy. After this life and death battle, the 3 of them felt a sense of appreciation for each other. Li Shiqing immediately expressed her thanks. Today's matter was caused by her, and since Huolin and the blood demon had both come to help, she naturally had to thank them. Hearing her call him Big Brother Hua, Huolin felt a little strange, but he was even happier and gladly accepted it. The blood demon, on the other hand, was very forthright, waving his hand and saying, "There's no need to thank us. A man bullying a woman is just a sore sight. If you really want to thank us, give us some wine. Do you have any?" "Yes." Li Shiqing nodded quickly. She didn't drink much herself, but there was some flower wine she brewed herself in her space ring. The fragrance of the wine was rich and mellow, and since the 2 of them had saved her life today, she immediately invited the blood demon and Huolin to sit on her peak to express her gratitude. Huolin was still hesitating, but the blood demon immediately agreed without the slightest hesitation. Compared to the other party's forthrightness, Huolin was a little narrow-minded, but there was nothing else to say, and he simply followed. On the peak of the mountain, there was a full set of tables and chairs. Li Shiqing cooked a few dishes herself and took out a few jars of flower wine to entertain her 2 saviors. The banquet was a vegetarian one. There was no meat, and the dishes seemed to be made of some strange flowers. However, Li Shiqing was very clever, and these flowers made the dishes very enjoyable for Bloodseeker and Huolin. Huolin was full of praises for her. After 3 rounds of wine, Huolin and Blood Demon were a little tipsy. Li Shiqing also drank a few mouthfuls. Her pure white face had a layer of red, which was very beautiful. They had fought side by side before, and now that they were exchanging toasts, they naturally became more familiar with each other. Li Shiqing and Huolin both reported their names and looked at Bloodseeker. Blood Demon drank a mouthful of wine and said casually, "Mo Sheng." With a crash, Huolin stood up in shock and said with wide eyes, "Demon Saint?" The blood demon laughed, as if he had expected this. He told Huolin his name in detail. Huolin let out a sigh of relief and sat down with a bitter smile. He was still a little scared. This Mo Sheng came from a continent under Bei Li Mo's control. Xianxia had already swallowed up Bei Li Mo's territory, so the demon race had naturally entered the small sealed world as well. His name was really a coincidence, Mo Sheng. Mo Sheng. Those who didn't know him would think he was a demon saint. Huolin really didn't know how this guy had lived until now. If he had this name, Huolin estimated that he would be beaten to death sooner or later. "Girl, you're not from the demon race, are you?" Mo Sheng took a sip of wine and suddenly asked. Huolin raised the glass of wine to his mouth slightly and turned to look at Li Shiqing. Previously, he didn't notice anything strange about this beautiful neighbor of his, only thinking that her name was a bit strange. But when they started fighting just now, Huolin discovered that Li Shiqing didn't have any demonic qi and wasn't using her demonic qi. Instead, it was similar to the power displayed by those from the Star Boundary. However, he had never been to the Star Boundary, nor had he participated in the War of Two Worlds, so he wasn't too sure. On the other hand, Mo Sheng was straightforward and asked this question without hesitation. Li Shiqing pursed her red lips and glanced over at Mo Sheng, but found that the other party seemed to be asking casually with a calm expression, not intending to get to the bottom of it. However, there was no need to hide this matter, so she nodded and said, "I'm from the human race." Human race? Huolin was shocked. This beautiful neighbor was really from the Star Boundary. Only there would be humans in the Star Boundary. However, Imo Shang seemed to have expected this and wasn't surprised. I heard that Saint Venerable Yu Rumeng has a human called Yang Kai who is highly regarded by the Saint Venerable. Do you know him? Li Shiqing said indifferently. Yes. Imo Shang was obviously interested in Yang Kai, so he immediately became spirited and said, I heard that he participated in the battle of eternal heaven and stole the opportunity of the great emperors. Is it true? What battle of eternal heaven? Huoluan was confused. After the battle of eternal heaven, Yang Kai fled to the Cloud Shadow continent and caught Huoluan midway, borrowing his power to pass through the Realm Gate. So Huoluan didn't know about this at all. Brotherhood doesn't know? Imo Shang looked at him strangely. Huoluan shook his head. Imo Shang immediately told him the whole story of the Battle of Eternal Heaven. In fact, he only heard about it from hearsay and didn't participate in it himself. However, this matter had caused a stir in the entire territory of the Devil race and was very popular. There were very few people who didn't know about it. Huoluan listened with his mouth wide open, continuously swallowing saliva. The opportunity of the great emperors. What kind of incredible thing was this? The master who created this world actually had such great fortune. No wonder he picked up the remains of a half-saint. It turned out that the Eternal Heaven continent had swallowed that half-saint, and that great emperors had obviously been killed by the Bright Moon continent. In other words, he had obtained the legacy of a great emperor from the star boundary. After he finished speaking, Imo Shang turned to look at Li Shiqing and said, You and he are both humans, so you should be familiar with each other, right? Li Shiqing was silent for a moment. Then, she stroked her hair behind her ear, picked up a wine jar, and poured a cup of wine for the two of them. She shook her head and said, Not really. Seeing that she was a little repulsed by this topic, Imo Shang and Huoluan stopped talking about it. After the banquet, Imo Shang stood up and pointed at another mountain peak, asking, Does that mountain have a master? Huoluan shook his head, no. Imo Shang laughed loudly. Then from now on, it has a master. As he spoke, he grabbed an unfinished jar of flower wine from the table, put on his shoulder, and swaggered toward the ownerless mountain peak. Huoluan laughed. Brother Mo's personality is really free and easy. Now, all 3 peaks of 10,000 Flower Valley have master. However, this was a good thing. It wouldn't have mattered if they were strangers, but the key was that the 3 of them had fought side by side today. If they encountered any trouble in the future, they could help each other. The current world wasn't peaceful. At the beginning of the world's creation, people's hearts were unstable, and all kinds of monsters appeared. Today, there was a power demon, and the day after tomorrow, there might be a corpse demon or bone demon or something. After Imo Shang left, Huoluan didn't stay any longer. After thanking Li Shiqing for her hospitality, he quickly left. In the void of nothingness, Yang Kai and Chang Tian stood side by side. In the distant void, a huge rolling figure covered the sky and the earth, continuously devouring the continent. Behind the two, Boya stared at the rolling figure in a daze. She couldn't be more shocked. This was the first time she saw a rolling figure, and the first time she saw a continent being slowly devoured like a pancake. How could she not be shocked? Continue. Yang Kai's voice rang out, and Boya slowly came back to her senses. She organized her words and continued. After that battle, Li Shiqing, Huoluan, and Imo Shang lived in the 3 peaks of 10,000 Flower Valley. The 3 of them often visited each other and got along quite well. Yang Kai nodded. Did you find out where that power demon came from? Regarding Li Shiqing, Yang Kai was having a headache. Ever since she saw him kill the great Emperor's Mingyu in the Eternal Heaven continent, Li Shiqing's attitude towards him had taken a huge turn. It was as if there was some kind of irreconcilable hatred between them. Last time, she even tried to assassinate him in Cloud Shadow Mainland City Guarding Palace. A month ago, when Yang Kai returned to Cloud Shadow Mainland, although Li Shiqing didn't do anything unwise, her attitude towards him was extremely cold. After Cloud Shadow Mainland was devoured, Li Shiqing stayed in the small sealed world bead. Later, Yang Kai learned that Li Shiqing had left alone and no one knew where she had gone. It was not easy for an ordinary person to find someone in the vast small sealed world bead. They might not even be able to find her for the rest of their lives. However, the small sealed world bead was Xianxia's territory, so after sweeping it with his divine sense, he was able to find Li Shiqing. He then used some means to send Boya not far from Li Shiqing and ordered her to secretly pay attention to Li Shiqing's safety and report to him if anything happened. For this reason, Xianxia also left a space secret technique sealed in the space spirit jade for Boya. In a moment of crisis, Boya only needed to crush the space spirit jade, and Xianxia would be able to sense it. Boya clearly saw what happened in 10,000 Flower Valley a few days ago, but at that time, even without Mo Sheng and Huoluan's help, she would have secretly helped Li Shiqing deal with that power demon, so there was no need to inform Xianxia. Later, Huoluan took action and Mo Sheng appeared out of nowhere, so there was no need for her to expose herself. Today, when Xianxia summoned her from the small sealed world bead to ask about Li Shiqing's situation, Boya naturally had to report what happened at that time. Hearing Xianxia's question, Boya replied, "I did, but the demon race in the small sealed world is a mix of crooks and dragons, so I couldn't find any clues." "What about that blood demon? That guy called Mo Sheng?" Xianxia asked again. "This Mo Sheng is indeed the demon king of one of the continents under Bei Li Mo's command. There is no mistake about it. They couldn't find out the origin of the power demon because there was no trace of it, but Mo Sheng had mentioned his origin before, so it was easy to find out." Mo Sheng. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. "Do you think it was a coincidence, or does he have ulterior motives?" Boya pondered for a moment before replying. "It should be a coincidence, right? Also, that Mo Sheng's temperament isn't bad. He's very straightforward and generous. He doesn't seem like a scheming person." Xianxia nodded. "It's best if he doesn't have ulterior motives. Pay close attention to that side, especially that Mo Sheng. Report to me if anything happens." Although Li Shiqing didn't give him any face, Xianxia couldn't just ignore her. If something happened to Li Shiqing in the small sealed world, he really wouldn't be able to explain it to the great emperors. "Yes," Boya nodded seriously. Chapter 3591. Anyway, I'll be leaving on the 17th to participate in Yuan Salon. I'm going to Japan this time, so I have to save up some manuscripts in the next few days. Otherwise, I won't be able to write much when I get there. Xianxia was about to put her into the sealed world bead and send her to the 10,000 Flower Valley when Boya suddenly said, "By the way, that Mo Sheng's back looks very similar to yours." Xianxia was stunned for a moment, but he didn't say anything. Under the surge of his space principles, Boya disappeared. "Trouble has come." Chang Tian, who was standing next to him, suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed on the void in front of him as if he could see through the barrier of space. "I'll have to trouble Senior." Xianxia nodded gently. Trouble should have come a long time ago, so he wasn't surprised. It took him 3 months to devour Bei Li Mo's territory, and another month to devour Yu Rumeng's territory. After such a long time, it was impossible for the other demon saint to not notice such a big change in the demon territory. Since they noticed, they would definitely track him down and investigate. So Xianxia already knew that as long as he made a move, it wouldn't be long before he clashed with the other demon saint. However, he was already satisfied with the 4-month buffer period. There was still half of Yu Rumeng's territory left to be devoured, and he only needed 1 more month to complete the task. At that time, he could set his sights on the territories of the other demon saint. As for how much he could devour, it would depend on how the other demon saint dealt with it. "Be careful, don't die." As Chang Tian's voice fell, he had already taken a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already 100 kilometers away, and with another step, he disappeared from Xianxia's sight. As soon as he left, Xianxia immediately pushed his demon chi to protect himself. At the same time, he opened the demon eye of annihilation in his right eye to monitor the surroundings. He didn't know how many demon saint had come, but he was sure that there weren't many demon saint, maybe only one. After all, demon saint's time was precious, and most of their souls were injured in the last battle of eternal heaven. They must be healing now, so who would run around for no reason? Those who could trace this place must be the demon saint bordering Bei Liemo or Yu Rumeng's territory. Only those few could be the first to discover the abnormality of these many continents. In the void, Chang Tian suddenly stopped and stared ahead with an indifferent expression. After a long time, he said, "Brother Zhu's escape technique is extraordinary, but even this chaotic void can't block your aura. I can smell it from thousands of miles away. So what's the point of hiding?" A figure suddenly appeared a few dozen kilometers away from where Chang Tian was. This figure was thin, like a shriveled corpse. His skin was as white as paper, and he looked ferocious. He was one of the 12 demon saints in the demon territory, the lord of corpse demons, Wuxia. Chang Tian. Zhuan stared at Chang Tian with his eyes that looked like a dead fish. His eyes were white, and his pupils were the size of a needle. He looked horrible, and his voice was dry as if he hadn't spoken for hundreds of years. "Why are you here?" Chang Tian didn't answer, but asked, "Why can't this king be here?" Wuxia didn't want to be entangled with him, and turned to look around. What happened here? And what happened to the other continents under Yu Rumeng? What does this have to do with the human race? The demon saints were not stupid. Only a great divine technique could make the continents disappear. In all of demon, no one had such an ability. However, as he continued investigating, he discovered that the continents showed signs of being devoured. It wasn't until he came here and saw Raleigh that Zhu and realized the truth behind the continents being devoured. Rolling's body was full of strong spatial fluctuations, and the space around him was cracked. It was not difficult for him to associate it with Yang Kai. Chang Tian didn't answer. The corners of Zhu Qia's mouth twitched as if he wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. His dry voice sounded again. "It seems that you are with that human. Chang Tian, this king advises you not to seek your own death. You should know the consequences of being my enemy." Chang Tian said coldly, "This king has learned about it tens of thousands of years ago." Zhu Qia's needle-like eyes widened slightly. He pointed forward and said, "This king is going to deal with that boy. Get out of my way." Chang Tian didn't say anything. He reached out and grabbed at the air, and a pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Dragon Fang sword, refined from Chang Tian's own Dragon Fang. It was incomparably sharp and could cut through anything. Chang Tian's attitude was obvious. There was no need to say anything. Zhu Qia roared, and the corpse chi on his body rolled. He raised his hand, and 3 black coffins appeared in front of him. As soon as the coffins appeared, there was a series of banging sounds from inside, and a monstrous evil chi rolled out. It seemed that some peerless monster was about to break out of the coffins. Before he could cast another spell, Chang Tian had already slashed at him with the sword. The demonic chi rolled and turned into a huge black dragon that was hundreds of feet long. It shook its head and swung its tail, destroying the void. "Strike first and gain the upper hand." Zhu Qia's expression didn't change. He made a hand seal, and the demonic chi in the coffins filled the air. With 3 muffled sounds, the monsters in the coffins came out. All of them looked terrifying with green faces and fangs. The 3 monsters looked up to the sky and howled. Shockwaves visible to the naked eye spread out crazily, and then met the black dragon. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The master of the 100-spirit continent and the master of the corpse devil fought fiercely. Except for the strong rise of Chang Tian tens of thousands of years ago, the demon saint rarely had a chance to fight in the demon territory. The most recent time was the Battle of Eternal Heaven, but at that time, the demon saint teamed up to fight against the great emperors of the Bright Moon, so it didn't count. But at this moment, Zhu Qia and Chang Tian were fighting alone. It was not that they hadn't fought before. Tens of thousands of years ago, they had fought several times, but there was no clear winner. Tens of thousands of years later, the situation was still the same. No one could do anything to the other. Suddenly, Zhu Qia sneered, "That boy is dead." Chang Tian thrust out his sword and responded indifferently. "Is it Qi Yin or Mo Can? Or perhaps both of them are here?" Zhu Qia, Qi Yin, and Mo were the neighbors of Yu Meng and Bailey Mo. If there was anyone who noticed the abnormalities of the continents first, it would be them. Now that Wuxia had appeared, at least one of the remaining two had come here. It was just that he hadn't shown up yet. He must have taken advantage of the time when Chang Tian was delayed to find trouble with Yang Kai. Wuxia was startled. "Aren't you worried at all?" Chang Tian said. "What's there to be worried about?" Wuxia's pupils were only as big as needles, and he couldn't shrink any further. He gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible. Yu Meng isn't with that boy. I've seen this clearly before. Without the demon saint's protection, he will die." Chang Tian said coldly, "He won't die." While the two were talking and fighting, Yang Kai's face suddenly became serious. He looked at the void in front of him and said, "Which saint has come? Why don't you show yourself?" As the void distorted and the raging flames roiled, a fiery light suddenly appeared 10 kilometers away. Inside this fiery light was a figure, and even from 10 kilometers away, the scorching heat caused the demonic qi protecting Yang Kai's body to evaporate. The master of flame devils, Qi Yan. Yang Kai had seen all the demon saint in the battle of eternal heaven, and Qi Yan's characteristics were so obvious. He naturally recognized him. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "So, it's Senior Qi Yan. Excuse my lack of manners." Qi Yan looked at Yang Kai, then turned to look at the huge figure in the distance who was devouring the continents. His eyes were like fire as he shouted, "Boy, what the hell are you doing? Do you think you have lived too long?" Yang Kai showed a puzzled expression. "Why do you say that, Senior Qi Yan?" Qi Yan sneered. "Don't tell me this isn't your doing." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Senior Qi Yan is right. This is my doing. You have guts. You actually dare to devour the continents in the demon territory." Qi Yan immediately shouted angrily. His shout was mixed with scorching divine soul power, which pierced Yang Kai's knowledge sea like fire and burned his divine soul. Senior Qi Yan is wise. Yang Kai had no choice but to do this. It was also for the sake of the demon territory. Yang Kai cupped his hands again in a polite manner. The flames in Qi Yan's eyes jumped twice, and he couldn't hide his surprise. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, that angry shout wasn't something a high-ranked demon king could bear. In his estimation, Yang Kai would at least be injured, but this boy was completely fine. This was really surprising. A high-ranked demon king had such a powerful divine soul cultivation? Or did he have some kind of protective treasure on him? Suppressing his doubts, Qi Yan laughed wildly. "For the sake of the demon territory? What a big tone. Are you from the demon race? How dare you boast so shamelessly?" Yang Kai said seriously, "This has nothing to do with whether I am from the demon race or not." Qi Yan snorted coldly. "Yu Meng fought for you in vain. I didn't expect you to seek your own death. It's really a waste of her painstaking efforts." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Senior Qi Yan is wrong. Senior Qi Yan has treated me well. Naturally, I have to give her a peach and return the favor. This is just a bright road for the demon territory in a future." Without giving him a chance to speak again, Yang Kai continued, "The demon territory is falling apart. The realm gate is unstable, and the continents are gradually disappearing. Sooner or later, it will be destroyed. This boy now has the ability to reshape the demon race territory. Naturally, I can't hide it. Reshape the laws of the demon territory, turn the pieces into the whole." The flames on Qi Yan's body suddenly surged, showing his mood was unstable. He looked back at the rolling stone and said, "That's the method?" "Exactly." Yang Kai nodded. "If not, how could this boy have the ability to behave atrociously in Senior Qi Yan's territory? I have to get her approval. Where is Yu Meng?" Qi Yan turned his head and looked around. "Not here." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and looked at Qi Yan eagerly. "This boy here has to ask Senior Qi Yan to help me. This boy is willing to swear that after the matter is done, I will repay Senior Qi Yan twice." "Help you? How can I help you?" Qi Yan asked. "Let this boy swallow the continent under Senior Qi Yan. That is to help me." Qi Yan didn't speak, just looked at him coldly. His body leaned forward slightly, and the oppressive momentum came to him. He said faintly, "Say it again." Sure enough, Kai Yang repeated himself, his face full of sincerity. Chapter 3592. Suddenly, Qian laughed loudly, his laughter like thunder, the flames on his body rolling. After a while, Qian stopped laughing, his eyes as cold as ice. "Your courage is not small." Yang Kai sighed. "It seems that Holy Senior does not agree. What a pity." Qian said, "If it is as you say, this senior can capture you and succeed." "So, Holy Senior wants to kill me?" Yang Kai looked at him calmly. Qian looked around. Yang Kai said, "Holy Senior Rumeng is not here." When his words fell, Qian had already raised his hand, and a flame turned into a rope, rolling towards Yang Kai. A graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Feeling the scorching power, her pretty face couldn't help but change. Pushing her demonic chi, an icy aura suddenly rose and turned into an ice barrier, blocking in front of her. The flames collided, melting each other, and the void exploded. "Bastard!" Two angry shouts came out at the same time. It was Bai Liemo and Qian. Bai Liemo was annoyed in her heart. Originally, she was fine in the small sealed world bead, but suddenly she felt a force pulling her here, and before she could react, she was facing Qian. Cold and hot were incompatible. Among the many demon saint, although Bai Liemo and Yu Rumeng did not get along, that was only because they were next to each other. However, if there was one demon saint that she disliked the most, it was definitely not Yu Rumeng, but Qian. The two demon saint were proficient in completely opposite principles, so they were each other's nemesis. In the territories of other demon saint, there were many different races of demon race, but only Bai Liemo's territory did not have a single flame demon, and Qian's territory did not have a single snow demon. For Yang Kai to bring her out to face Qian at this time was a perfect match for him. Qian scolded because he felt that he had been deceived by Yang Kai and was a little angry. He had clearly checked carefully and found that there was no one else around except for Yang Kai. He did not expect Bai Liemo to suddenly appear. Yang Kai shrugged. "Saint Senior Rumeng really isn't here." Yu Rumeng was still in the sealed world bead. "Bai Liemo," Qian roared. At this time, he couldn't care less about being angry with Yang Kai. Compared to him, Bai Liemo was actually helping Yang Kai. His voice was full of disbelief as he asked, "Are you crazy?" Bai Liemo didn't answer. Her delicate body trembled as icicles suddenly appeared behind her. Each icicle emitted a cold light and was several meters long. She pointed forward and shouted, "Go!" The sound of something tearing through the air was incessant, and the countless ice-cold attacks covered the sky and covered the earth as they blasted towards Crimson Flame. Crimson Flame raised his hands and sent out countless fireballs, each of which corresponded to an icicle. A moment later, the fireball and the icicle covered each other and burst out clouds of mist in the void, causing a series of explosions. Before the first move had even ended, another one followed. Bai Liemo formed a series of seals with her hands, separating them, then bringing them together, shouting in a low voice, "Seal!" A huge block of ice suddenly appeared in the void, directly freezing the place where Qian was standing. The vast expanse of space was completely frozen, and even Qian was sealed inside. However, in the next moment, flames burst out from Qian's body and a scorching power burst out, melting the ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few breaths of time, Qian had already broken free. Bai Liemo's decisive action completely enraged Qian, and as he roared, he opened his mouth and sent out an 800-kilometer sea of flames. Yang Kai had already disappeared from where he stood, and when he reappeared, he was already standing on Rolling's back, waiting with rapt attention. The continent in front of him had not been completely swallowed, so even if there was a strong enemy in front of him, Yang Kai could not give up halfway and had Rolling completely swallow this continent. As expected, Qi Yin and the other demon saint had already arrived, but what about the last one? Yangkai did not know if the last nearby demon saint had arrived, but just in case, he had to protect Rolling. Standing on Rolling's back, Yangkai had already established a connection with Yu Meng in the mysterious small world, so he could summon her at any time to catch the enemy off guard. However, Yangkai was not worried. He still had Yu Meng. Even if another demon saint appeared, Yu Meng would be able to hold on for some time. Unless more than 3 demon saint appeared, no one would be able to interrupt Rolling's swallowing. But now, 2 demon saint had already appeared, so it was impossible for 3 more to come. The demon saint were all busy healing. So who would gather together when they had nothing better to do? Only the nearby demon saint would come when they sensed something was wrong. On both sides, in the void, dazzling lights constantly flashed, and from time to time, violent fluctuations of power would appear. These were the aftermath of the battle between the 2 demon saint-level masters. After waiting for a long time, Yangkai did not see another demon saint, so it seemed that only Qi Yin and the other demon saint who was fighting with Chang Tian had come to investigate the situation. However, he did not relax his vigilance. It was not until a day later that the Rolling completely swallowed the continent that Yangkai put away the Rolling, and under the fluctuation of the space law, he began to move in the void. Not far away was the Realm Gate, so it did not take long for Yangkai to arrive at the Realm Gate. With a wave of his hand, he released Yu Meng. For eyes met, Yangkai nodded and said, "Act according to the plan." "How many came?" Yu Meng asked. 2. Qian, and I don't know who the other one is. Yu Meng chuckled. "It should be Zhu Qian or Mo. Can you go be careful? I know you too." Yangkai squeezed her hand, turned around, and disappeared into the Realm Gate. Yu Meng looked back at the void. Her beautiful eyes turned, her pupils shrank, and soon saw the situation of the 2 battlefields. Although the battle between Chang Tian and Zhu Qian was fierce, it was not dangerous. Both sides had reserved their strength, and they knew that they could not defeat the other side alone, so there was no need to kill. On the contrary, Bailey Mo and Qi Yin, when the cold and the hot met, it was like sprinkling salt in a pot of oil. They fought so fiercely that both of them had suffered some injuries. Standing in the distance and watching the bustle, Yu Meng was content and even hummed a song happily. Counting silently in her heart, when it reached 100, Yu Meng's red lips squirmed, and she silently spat out a word, condensing it into a bundle and sending it directly to Bailey Mo's ears. After hearing this voice, the demon Qi in Bei Li Mo's body suddenly soared, and when her silver hair fluttered, her voice was cold. 10,000 miles, ice seal. In the void, there was suddenly a small frost, and the frost quickly gathered in the middle, completely freezing the surrounding 10,000 miles in an instant, living up to the name of the 10,000 miles ice seal technique. Qian's expression was cold, and the flames on his body burned fiercely, resisting the extreme cold with extreme heat, not showing the slightest fear. However, what surprised him was that after Bailey Mo displayed this divine technique, she coldly snorted and fled like lightning. After a dozen breaths, Qian broke the divine technique and stared at Bailey Mo's disappearing back, frowning, and a feeling of uneasiness welled up in his heart. Turning his head to look at the distant place, there was no trace of the previous behemoth. Not only was the monster that swallowed the continent gone, but even the entire continent was gone. Not good. Qian seemed to think of something, and immediately urged his demon Qi, turning into a flame and chasing after Bailey Mo. At the same time, Chang Tian, who was fighting fiercely with Zhu Qian, let out a long laugh, and after one move, he stopped and stood still. "Zhu Qian, you can't do anything to this king." Zhu Qian coldly snorted, and the 3 monsters in front of him also bared their teeth, as if cheering for their master. "What can you do to this king?" Chang Tian said, "Yes, the difference in strength between you and me is not much. If we really want to fight, I'm afraid it will take a few months or even a few years. It's better to stop now." Zhu Qian's expression was vigilant. Although he did not know what Chang Tian wanted to do, his actions were obviously a bit abnormal. Just as he was puzzled, Zhu Qian's expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to the side and shouted, "Bailey Mo." In the distance, a white light shot over, exuding Bailey Mo's aura, so Zhu Qian was naturally not unfamiliar with it. But why was Bailey Mo here? And according to the previous investigation, all the continents of Bailey Mo had disappeared and should have been swallowed by that behemoth. She appeared here. Was she an enemy or a friend? Unable to determine, Zhu Qian retreated a little, opening up a distance between him and Chang Tian. Not long after, Bailey Mo had rushed in front of Chang Tian and landed in front of him, nodding slightly. Zhu Hua's pupil shrank because Bailey Mo was injured, and it was obvious that her injuries were caused by Qi Yan. It seemed that when he and Chang Tian were fighting here, Bailey Mo and Qi Yan were also fighting. In this way, Bailey Mo's position was obvious. Before he could finish thinking, Chang Tian shouted in a low voice, "Let's go together." Zhu Qian was shocked, and without thinking, he immediately fled desperately. 1 against 2, of course, there was no danger to his life, but he would definitely suffer a little. He was not a fool. How could he give Chang Tian and Bailey Mo a chance to attack him together? With this retreat, he retreated 1,000 miles. But what stunned Zhu Qian was that after Chang Tian shouted that sentence, he did not show any signs of attacking, and instead immediately fled with Bailey Mo. It was a fake attack. How bad? Zhu Qian gritted his teeth in hatred, but he did not dare to pursue rashly. Who knew what the other side was up to? A flame shot close, and a moment later, Qi Yan appeared. Seeing each other face to face, Qi Yan asked, "They didn't attack you?" When he saw Bailey Mo retreat, he thought that she was going to join forces with Chang Tian to deal with Zhu Qian. So, he hurriedly came to help, but who would have thought that there was no fight at all, and instead Chang Tian and Bailey Mo fled first. Zhu Qian shook his head. Strange. Qi Yan frowned and pondered for a moment, then suddenly seemed to think of something, and immediately looked in the direction Chang Tian and Bailey Mo fled, shouting, "Not good." Chapter 3593. Every one of the 12 demon saint in the demon territory was an old monster who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Their hearts were tough, and they could remain calm even if a continent collapsed in front of them. But today, the master of flame devils, Scarlet Flame Sage, had said "not good" twice in a very short time. The first time was a mistake, but the second time was really bad. He saw the realm gate not far away. After the battle of Eternal Heaven, the scene of Xianxia escaping immediately appeared in his mind. At that time, Xianxia had obtained the opportunity of the great emperors and fled in panic. Many demon saint followed closely behind. If the realm gate hadn't suddenly disappeared without a trace, how could that human, who was only comparable to a middle-ranked demon king at the time, escape the demon saint's pursuit? The realm gate couldn't disappear for no reason. Even if it did, it would take a long time. The human could repair and maintain the realm gate, so he had probably studied the method to seal it. This was the consensus of many demon saint after seeing the realm gate disappear that day. This continent had already become a void. If even the realm gate was sealed, then wouldn't it become a land of death? What Scarlet Flame could think of, Zhu Kai naturally could as well. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly rushed toward the realm gate with Scarlet Flame, secretly praying that things wouldn't go as he imagined. But what he feared would happen. When the two demon saint ran side by side and saw the realm gate in the distance, Bailey Mo and Chang Tian had already disappeared. Only Yu Meng stood in front of the realm gate, looking in their direction with a smile and a mocking expression. Then, her red lips moved, and a sentence was clearly sent to the two demon saints' ears. "You guys have fun." Scarlet Flame and Zhu Kai's expressions changed again. Different colored lights burst out of their bodies, and their speed suddenly increased, hurriedly rushing toward the realm gate. They were really anxious to death. After saying that, Yu Meng turned around, walked into the realm gate, and disappeared. As they got closer and closer to the portal, Zhu Qian and Qi Yin both looked excited. In just 3 breaths, they could pass through the portal and leave this place. 3 breaths later, the 2 demon saint indeed passed through the realm gate. However, the instant they reached it, the realm gate suddenly disappeared. The 2 of them plunged into the air and ran for thousands of kilometers before they could stabilize themselves. Looking back, the entire world was empty and chaotic. Qi Yin and Zhu Qian's faces were grimaced. At this moment, how could they not know that they had fallen into the little thief's trap? They were afraid that he had calculated everything. Otherwise, how could he have made such a comprehensive plan in such a short time? Now that the 2 demon saints had come together, they were both trapped in the void. It would take a lot of effort for them to leave this place and return to the demon territory. If it were an ordinary person in this situation, they would have given up hope. However, Qi Yin and Zhu Qian were not ordinary people. As demon saint, they had confidence. At this point, it was useless to regret and complain. It was more important to find a way to return to the demon territory as soon as possible. They looked at each other and didn't need to communicate. The 2 of them flew back side by side and rushed into the distance. There was definitely more than one realm gate on this continent. Since one was sealed, they naturally had to find another way out. However, 3 days later, the 2 of them flew back and stopped in front of Void. After 3 days of searching, they were sure that all the realm gates on this continent had been sealed. They couldn't find any exit at all. They weren't sure where the other realm gates were, so they could only come back. After staring for a while, Qi Yin pointed ahead and said, "Is it here?" Zhu Qian shook his head. "It should be 300 feet to the left. Are you sure?" Qi Yin looked back at him. Zhu Qian was silent for a moment and said decisively, "I'm not sure." Qi Yin didn't know what to say. After thinking about it, he said, "Then let's do it together." "Okay." Zhu Qian nodded. The 2 demon saints immediately stood 300 feet apart and looked at the void in front of them solemnly, as if there was a lifelong enemy standing there. His demon Qi suddenly surged, and a scorching aura filled the air. Qi Yin had already punched the void. His fist was surrounded by white flames that seemed to be able to melt even the void. On the other side, Zhu Qian's movements were undoubtedly much gentler. He flicked his 10 fingers, and small threads visible to the naked eye probed forward. Strangely, the void seemed to turn into a lake, and the threads disappeared as soon as they entered it. Then, Zhu Qian urged his demon Qi, and then, there was no then. Zhu Qian stopped and came to Qi Yan's side. He said, "You were right." Qi Yan ignored him and just punched the void in front of him again and again. That punch was so powerful that even a continent would be torn apart. The void in front of him also began to break, and cracks appeared one after another. After a dozen or so punches, the void really did shatter, revealing a huge hole. The chaotic void Qi inside was even stronger than where the 2 of them were now. If they really rushed in, they might get lost in the void crevice forever, unable to find their way back. But at this point, what choice did the 2 demon saints have? They could only fight to live. What's more, the 2 of them were not helpless. They just had to take some risks. Long breath. After a while, Qi Yin said, "Let's go." Then, he was about to take a step forward. "Wait a minute." Zhu Qian raised his hand to stop him and pointed at Zhu Qian. From the tip of his finger, a white thread swam out and came to Zhu Qian. The white thread was like a living thing, wriggling. Qi Yin saw it and immediately showed a look of disgust. Zhu Qian smiled. "I don't know how dangerous it is inside, but the aura is not good. With this soul-guiding silk, you and I will not be separated." Qi Yin did not answer, but he slightly withdrew the flames on his body, revealing a gap. The soul-guiding silk immediately went into Qi Yan's body through the gap and disappeared. The 2 of them then stepped into the void. What greeted them was a mass of void turbulence, which almost engulfed Crimson Flame, who was in the lead. Fortunately, Crimson Flame's skills were profound, and he managed to escape after sensing that something was wrong. If it was a Demon King, he would have died immediately. There was no light, only endless void turbulence and wild void storms. With the soul guiding silk, the two demon saint would not be separated. But since they stepped into the void, the two of them could no longer feel the passage of time. Not only that, they could not tell the direction and could only move forward step by step. After a long time, Qian suddenly stopped and asked, "Can you feel the aura of the ancestral land?" There were hundreds of races in the territory of the demon race, but there was only one ancestral land. The ancestral land was invisible, and no one knew where it was. But it was the origin of all the demon race. Ordinary demon race did not know this at all, but when the demon saint level powerhouses were promoted, they received the blessings of the ancestral land. This was the biggest reason why the two demon saint dared to enter the void. Here they could not tell the direction and could not find the exit, but as long as they could feel the aura of the ancestral land and follow it, they would be able to get out of here one day. The words came out, but no sound came out. Qi Yin suddenly understood and urged his demon Qi to send a message to Zhu Qiao. Zhu Qiao replied, "No, what about you?" Qi Yin said, "No." "Then let's keep going." They could only keep going. The void was not a seal jar. Since they could enter, they could get out. They just needed to find the right way. They could not feel it here, but it did not mean that they could not feel it anywhere else. As long as they could feel the aura of the ancestral land, the two demon saint could find the exit. Maybe it would take 3 to 5 years, maybe 100 years, but they cannot be trapped here for real. While Qi Yin and Zhu Qiao were trapped in the void, Yang Kai was busy devouring the remaining continents under Yu Rumeng's command. The arrival of Qi Yin and Zhu Qiao was expected. Since they could not stop them, they could only go with the flow. Trapping them in the void was the result of Yang Kai's discussion with Yu Rumeng and the others. Although the three of them had the upper hand against Zhu Qiao and Qi Yin, it was very difficult to kill a demon saint. Back then, the Eternal Heaven Continent had made such a big scene just to kill the great emperors of the Bright Moon Continent. Where could Yang Kai make such a scene? Since they could not kill them, they could only trap them. In this way, they would have more buffer time, at least enough for them to devour all the continents under Yu Rumeng's command. The ancestral land is ethereal and impossible to find, but it is everywhere. As long as they can feel the aura of the ancestral land, it will not be difficult to escape. If it were me, this is the only way. Yu Rumeng stood beside Yang Kai. When Yang Kai asked how long it would take for Zhu Qiao and Qi Yin to escape, she answered like this. "Ancestral land?" Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. Chang Tian also glanced at her. He had achieved the power of a demon saint through his bloodline inheritance. When he was promoted, he did not feel the aura of the ancestral land. So Yu Rumeng's statement was very novel. Yu Rumeng said, "Only by obtaining the blessing of the ancestral land can a demon saint be a demon saint." Hearing this, Yang Kai understood a little. It's like the recognition of the star boundary. More or less. Yang Kai secretly lamented that it was a pity. After all, the place where Zhu Qiao and Qi Yin were trapped was still in the demon territory, which gave them the opportunity to feel the ancestral land. If they were trapped in the star boundary, they would never be able to leave the void crevice unless they were extremely lucky and found the exit. But then again, this time, they were taking advantage of the uniqueness of the continents in the demon territory. The star boundary did not have such convenient conditions. At the very least, the continents and realm gates were not available in the star boundary. Then how long do you think it will take for them to escape? Yang Kai asked again. Yu Rumeng smiled and said, "That's hard to say. After all, I have never entered the void crevice, so I don't know what is inside. But in general, this kind of thing depends on their luck. If they are lucky, they may be able to escape in a few days. If they are unlucky, they may be trapped for decades or even centuries." Baliamo did not like her and coldly snorted. It's the same as not saying anything. Compared with the huge and majestic body of Rolling Stone, the two were like a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. Just as they were about to set off for the next continent, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. He put away Rolling Stone and frowned. "Senior, please wait a moment." Changtian stopped and turned his head to look at Xianxia, but he didn't expect Xianxia to directly throw the sealed world bead over. Changtian caught it, but Xianxia's figure had already flashed and disappeared. Changtian was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Xianxia had entered the small sealed world bead. Changtian couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't know what had happened to make him enter the small sealed world bead in such a hurry, but it should be related to the things inside. Holding the sealed world bead, Changtian showed a look of interest and kept stroking it. Although he knew that Rolling Stone was transformed from this sealed world bead and knew about its magic, this was the first time he had come into direct contact with it. So naturally, he couldn't help but investigate it. However, although his cultivation was profound, he didn't cultivate the Tao of space. So how could he pry into the mysteries of the sealed world bead? At the same time, in the small sealed world bead, Xianxia directly appeared in the medicine garden, looked at the embodiment, and asked what happened. Just now, Xianxia came here because he heard the call of the embodiment. Since devouring Cloud's shadow continent, the embodiment had been in the medicine garden. The two wood spirits were also sitting on the embodiment's shoulders at this moment. Seeing Xianxia, Mulu anxiously said, "Master, this is bad. This world is about to be assimilated." Muzhu also nodded fiercely with an anxious look on her face. In fact, there was no need for her to say anything. After Xianxia asked, he had already felt it. Strictly speaking, the small sealed world bead could be divided into 3 territory areas. The first territory area was the territory of the small sealed world bead itself, needless to say. The second territory area was the territory expanded after devouring 3 cultivation stars and a lower plane star. It was in the territory of the Great Desolate Star that Xianxia had a flash of inspiration and used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to stimulate the sealed world bead, resulting in the birth of the Rolling Star. The third territory area was the territory formed after devouring the various continents in the territory of the demon-devouring Great Emperor. For a long time, Xianxia had strictly divided these 3 territory areas, and they were not connected to each other. In terms of world principles and the richness of energy, the first territory area was undoubtedly the strongest, which was the territory where the medicine garden was located. The world principles here were almost the same as the star boundary. Changtian threw the sealed world bead back to him, but seeing his expression change, he could not help asking, "What happened?" Xianxia said, "I'm afraid the matter of the small sealed world will have to be put on hold for a while. There's a situation in the small sealed world." "Is it serious?" Xianxia shook his head. "It's not too serious, but before that matter is solved, we can't swallow any more." Changtian nodded. Now that he and Xianxia were grasshoppers on the same rope, as long as Xianxia was fine, he was fine, and vice versa, he could not help but show some concern. "It's fine as long as you know what you're doing." Xianxia smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I've already thought of a way." In just a short while, he had already come up with an idea. "That's for the best. Let's go," Xianxia called out and rushed towards the nearest world gate. Not long after, the two stepped out of the world gate together and appeared on another continent. Just as they steadied themselves, Xianxia's expression changed. At the same time, Changtian grabbed Xianxia and dragged it behind him. When he opened his mouth and roared, a dragon's roar shook the sky. The dragon's roar visible to the naked eye turned into layers of shockwaves that shattered everything. A blood-red light came in front of them, but it shattered inch by inch under the dragon's roar. A blood-red shadow rushed over quickly. Shueli's red hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were also red. As he grinned, he spread out a boundless sea of blood, trying to envelop Changtian and Xianxia. Changtian retreated, quickly retreated. His body did not move, but his figure moved like lightning. In an instant, he retreated 1,000 kilometers. The same was true for the flowerless holding the dagger. His figure was twisted and fluttering, as if he was cast in clear water. The black dot just now was just the condensation of the flowerless murderous intent. Yu Meng instantly went berserk, and in the midst of sharp howl, a tide of spiritual power turned into a monstrous killing intent that cut towards the flowerless. Bai Liemo also urged the law of ice, and her slender jade finger pointed towards the body like a stream of water. Her momentum was not as imposing as Yu Meng's, and this finger even felt a little casual, but no one would think that the power of this finger was less than the former's divine technique. Two demon saint teaming up to attack. How could the flowerless demon resist? When the two moved, the flowerless demon saint also moved, quickly retreating. Seal. Yang Kai suddenly exhaled, and the law of space surged, imprisoning the area around the flowerless demon saint. But it couldn't stop the escape of a demon saint, and the imprisoned area instantly shattered. Yu Meng's soul attack and Bai Liemo's finger both hit empty air, and Yang Kai's moonblade also did not do anything. There was no trace of the flowerless demon saint around. The shadow demon's attack was a sure kill, and if it missed, it would escape. Yu Meng turned her head in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. At that moment, she thought that Yang Kai had died. After all, Yang Kai was only a high-ranked demon king. In her panic and anger, the terrifying power of her soul was actually drained by her attack. Who would have thought that Yang Kai was actually not dead? Although Bai Liemo's ice shield couldn't stop the flowerless demon saint's attack, it more or less offset some of its power. Although Yu Meng's first palm strike didn't hit the flowerless demon saint, it still forced the flowerless demon saint to dodge, which offset some of its power. The defense of the dragon scales, the use of the secret art of nothingness, and the contraction of his own flesh and blood at the critical moment. Under these 5 layers of protection, even the flowerless demon saint would fail. The invisible dagger was only half an inch away from cutting through Yang Kai's heart. Although there was no danger to his life, the inexplicable murderous intent that invaded his body and wreaked havoc in his meridians and flesh made Yang Kai feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. This kind of injury was simply a serious one. He had to recuperate properly. The strength of a demon saint was obvious. Although he had interacted with several demon saint for a long time, and was even chased by a group of demon saint after the Battle of Eternal Heaven, and planted a soul brand in Bai Liemo's mind, this was the first time he personally experienced the strength of a demon saint. Yang Kai's heart jumped. He wasn't even sure if the flowerless demon saint had used his full strength just now. When Yang Kai saw this continent that day, he had asked Yu Meng some questions. It was from here that he slowly began to understand the demon territory. However, this continent was a little different from when Yang Kai first saw it. The entire continent was fragmented, and what was originally an empty island had now become even more fragmented, as if it had been bombarded by someone using a divine technique. Although Yang Kai was healing his wounds, he had not lost his perception. As soon as he entered this place, he noticed it and opened his eyes. Seeing the scene below, he could not help showing a suspicious look. It's the Iron Blood Great Emperor of your star boundary. Bai Liemo seemed to know what he was suspicious of and immediately explained. Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of understanding. During the Battle of Eternal Heaven, the bright moon had fallen, and the star boundary had a strange phenomenon. All the great emperors had sensed it. Later on, Yang Kai heard from Yu Meng that the Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen had single-handedly slaughtered his way into the passage between the two worlds in a fit of rage and slaughtered countless people of the demon race. Just the half-saint alone had died. The appearance of this continent should be the work of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. If the Iron Blood Great Emperor was given enough time, he would definitely be able to completely destroy this continent and make it cease to exist. However, when the Great Emperor's Qianyi hurriedly returned, the Iron Blood Great Emperor could only temporarily retreat. It was not that they were afraid of Qianyi, but that destroying this continent was meaningless. If they could not destroy the passage between the two worlds, the star boundary and the demon territory would always be connected. He had killed enough, so he naturally stopped. Then the passage between the two worlds is up ahead. Chang Tian pointed. Xianxia had also seen the huge, pitch-black passage long ago. The demon race had passed through the void and entered the western territory of the star boundary. After that, they had run amok in the star boundary. "Are we going now?" Chang Tian asked again. Xianxia shook his head and looked to the side. Although he had been recuperating for half a month and had taken a lot of pills, his face was still pale. Being injured by a demon saint was no small matter. If he did not treat it properly, it would definitely leave behind hidden dangers. "You want to seal the realm gate?" Bei Liemo followed his gaze, and her beautiful eyes lit up. She nodded and said, "That's a good idea." The demon territory and the star boundary were connected by the passage between the two worlds, and the entrance to the passage in the demon territory was on this continent. As long as the realm gate on this continent was sealed, it was equivalent to cutting off the demon race's reinforcements. After half a month of running away, Bei Liemo had also thought it through. Now that she was completely tied to Xianxia, how could she not wish for him to do something good? Cutting off the connection between the two worlds, the demon saint would not be able to catch up in a short time. Chang Tian frowned and seemed to be a little hesitant. Xianxia knew what he was thinking and forced himself to say, "It's just a temporary measure. I need to solve the problem of the small sealed world first before I can devour the demon territory. Senior can rest assured that I will not break my promise when the time comes." Chang Tian had previously mentioned to Xianxia that he wanted 10 times the territory of the 100-spirit continent. Now that he had the territory, the world principles of those territories were not satisfactory, so it was useless. He couldn't let the creatures of the 100-spirit continent live in a place where the world principles were not as high as the demon commanders. Chapter 3597. Flying forward, the half-saint cupped his fists. "Greetings, Saint Senior Bei Liemo. Greetings, Master." Although Chang Tian had the power of a demon saint, he was not a demon saint, so the half-saint only called him Master. However, under normal circumstances, the half-saint in the demon territory could not see him. For tens of thousands of years, Chang Tian had not taken a single step out of the 100-spirit continent until the Battle of Eternal Heaven. After the greeting, the half-saint showed a suspicious look. "May I ask why Saint Senior is here?" Chang Tian and Bei Liemo looked at each other, but neither of them answered. Chang Tian suddenly stretched out his hand and reached for the half-saint. The other party's face changed drastically, and his demonic qi surged wildly as he quickly retreated. Since he could not retreat, the demonic qi instantly stopped. In the blink of an eye, the sage-to-be was grabbed by Chang Tian by the neck and lifted in front of him. It was as easy as pinching a chick. "What is the meaning of this, Master?" The half-saint was shocked and angry, his eyes wide open. He did not know what happened in the demon territory, so he did not expect Chang Tian to attack him. Although the 100-spirit continent had always been inferior to the rest of the demon territory, and Chang Tian was not liked by the other demon saint, they could at least maintain a minimum of peace. Chang Tian was attacking here. Was he going to start a war with the other demon saint? What was the meaning of this? Saint Senior Bei Liemo. Chang Tian did not pay attention to him, so he just sealed his cultivation and handed him over to Xianxia. Xianxia understood and put the half-saint into the small sealed world. Anyway, there were many half-saint in the small sealed world now. Some time ago, he had also captured a few half-saint subordinates of Qi Yin and Zhu Ku, so it did not matter whether he was captured or not. There were 2 other figures approaching from below. They were the other 2 half-saint who were overseeing this place and coordinating the army. Seeing this scene from afar, all of them turned pale with fright. Their flying figures immediately stopped, and then they flew back without looking back, drilling into the army to hide their figures. He did not know what had happened over there, but there was no mistaking the fact that one of his comrades had been captured by Longevity Sky and then suddenly disappeared. If he went over there now, he would be courting death. Quietly looking over, he saw that Xianxia had already stretched out a hand, his 5 fingers spread out, and was about to cover the realm gate. Ripples visible to the naked eye swept past, and the realm gate became more and more blurry and transparent. At his peak condition, Xianxia only needed a single breath to seal the world gate. But now that he was heavily injured, he had no choice but to expend some energy. The space laws fluctuated and the world gate slowly disappeared. It took a full half a cup of tea's time before the realm gate completely disappeared. Without stopping to rest, he went to the next realm gate. Another half a cup of tea's time later, the second realm gate was sealed. Xianxia's already pale face became even paler, and the injuries he had recovered from over the past half a month had worsened. However, he had no choice but to continue. There were over a dozen realm gates here, and as long as a single one remained unsealed, all of his efforts would be for naught. Fortunately, he had bought himself quite a bit of time when he was fleeing, which should be enough for him to seal all of the realm gates before the demon saint arrived. One realm gate after another disappeared. Around 2 hours later, over 10 of the 13 realm gates had disappeared. The demon race army below all looked up in shock. After all, apart from a few demon kings and half-saints, the lower-level demon race had never thought that someone would be able to make a realm gate disappear one day. However, at that moment, Longevity Sky and Bei Li Imo suddenly turned their heads and looked in a certain direction. That direction was the void where the passage between the two realms was located. Xianxia sensed something, and he didn't need to ask to know what was going on. The location of the passage between the two realms was very important, and the demon race had always been guarded by the great Emperor's Night Shadow. With such a huge change happening here, how could the two half-saint who had just escaped not inform Kinyi? After receiving the news, Kinyi immediately rushed over. When Bei Li Mo and Longevity Sky's gazes landed, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the huge passageway. It was wrapped in a cloud of black gas, and they couldn't see the face clearly. Even the figure couldn't be seen, let alone whether it was a man or a woman. Night Shadow Great Emperors Kinyi was the most mysterious of the 10 great emperors of the Star Realm. The other great emperors didn't even know whether this person was a man or a woman. In the past, everyone thought that Night Shadow's personality was due to his cultivation technique. After all, most people who were proficient in the path of assassination were like this, blending into the crowd and hiding their tracks. Later on, they found out that this guy had the bloodline of the demon race, so he didn't interact with the other great emperors, afraid that he would accidentally reveal some flaws. After so many years of habit, Night Shadow was still wrapped in black gas when he appeared, and it was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. However, no matter if it was Longevity Sky or Bei Li Mo, they could clearly feel the sharp gaze from the black figure. Longevity Sky grinned at the great emperor's Night Shadow and didn't say anything. Kinyi probably didn't know about what happened in the demon race's territory, or else he would have taken precautions. However, Xianxia and the other two's attitudes and actions were extremely obvious. So how could he not know whether these three were enemies or not? Seeing Xianxia seal the 11th realm gate, Kinyi remained indifferent. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop him, but that he couldn't. Facing Bei Li Mo alone, what chance did he have of winning? What's more, Xianxia waved his hand and released Yu Meng. Previously, Yu Meng had exhausted her divine sense and was like a lamp that had run out of oil. After half a month of recuperation, although she had not fully recovered, she was still in a much better condition than Xianxia. 3 against 1. Kinyi wasn't stupid, so he naturally wouldn't ask for humiliation. The 12th realm gate, the 13th realm gate, and even when all the realm gates disappeared, Kinyi didn't make any moves. Xianxia let out a long breath. Finally, all the realm gates were sealed before the demon saint caught up. With this, the biggest problem was eliminated. As soon as his mind relaxed, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into Yu Rumeng's arms. A light voice entered Yu Rumeng's ears. Return to the star boundary. Using the last bit of her consciousness, she flashed into the small sealed world and fell into the medicine garden. She didn't know this, but it was because she had exhausted too much of her divine sense, and because of the worsening of her previous injuries. Yu Rumeng held the sealed world bead and carefully put it away. She turned to look at the passage between the two realms, but Qin had already disappeared. He ran fast. Chang Tian coldly snorted. Just now, when the last realm gate was sealed, Qin's figure slowly disappeared. He must have known that if he didn't leave now, he would definitely be besieged. How could he do such a stupid thing? Bailey Mo looked at Yu Rumeng, then looked at Chang Tian and said, "What do we do now? Are we really going to the star boundary?" She was still a little worried. The star boundary wasn't like the demon territory. Who knew what would happen if they went there? Chang Tian was silent, but Yu Rumeng said firmly, "I don't care about you guys. If my husband wants me to go to the star boundary, then I will go to the star boundary." After he finished speaking, he actually took the lead and charged towards the void corridor. "Husband." The corner of Bailey Mo's eyes twitched as she stared at Yu Rumeng's back. She couldn't figure out how a dignified demon saint could say those two words. Was that little thief really that good? Not only did he make a demon saint lose her virginity, he even made her heart fall for him. "Let's go." Chang Tian sighed. There was no place for them in the demon territory. Now, other than placing their hopes on Yang Kai, he and Bailey Mo had no other choice. The three of them quickly gathered again and rushed into the incomparably huge void corridor, moving forward. However, even in this void corridor, the three of them were in a triangle formation, guarding against Qin. Although Qin retreated just now, who knew if he would be lying in ambush here? That guy had the bloodline of the Shadow Demon, and was also the great emperors of the Star Boundary. It seemed that he wasn't an ordinary person to deal with. Fortunately, when the three of them saw the light in front of them, Qin didn't show any signs of life. The light grew brighter and brighter, and they were getting closer and closer to the exit. Not long after, the three of them rushed out of the void corridor and arrived at the desert of the Western Territory. The demon race's camp was all around them, and there were many powerful auras. Although there was no demon saint, there were many half-saint. Sensing the three's auras, a dozen figures immediately rushed into the sky from the camp. However, when these dozen or so half-saint arrived, they found that there was no one there. They couldn't help but look at each other. In the small sealed world, in a medicine garden, Yang Kai was lying on the ground, with Mu Zhu and Mu Lu on his head and feet respectively. They were both forming hand seals, and a green light enveloped Yang Kai. This scene was very familiar. The last time Yang Kai fought with Yin Si, it was like this. Less than 2 years later, he came here again to heal his wounds. Mu Zhu's face was cold and stern, and she was full of anger. No one would be happy to meet a guy who didn't take his life seriously. Even though the embodiment had already explained to them that this time, Yang Kai was injured by the Lord of the Shadow Demon, Mu Zhu was still very angry. When Mu Zhu was angry, the docile Mu Lu could only follow suit. Of course, the embodiment had to put in a good word for the main body. He served the two little wood spirits like a grand aunt. And finally, the ice on the two wood spirits' faces melted. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 3598. After confirming that Yang Kai had really returned to the star boundary, Mu Zhu's expression relaxed a little while Mu Lu cheered with joy. Yang Kai stretched out his finger and patted Mu Lu's head. "You've worked hard." Mu Lu immediately narrowed her eyes, showing a look of enjoyment. Mu Zhu sighed as she watched from the side. "Although you are the master, we sisters are much older than you. Don't treat us like children." "What are you doing?" Yang Kai rubbed her head with his other hand. "You've also worked hard." Mu Zhu suddenly fell silent. After meditating for a while, Yang Kai left the small sealed world. When his figure flashed out, 6 pairs of eyes looked at him. Naturally, they were Yu Meng, Bei Li, Mo Chong Tian, and the others. Seeing him appear, Yu Meng hurriedly asked, "How are you?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "I'm fine." Yu Meng was still worried and directly grabbed his hand, using her demonic qi to carefully examine him. After confirming that there were no major problems, she was relieved. Bei Li Mo sneered, "You're lucky this time. Next time, you may not be so lucky. Be careful." Yang Kai nodded lightly, took a deep breath, and was in a good mood. He had finally returned to the star boundary. Since the last time he betrayed the star boundary and followed Yu Rumeng to the demon area, almost 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The war between the two realms had also lasted for 5 years, and both sides had suffered countless casualties. However, from the looks of it, this long-lasting war had only just begun. In any case, returning to the star boundary put Yang Kai in a good mood. Although he had become the demon race, he was still a human at the root. How could he like a place like the demon territory? The star boundary was his final home. Here were his relatives, friends, family, sect, and all kinds of ties. Even the barrier of the great world could not separate them. The place where Chong Tian and the others landed was a rugged land surrounded by withered yellow rocks. There was not a trace of green in sight. They could even see some traces left behind by a fierce battle, but these traces had been there for some time. It was likely that a great battle had been fought here, and the scale was not small. The dry wind swept up the sand and dust, obscuring their vision. The scorching sun was right above their heads, making it hot and stuffy. This place should still be somewhere in the Western Territory. It could even be said that it was not too far away from the demon race's camp. After Longevity Sky and the others came to the star boundary, they did not go too deep. After leaving the demon race's camp, they came here to stay. "What do you plan to do next?" Longevity Sky asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying. "Let's solve the problem of the small sealed world first, then gather the strength of the star boundary and slowly encroach on the demon race's territory." Chong Tian declined to comment. "However, I still need your help in this matter." Only then did Chong Tian speak. "Since it has come to this, we have no other choice, so we'll naturally lend you a hand." Yang Kai said gratefully, "Thank you very much. Please come with me to meet the great emperors. When everyone is together, we can carefully discuss the rules." Chong Tian smiled and slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid that won't do." Yang Kai frowned and asked suspiciously why. "We belong to the demon race, after all. Now that the two worlds are at odds with each other, if we hastily follow you to meet the great emperors, no one can say what will happen." Seeing that Yang Kai was about to speak, Chong Tian raised his hand and interrupted. "This king believes you, but that doesn't mean that this king believes the great emperors. You might as well ask Saint Li Mo and Saint Rumeng about this." Yang Kai turned his head and saw Bei Li Mo nodding seriously. Before coming here, Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that there were tens of millions of demon race stationed on that very small continent. In addition to the ones that had already invaded the star boundary, the number of demon race members was likely to be in the hundreds of millions. With such a large force, if they were to rely on the people of the star boundary to kill them, who knows how long it would take. But if Chong Tian and the others could subdue the demon race, it would be tantamount to weakening the demon race's strength in this place. Among the hundreds of millions of demon race members, there was no demon saint, only the Night Shadow Great Emperors. It could be said that as long as Chong Tian and the others took action, they could immediately deal a heavy blow to the demon race's army. Moreover, it would be effortless. This was a good thing, so there was no reason to refuse. Yang Kai quickly nodded in agreement. Chong Tian's attitude was the same as Bei Li Mo and Yu Rumeng's. Obviously, the three of them had carefully discussed this during the days when they were recuperating in Yang Kai and felt that this was the best way to solve the current situation. You go and communicate with those great emperors. Also, pass on a message for the three of us. The demon race under us will never make things difficult for the star boundary. In fact, They will even be of help when we counterattack the demon race's territory. We only ask that they will have a place to stay after this matter is over. I will remember. I will definitely pass on this message. Xianxia nodded solemnly. There was no need to say anything else. Xianxia immediately connected with the small sealed world bead and swept his powerful divine sense across every inch of land, summoning all the demon race members that met the conditions of the small sealed world bead. In a short while, there was a black mass of demon kings in front of him. Just as he had estimated, there were several thousand demon kings, and these demon kings were basically all under Yu Meng and Bei Mo. At this moment, when they saw the two saints seniors, they naturally saluted respectfully. There were also the demon kings under Qi Yin and Zhu Qian. Xianxia also summoned them. These guys were useless in the small sealed world bead, so it was better to leave them to Chang Tian and the others to train carefully. He believed that in front of the majesty of Chang Tian and the others, these demon kings would not dare to play any tricks. There was also a group of masters from the 100 Spirit continent with Saint Spirit bloodline. Other than the demon kings, there were also half-saint masters. This was an extremely terrifying lineup. There were 8 half-saint masters under Yu Meng. There were 12 half-saint masters under Bei Mo, 9 under Chang Tian, 6 under Qi Yin, 2 under Zhu Qian, and 1 capture at the entrance of the passage between the two worlds more than 10 days ago. In total, there were 38 half-saint masters. It was almost a quarter of all the half-saint masters in the demon territory. Although the number was small, it was a galaxy of talents. With such strength, even if they did not dare to say that they could sweep through the star boundary, they would definitely have no problem protecting themselves. This was also the reason why Chang Tian and the others wanted these people to stay. If the great emperors wanted to harm them, they would at least have the strength to resist. The 8 half-saint masters under Qi Yin and Zhu Qian, plus the 1 captured before, these 9 half-saint masters were not considered their own people. Their cultivations were sealed, and their strength was imprisoned, but it should not be difficult for Chang Tian and the others to subdue them. After being busy for so long, Xianxia had consumed a lot of energy, so he found a place to rest alone. A few hours later, Xianxia opened his eyes, and Yu Meng was guarding him. Seeing that he had woken up, she smiled. 10 kilometers away, demonic qi soared into the sky. Several thousand demon kings and 38 half-saint masters gathered together. The scene was spectacular, but although there were many people, it was very quiet. Only Chang Tian's voice echoed. After the initial excitement, the demon kings and half-saint masters calmed down a lot. Coupled with Chang Tian's answer, they knew what they had to do in the future. Xianxia listened quietly for a while, then smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble you on this side." Yu Meng shook her head. "This side is a small matter. You have to be careful on your side. After all, your current situation is somewhat different from ordinary people." Xianxia knew what she was talking about. It was nothing more than the matter of him becoming the demon race. She was afraid that the great emperors would want to subdue him. Chapter 35:99. Xianxia laughed and said, "I know. I will be careful." Yu Meng carefully warned him for a while, like a young woman staying at home and warning her husband about to go to war. She no longer had the dignity of a demon saint, only endless reluctance and worry. Xianxia just looked at her with a smile, remembering every word she said in his heart. "You're so long-winded, aren't you?" Bei Mo had been standing not far away, looking up at the sky full of stars. But at this time, she finally couldn't help but turn around and stab Yu Meng. "Since you're so reluctant, you can go with him." Yu Meng glared at her. "No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Of course Yu Meng wanted to go with Xianxia, but she couldn't. Chang Tian and Bei Mo were worried about the great emperors. But how could Yu Meng be at ease with them? Now that Xianxia had left, if Yu Meng also left, it was hard to say whether these two, who had obtained thousands of demon kings and dozens of half-saints, would have other thoughts. Yu Meng staying behind could at least act as a distraction to ensure that Chang Tian and Bei Liemo didn't have any ulterior motives, especially Bei Liemo, who still had the soul brand Yang Kai had planted in her mind. If she didn't keep an eye on it, who knew if she would try to break it? She didn't tell Yang Kai about this, because some things didn't need to be said so clearly. However, Bei Liemo didn't need to be impatient. After reminding her for so long and saying what she needed to say, Yu Ruming finally sighed and clapped her hands. Two figures quickly approached from the side, and when they got closer, Yang Kai found that these two were old acquaintances. Baizhuo Baya, one was a half-saint under Yu Ruming, and the other was a half-saint under Bei Liemo. Both of them had interacted with Yang Kai many times. Among them, Baizhuo was originally in the two-realm battlefield. However, when Yang Kai was preparing to devour the continents under Yu Ruming, Baizhuo received orders and returned from the two-realm battlefield. When the two sides met, Yang Kai nodded at them and then looked at Yu Ruming suspiciously. Yu Ruming said, "When you go out, I'll feel more at ease if you bring the two of them with you." "There's no need for that." Yang Kai laughed. "I have Wind Chaser and my Dharmakaya. That's different." Yu Ruming shook her head. "I've stayed in Star Boundary before and know that it is not peaceful here. If something happens, they can help. With two half-saint level helpers, unless the Great Emperors personally took action, who could do anything to Yang Kai?" Bei Liemo also said, "If you don't want to bring the two of them, then don't leave. You're the key to us. If something really happens to you, what should we do?" Their path of retreat was cut off. All of their hopes were placed on Yang Kai. No matter what, they had to ensure Yang Kai's safety. Since the two demon saint had said so, it was likely that Chang Tian also had the same intention. Yang Kai could not refuse, even if he wanted to, so he could only nod helplessly and say, "All right, then bring them along." Yu Ruming turned her head, her charming face stern. "The two of you follow my husband at all times. No matter what, you must ensure his safety. If anything happens to him, the two of you will bring your heads to me." Baizhuo and Baya cupped their hands together and said solemnly, "Two saint sages, rest assured, we will protect Lord Yang with our lives. Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai cupped his hands at them. "We don't dare." Baizhuo and Baya hurriedly returned the gesture. In the past, when everyone had come into contact with each other, they had all treated each other as equals and called each other brothers. But now that Yu Ruming had called him husband in front of them, how could they dare to act arrogantly and call him Brother Yang? At this moment, Chang Tian also walked over. Before he arrived, his voice was heard, "If everything is ready, then let's go. The sooner this matter is resolved, the sooner we can be at ease." There was nothing to prepare. Yang Kai immediately put Baya and Baizhuo into the small sealed world bead. After bidding farewell to Yu Ruming and the others, his figure soared into the sky. Under the star field, Yang Kai turned into a stream of light and headed south. Staring at his disappearing back, Yu Ruming let out a long sigh. Bei Liemo glanced at her and sneered. "You look like a resentful wife. Can't bear to part with him?" Surprisingly, Yu Ruming did not quarrel with her this time. She just watched Yang Kai leave before turning around and leaving. This made Bei Liemo feel a sense of powerlessness, as if she had punched cotton. In the small sealed world bead, 100 kilometers away from the three peaks, there was a tall mountain with dense trees. On the trunk of a big tree, a graceful figure was lying down with a leisurely look on her face. Her slender legs dangled down and swayed. Boya was holding a 10-meter-long arrow in her hand, refining and polishing it with her demonic chi. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air, less than a meter away from her. Boya's reaction was quick. Her original laziness disappeared, and she quickly jumped up. The 10-meter-long arrow in her hand disappeared at the same time and was replaced by a sharp dagger. She held the dagger in a reverse grip and stabbed it forward. But in the next moment, Boya's figure suddenly stopped. The dagger in her hand stopped 3 inches away from the figure. She let out a long breath and patted her towering chest. "You scared me. Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Her breasts tumbled in her chest. The person who had come was naturally Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai could appear here so abruptly. Yang Kai smiled. Your vigilance is pretty good. Boya snorted. If I didn't have such vigilance, who knows how many times I would have been killed by others by now. Saying so, she looked Yongkai up and down and asked suspiciously, Your body, are you dead? It's just a projection, Yongkai replied. His main body was still on his way, so what appeared in the small sealed world was just a divine sense projection. In any case, he was now a third-order Emperor Realm Master. His divine sense was even stronger than a half-saint's, so it was naturally not a problem for him to multitask. His divine sense projection looked ethereal, so Boya thought that something had happened to Yongkai and that only his soul avatar was left. Last time in the Eternal Heaven continent, Boya risked her life to block a blow for Yongkai. After returning to the Cloud Shadow continent, Yongkai returned the soul puppet to Boya. So, even if something happened to Yongkai now, Boya wouldn't be implicated. Saying so, Yongkai turned his head and looked 100 kilometers away. Is everything all right over there? Boya replied, What's wrong? Those three fellows are getting along better and better. 100 kilometers away, in the 10,000 Flower Valley, on the mountain peak where Li Shiqing was, a simple long table was set up. On the table, there were several plates of exquisite food and several jars of fine wine. Huoluan, Imo Sheng, and Li Shiqing were sitting on three sides, talking and laughing. Chang Tian wanted all the masters above the Demon King level in the small sealed world, and Yongkai had satisfied him. However, Imo Sheng and Huoluan from the 10,000 Flower Valley didn't move and stayed behind. Naturally, this was because of Li Shiqing. It could be seen that the three of them were getting along well. Although Yongkai didn't know what they were talking about, all of them looked happy. Have you investigated Imo Sheng's background carefully? Yongkai asked. Boya replied, I have. He's just a down-and-out demon king from the sinking Frost continent. Although his cultivation isn't bad, being at the high-ranked demon king realm, he's too arrogant, so he's not liked by the other demon kings and the half-saint of the sinking Frost continent. A few years ago, he also served that half-saint, but later he left the sinking Frost continent for some reason. Like me, he's now cultivating alone and not under anyone's control. She then added, By the way, the sinking Frost continent is the territory of Saint Senior Bay, Li Imo. Yongkai nodded lightly. In your opinion, did he approach Li Shiqing on purpose, or did he come here by coincidence? It was just a casual question. There was no deeper meaning. The main reason was that right after Li Shiqing arrived at the 10,000 Flower Valley, he followed her. Coincidentally, he even came to save the damsel in distress. In the end, he even settled down in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Yongkai couldn't help but think more about it. Coincidence, right? Boya replied. Yongkai had asked something similar last time, so she paid more attention to it. During this time, she didn't find any other ulterior motives from Imo Sheng. The three of them basically only met once every 1 or 2 months, and they were usually busy with their own things. Yongkai nodded and didn't say anything more, just watching quietly. Although Boya could see 100 kilometers away with her eye technique, she couldn't hear what was being said over there. Yongkai could hear it. As long as he wanted, nothing in the small sealed world could escape his perception. At this moment, Huoluan was asking some questions about cultivation. Imo Sheng didn't hide anything and told Huoluan about his own cultivation experience in detail. Huoluan looked thoughtful, as if he had benefited a lot. Li Shiqing was also listening quietly, interjecting a few words from time to time. Every time, she would hit the nail on the head, causing Imo Sheng to praise her greatly. After all, she was a disciple of the great emperors and had received excellent training from a young age. Naturally, she had a deep understanding of cultivation. Although humans and demons were different, their pursuit of power was the same. After some discussion, Imo Sheng agreed to Huoluan's request and went down to fight. The difference between the two minor realms in the demon race was 2 minor realms. One was a high-ranked demon king, while the other was a low-ranked demon king. Originally, there was a huge gap between them, but now, the world principles of the small seal world only allowed Dao Source Realm cultivators to appear. Even if Imo Sheng had a powerful cultivation, he couldn't display his full strength, so it was relatively fair. There wasn't much to see in this battle. In the end, Imo Sheng was superior and Huoluan admitted defeat. Half a day later, Huoluan and Imo Sheng bid farewell and left. After Li Shiqing packed up her things and returned to her stilted house, the smile on her pretty face changed slightly, turning cold all of a sudden. There were both human race members and demon race members, but relatively speaking, the human race's casualties were undoubtedly several times higher. The blood that flowed out from their bodies had thickened the earth. Many of the human race members came from different sects. After several years of fierce battles, each of them had gained a fierce killing intent. They all formed into formations, back to back, and stubbornly resisted. The demon race continued to circle outside the encirclement. The several hundred demon race members seemed to have turned into a millstone, and the human race members in the middle were the soybeans under the millstone. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause their human race companions to be ground into fine powder. The number of casualties increased, and the Emperor Realm's only demon race member had more wounds on his body. Blood dripped everywhere. It was a tragic sight. As he shouted, his movements were disorderly. On the other hand, the two demon kings of the demon race were calm and composed. Not only did they not join the battle, they instead floated high up in the sky, appreciating the stubborn resistance of the human race. One of the sand demons' lustful gaze swept across the beautiful women in the field, licking his lips from time to time. In particular, he paid special attention to a woman who was comparable to a high-ranked demon commander. That woman was mature and voluptuous, just the type he liked. Over the years of invading the star boundary, the demon race had captured many human race captives, and some of the lecherous men on the demon race's side had tasted human race beauties. This demon king was one of them. His greatest pleasure was to collect human race beauties of all kinds for his own enjoyment. This was a completely different kind of restraint from the demon race women's passion. Every time he saw those women screaming and struggling under his body, but they were unable to resist, this demon king would feel a heartfelt excitement. Of course, the human women he had played with generally didn't have a good ending. Their corpses were basically incomplete. When he was having sex, what he liked to do the most was to bite off pieces of fresh and tender flesh and chew them into his stomach. That kind of taste was something that he would never forget after tasting it once. He stared at the mature beauty who was sweating profusely and wielding her sword in the field, his demon blood boiling and his crotch bulging. The demon king next to him obviously knew what kind of character his colleague was and turned his head to look at him. Following his gaze, he stared at the mature beauty and coldly snorted, "Ice Heart Valley's slut." Sand Demon was startled when he heard this. She's from Ice Heart Valley? Ice Heart Valley was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory and had contributed greatly in the War of the Two Worlds. They had been active in many large-scale battles and had even suffered losses at the hands of many members of the demon race. As such, some of the Demon King knew about Ice Heart Valley. It wasn't just Ice Heart Valley, but also the strength of the top and first-class sects of the Star Boundary. After all, after fighting for several years, it was impossible for them not to know the origins of their enemies. They're using ice attribute chi, and they're all women. Coupled with the clothes they're wearing, there's no doubt they're from Ice Heart Valley, the Demon King replied, apparently quite familiar with the great forces in the Star Boundary. The Sand Devil was startled when he heard this. Soon after, he laughed out loud. His mood seemed to have become even better. It was a long while later before he stopped laughing. He slowly nodded and extended his hand to touch his face. Very good, very good. There was a hideous scar on his face, as if a giant centipede was crawling on it. He didn't know how long the scar had been there, but still hadn't healed. Not only that, from time to time, a cold aura would escape from the scar, and the image of a woman with a cold expression appeared in his mind. In the middle of a large-scale battle, that woman descended from the sky and swept her sword over. Out of the 4 demon kings gathered in one place, 3 of them died on the spot. Only he was relatively lucky. After being struck by the sword, he took advantage of the situation to feign death and escaped the calamity. After that, he specifically asked the other demon kings about the origins of that woman and learned that the woman who had killed 3 demon kings with a single sword strike was called Jiao. She was from Ice Heart Valley and was the 3rd disciple of Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bingyun. He was originally an extremely handsome demon king, but after this scar appeared, his handsomeness was destroyed, leaving only a hideous expression. He firmly remembered this debt in his heart, thinking that one day he would take revenge. He would capture that girl called Jiao and make her cry and beg for mercy under his crotch. He would make her suffer so much that she would wish she was dead. Then he would tear off her flesh bit by bit and eat her until there was nothing left. Chapter 36:01. However, Iceheart Valley's disciples were few in number, and the battlefield was so wide, so he had never seen anyone from Iceheart Valley since then. However, he didn't expect to encounter them this time. Moreover, there were more than a dozen of them. He could clearly see that there were more than a dozen of her fellow disciples beside the mature beauty, all of them wearing the same robes and using the same secret techniques. Now I can collect some interest. A heartfelt smile appeared on the sand demon's face. There was a soft sound, followed by a bone-piercing coldness. When the aura of death enveloped the sand demon, all the hair on his body stood on end. He instinctively dove downwards, tried to escape into the ground. Although he didn't know what had happened, he was certain he had been attacked. As he fell, the sand demon had time to investigate the situation, and when he looked towards the source of the sound, a look of shock appeared on his face. He saw that his colleague, who had been standing with him and chatting with him just a moment ago, had been cut in half by an inexplicable attack. The wound was flat, and pitch-black blood gushed out like a fountain. His face was still blank, as if he hadn't realized what had happened. Secretly, the sand demon rejoiced that he had reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have suffered a similar fate. However, before he could even think about this, though, the sand demon's pupils shrank as he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his chest, causing the demonic chi in his body to be unable to circulate properly. Falling to the ground, the sand demon was unable to successfully escape underground. Looking down, he saw blood oozing out of his chest and a burst of great force that sent half of his body flying into the air. So, I also suffered a calamity? The sand demon's upper body was sent flying while his lower body landed on the ground. While the sand demon's vision was spinning, he saw a figure suddenly rush into the battlefield. A high-ranked demon king. The person who had just arrived was a high-ranked demon king with a rich and pure demonic chi. He didn't seem to be very old, but his eyebrows were sharp like swords, and his eyes flashed like lightning. Holding an excessively large sword in his hand, this demon king spun around like a whirlwind. Wherever the sword passed, the demon race cultivators were thrown into disarray. Hundreds of demon race cultivators were unable to withstand a single blow, and wherever the sword pointed, one demon race cultivator after another exploded into a bloody mist. Not even their bones were left behind, and the crackling sounds of explosions were as dense as beans being fried. With such strong support, the human race cultivator trapped in the middle was both surprised and overjoyed, all of them rushing forward to assist in killing the enemy, the light of their artifacts and secret techniques also brightening. The demon race was powerless to resist. In just 10 breaths of time, all the demon race members gathered on the periphery were wiped out. It was only at this moment that the lightning-like figure finally stabilized. He stood in front of the sand devil with the myriad's sword on his shoulder and looked down. The sand demon was not dead. As long as the demon heart was not destroyed, the demon race would not die. The sand demon was a demon king, so it was impossible for him to only cultivate a single demon heart. Even if he was cut in half, he would still be able to live. If he was given enough time, it was not impossible for him to recover. Not only was this sand demon not dead, The demon king from before was also not dead, but his Yuan Qi was severely injured. For eyes met, the sand demon was puzzled. Why? He could not understand why this high-ranked demon king would attack his own people without saying a word. There had always been traitors on the human race's side, so when did the demon race have a traitor? Moreover, it was a high-ranked demon king. Yang Kai grinned at him and slashed down with a myriad sword, directly killing him without leaving behind a corpse. Following the same pattern, the other demon king who was struggling at death's door was also unable to escape, quickly following in the footsteps of the sand demon. After dealing with the two demon kings, Yang Kai turned around and smiled to the hundreds of people behind him. Are you all right? There were no tears of gratitude or cheers as he had expected. On the contrary, these hundreds of people were looking at him with puzzled expressions. The leader of the group, the Emperor Realm, wore a look of vigilance, secretly circulating his Emperor Qi as the sword intent on the artifact in his hand pulsed, ready to fight at any moment. Seeing Yang Kai turn around, the leader of the group from the Emperor Realm even gulped nervously before shouting, "Demon Heavenly Way?" Yang Kai raised his brow and turned his gaze away from the leader of the group from the Emperor Realm to a mature beauty beside him, Fan X. After not seeing her for so many years, Yang Kai could not recognize her, but he was sure that he remembered correctly. She was Fan Xin. Back when Bing Yun was trapped in the solitary void ocean for 3,000 years and established Ice Heart Pavilion, Fan Xin was a deacon recruited by Bing Yun in the solitary void ocean. Later, after escaping from the solitary void ocean, Fan Xin and Lu Xianyun were accepted by Bing Yun into Ice Heart Valley. At that time, Fan Xin was in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and now she was still in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Although her realm had not changed, her source Qi was undoubtedly much more vigorous. Yang Kai's vision was not bad now, and could see that she was only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor Realm. However, breaking through to the Emperor Realm required secluded meditation. Now that the war of the two realms was in full swing, how could she have the time to do so? This time, if it were not for Yang Kai descending from the heavens, her fate would have been dire. Hearing Yang Kai call out her name, Fan Xin could not help but be startled. If he recognized her, then he was definitely someone who knew her. Moreover, Yang Kai's figure gave her a familiar feeling, and his voice was also very familiar. A name immediately popped in her mind, but she still could not believe it and asked tentatively, "You are—" Only then did Yang Kai remember that his demonic Qi was covering his body, so his face was a little blurred. Those who were not strong enough would not be able to see his true appearance. So he quickly dispersed his demonic Qi and revealed his true face, smiling, "It's me, Brother Yang." Fan Xion's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed. A few of the dozen or so people around her also exclaimed softly, obviously recognizing Yang Kai. There was no way they wouldn't recognize him. When Yang Kai was in the Northern Territory, he frequently visited Ice Heart Valley. From time to time, he would visit Ice Heart Valley. So many people had seen him and knew that he and the ancestral founder's last disciple, Su Yin, were husband and wife. Pleasantly surprised, Fan Xian was about to step forward to speak, but the leader of the group from the Emperor Realm blocked her with his sword and shouted, "Wait!" Yang Kai glanced at the Emperor Realm, but he did not get angry. After a moment, he understood why the other party was so vigilant. It was none other than the ferocious demonic Qi he released just now, which was no different from the demon race. It was inevitable that the other party would be vigilant. If it were Yang Kai in this situation, he would also be vigilant, let alone the other party. For eyes met, and Yang Kai gave him a friendly smile. Although the other party's cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm, since they were fighting the demon race together, he was a comrade. Just now, he had not begged for mercy and had even defended his companions. It was clear that he was a man worthy of respect. Who is this person? Does Fan Rightgar recognize him? The leader of the Emperor realm stared at Yang Kai while quietly sending a message to Fan Exit. Fan Xin was about to tell the truth, but she suddenly remembered that Yang Kai's current identity in the star boundary was a bit strange, so she did not know how to answer. After all, a few years ago, Yang Kai was hunted down by the Iron Blood Great Emperor and Li Wu Yi. He was a traitor who had betrayed the star boundary. At the time, this matter caused a great uproar, and everyone in the star boundary knew about it. Because of this matter, the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory had closed its mountain range, and no disciples of the High Heaven Palace had been seen during the War of the Two Worlds. Just as she was in a dilemma, Yang Kai's voice sounded in her ear. "It's fine. Just answer whatever he asks. When I come back this time, I will meet the great emperors." Fan Xin breathed a sigh of relief. Since Yang Kai dared to meet the great emperors, he must have something to rely on. When the news of Yang Kai betraying the star boundary spread, no matter what the other sects thought, all the disciples of Ice Heart Valley felt that there must be some inside story. Now it seemed that there was indeed some inside story. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai have the courage to come back and meet the great emperors? With Yang Kai's permission, Fan Xin told the truth about his identity. The leader of the Emperor realm immediately sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes. Thinking of the power Yang Kai had just shown, he thought that the rumors were true. A few years ago, he had heard that the famous palace master of High Heaven Palace had become the demon race and betrayed the star boundary. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. If he had not become the demon race, how could he have such a demonic chi? This was a bit difficult to deal with. The other party's life-saving grace was undeniable, but he was also a demon. The leader of the Emperor realm didn't know what attitude he should use to deal with Yang Kai. But soon he figured it out. Judging by the means Yang Kai had used to kill the demon race, if he really wanted to harm them, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. No matter how vigilant they were, it would be useless. Since he only killed the demon race and didn't hurt the human race, it seemed that he still cared about the star boundary. Thinking so, the leader of the Emperor realm immediately cupped his fists and said, "So, it is Palace Master Yang. This old man is 100 Lotus Mountains Mountain Master Han Jiangqing. On behalf of everyone, I thank Palace Master Yang for his life-saving grace." Yang Kai smiled and returned the gesture. "It was nothing. Mountain Master Han is too polite." Han Jiangqing nodded lightly. "We still have military affairs to attend to, so it is inconvenient for us to stay. We'll take our leave now." Saying so, he turned to leave with the several hundred human race members. It was a fact that Yang Kai had betrayed the star boundary, and the High Heaven Palace had sealed off their mountains because of him. Even though he was indebted to Yang Kai for saving his life, Han Jiangqing didn't want to have too much to do with him. At most, when they met on the battlefield in the future, he would find an opportunity to return the favor. Fan Xian saw this and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Han Jiangqing glared at her, and she shut her mouth before she could say anything. She could only look apologetically at Yang Kai. If it were any other time, she could have defended Yang Kai. But on the battlefield, they had to follow military orders, and Han Jiangqing was the leader of this group of human race members. No one could disobey his orders, or they would be punished according to military law. Yang Kai smiled. "If Mountain Master Han wants to go that way, I'm afraid you won't be able to." After taking a few steps, Han Jiangqing stopped and looked back. "What is it? Does Palace Master Yang have any other orders? If you do, please speak frankly. As long as it does not harm the interests of the star boundary or harm our star boundary compatriots. This Han is willing to go through water and tread on fire." A life-saving grace was a life-saving grace, and a righteous cause was a righteous cause. Although Han Jiangqing's cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm, he could clearly distinguish between the two. Chapter 3602. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Mountain Master Han misunderstands. I didn't say no because I wanted to instruct you, but because there are about 10,000 demon race soldiers 2,000 kilometers away. If Mountain Master Han were to go there, it would be tantamount to throwing yourself into a trap. 2,000 kilometers away. Han Jingqing couldn't help but have a strange expression when he heard this. He looked at Yang Kai with more vigilance. He didn't know what Yang Kai's current cultivation was, but it was said that this High Heaven Palace Master was a second-order Emperor Realm Master when he betrayed the star boundary. Now that a few years had passed, he was at most a third-order Emperor Realm Master. As for a third-order Emperor Realm Master, no matter how powerful his divine sense was, how could he spy on the situation 2,000 kilometers away? Taking a step back, even if he could spy on the situation, how could he find out such a detailed number like 10,000? How powerful would his divine sense be to do that? Perhaps only those fake emperors were qualified to do so, right? So when he heard Yang Kai say that there were 10,000 demon race 2,000 kilometers away, Han Jingqing's first reaction was that this palace master Yang was exaggerating. If it were any other time, he would have ridiculed him, but now that he had just received a life-saving grace, even if Han Jingqing didn't take it seriously, he was too embarrassed to speak ill of him. So he just cupped his fists and said indifferently, "Many thank for the reminder, Palace Master Yang. Farewell." Saying so, he led the hundreds of people gathered around him and turned to leave. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was exaggerating or not, and whether there was really a 10,000 demon race over there, he had to go in that direction because that was their goal. Before they left, Han Jingqing's divine sense surged as he passed down orders one after another. Hundreds of people quickly got into formation, taking care of each other from head to tail. In this way, even if they encountered an enemy, they could quickly set up a military formation to resist. But before he could walk far, Han Jingqing frowned and looked back, only to see Palace Master Yang Kai 1,000 meters behind the team, his hands clasped behind his back, following them at a leisurely pace. Seeing him look over, Yang Kai smiled at him and nodded slightly, the meaning of which could not be more obvious. You go your way, I'll go mine. Han Jingqing showed a displeased look. He felt that his attitude was already very clear, but he didn't expect this Palace Master Yang to not have the slightest demeanor of a palace master and actually play the trick of tailing them. Immediately, he ordered them to speed up, but who would have thought that even though they were fast, Yang Kai was also fast, while they were slow, Yang Kai was also slow. From beginning to end, they were still 1,000 feet behind. Since they couldn't get rid of him, they could only let him be. The strength that Yang Kai had displayed before was really impressive. A team of a few hundred people was nothing in his eyes. If they really went back to question him and angered him, they wouldn't have a good ending. What he didn't know was that Yang Kai, who was following behind him, was also feeling very helpless. On the way back, since they had encountered a group of scattered human race soldiers, Yang Kai couldn't just ignore them. Not to mention the dozen or so Ice Heart Valley disciples and Fan Xian he knew. Even if these people were all strangers, Yang Kai still had to protect them. He was heading south, and they were also heading south. Obviously, they were returning to the human race army's encampment, so it was only a slight delay. Moreover, while they couldn't perceive anything, Yang Kai could clearly sense that within a 10,000-kilometer radius, not only were there scattered human race soldiers, but there were also many from the demon race. Han Jingqing's group wouldn't have a good ending if they ran into any of these groups. After traveling less than 100 kilometers, Han Jingqing suddenly frowned and glanced back with a dignified expression, because he had just noticed that Yang Kai's divine sense had suddenly surged. He didn't know if Yang Kai was investigating something, but that divine sense fluctuation wasn't obvious, nor was it subtle. It was just within the range that he could perceive. Seeing his expression change, Fan Xian, who was beside him, asked, "Master Han, what is it?" Han Jingqing didn't explain, just slowly shaking his head and saying, "Pass down the order, be careful." He didn't know what Yang Kai's divine sense was transmitting to the outside world, but he could only do his own thing. Fan Xian nodded and passed down Han Jingqing's orders. After traveling another 30 kilometers, Han Jingqing suddenly stopped and raised his hand, causing the hundreds of people behind him to immediately stabilize themselves. Prepare for battle. As soon as Han Jingqing shouted, The hundreds of people behind him immediately lit up and summoned their artifacts. Small teams began to move in an orderly manner, and in an instant, a military formation had been formed. The auras of the hundreds of people had almost merged into one, and the eye of the formation was where Han Zhengqing was. Moreover, this military formation was not a dead one, but a living one, the kind that could be changed at will. With the help of this military formation, Han Zhengqing's momentum, which had originally been somewhat sluggish due to his injuries, suddenly improved greatly. 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai stood in place while stroking his chin, watching with great interest. After not returning for a few years, he had only heard a few words about the war between the two realms from others, so he naturally didn't know the specific situation in the star boundary. Now that he saw this military formation, he realized that the cultivator in the star boundary had completely adapted to the rhythm of the war. For a team of hundreds of people to be able to arrange themselves so quickly, they must have long been familiar with it. They must have done this kind of strategy countless times before, allowing them to be so familiar with it. A gentle breeze blew, and a murderous aura filled the air. The auras of the hundreds of people were closely connected, waiting for the enemy to show themselves so they could deal a fatal blow. Suddenly, Han Zhengqing let out a light sigh and shouted in a certain direction. Third Left Guard Han Zhengqing of the Bingxian Army's 9th Town. Who are you? As soon as his voice fell, a vague figure using a secret technique slowly appeared 10 kilometers away, and an excited voice called out, "Is that Han's Wei?" The newcomer obviously knew Han Zhengqing. After hearing the other party's voice, Han Zhengqing also reacted, "Is that Lu Yue?" "It is indeed this Lu." A loud laugh filled with joy rang out. That person quickly rushed towards Han Zhengqing and the others. When he got close, a burly man appeared in everyone's eyes. This burly man was covered in blood. Some of it was his own, and some of it was his enemy's. There were many wounds on his body that were so deep that his bones could be seen. However, he seemed to be completely fine. His entire body exuded a valiant aura. Seeing that it was one of his own people, Han Zhengqing waved his hand to signal everyone to relax. However, Han Zhengqing himself did not relax his vigilance and simply stretched out his hand. "Please forgive Lu Yue. On the battlefield, everything must be done according to the rules." This Lu understands. Lu Yue obviously knew what the rules were and immediately stretched out his hand to shake Han Zhengqing's. In the next moment, the two circulated their qi to check each other's condition. After checking and confirming that there was no demonic qi in the other party's body, Han Zhengqing breathed a sigh of relief and released his hand, asking, "Where are your people?" Lu Yue raised his thumb and pointed behind him, 100 kilometers away. This Lu came to check the situation first. "I'll call them over." Saying so, he took out a communication artifact and poured information into it with his divine sense. Han Zhengqing's face lit up with joy as he asked, "How many people do you have left?" Lu Yue's expression dimmed when he heard this. Looking at the people behind Han Zhengqing, he said, "It's about the same as Master Han's side." "How is the situation on Master's side?" Han Zhengqing looked back and forced a smile. "When we broke out of the encirclement, there were originally more than 500 people following us, but now there are only a few left." Lu Yue showed a look of admiration when he heard this. "Master Han is really amazing to be able to protect more than half of your 500 people. Our side, on the other hand, has more than 1,000 people." "Huh, let's not talk about it." Han Zhengqing smiled bitterly. Previously, when they were surrounded by the demon race, if it weren't for Palace Master Yang's divine intervention, they would have been completely wiped out by now. He knew that this had nothing to do with him, but it was not convenient to explain anything at this time. However, if he could reunite with Lu Yue's people now, he would have more means to protect himself. After all, there was still a few thousand kilometers to go before they reached their destination. Along the way, there would likely be thorns at every step, so how many people could return safely? The other side was still 100 kilometers away, so it would take some time for them to arrive. Han Zhengqing and Lu Yue discussed for a while before moving to a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. While waiting for reinforcements, they could also restore themselves. While they were recovering, Lu Yue suddenly came to Han Zhengqing's side and pointed in a certain direction curiously. "Master Han, that person over there is along the way." He had already noticed that there was a person following behind the group about 1,000 meters away. This person had a dignified appearance and was quite young, but he gave off an unfathomable aura. If one said that this person was one of their own, he would be following them from a distance. But if one said that this person was an enemy, he did not show the slightest hostility. Even when Lu Yue pointed at him, that person showed a faint smile. Han Zhengqing shook his head, seemingly not want to talk about this person. Lu Yue shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything more. In terms of cultivation, he was inferior to Han Zhengqing, and before the battle, he had to carefully greet Han Zhengqing. In terms of status in the army, he was also inferior to Han Zhengqing, so since the other party did not want to talk about it, he naturally did not ask. But that person should be one of our own, right? When he turned his head, he saw Fan Yue walk up to the young man and give him some water to drink before smiling apologetically and saying something, to which the young man simply waved his hand. Facing this situation, Han Zhengqing only frowned slightly and did not say anything else. At this moment, Han Zhengqing suddenly raised his brow and shouted, "Someone's coming!" Lu Yue was startled. "Not so fast. Master sent a message saying that it would take another half an hour before he would arrive. It's not one of your people." Han Zhengqing stood up and blew lightly. The several hundred people who were meditating immediately stood up and gathered around Han Zhengqing. 20 breaths later, the previous army formation was formed again, filling the air with a thick murderous aura. After an incense stick worth of time, several dozen people appeared in front of Han Zhengqing, some of them missing arms and legs. These people were not from the demon race, but from the human race. Just like Han Zhengqing, Lu Yue, and the others, they were all stragglers scattered nearby. Chapter 36:03. Since they weren't enemies, then everything was fine. This group of people had already been completely crippled, and only a few dozen of them were left. He directly incorporated them into his third guard. The injured were recuperating, while the exhausted were recuperating. While waiting, another group of people arrived. These were all the human teams that had been scattered by the demon race. They successfully gathered together, and in addition to the few dozen people from before, their numbers had increased by around 200 to 300. Although there were no experts among them, their ability to protect themselves had increased by another level. At this time, Han Zhengqing also felt that something was amiss. It didn't make sense that his team was like a lighthouse in the darkness, attracting the humans from all around. Furthermore, each and every one of them was able to accurately locate his position. Since his team hadn't made any mistakes, then there must be another reason. Han Zhengqing immediately found Lu Yue, who was meditating and recuperating. He asked, "How did you find us?" Lu Yue looked at him suspiciously. "Wasn't Master Han the one who transmitted your whereabouts to us?" Han Zhengqing shook his head. Lu Yue scratched his head. "That's strange. We were originally hiding in a mountain valley when my master suddenly heard someone transmit a message to him, saying that Master Han was here and asked us to quickly meet up with him. Master didn't know whether it was true or not, so he sent Lu Yue to scout the situation." After saying this, he added, "Was it really not Master Han?" Han Zhengqing pondered for a moment, then nodded. "I have a general idea of what happened. You should focus on recuperating." After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the other two teams that had just arrived. After asking around, those two teams gave the same explanation as Lu Yue. However, they were originally hiding from the demon race when they suddenly received a transmission informing them of the position of Han Zhengqing's team. Then, they brought their men and horses to meet up with them. Along the way, that person even pointed out the route several times, taking several detours to avoid the demon race's army. After a while, Han Zhengqing walked step by step towards Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground and smiled at him. "Is there something you need, Mountain Lord Han?" "It's nothing. I just wanted to thank Palace Master Yang." Saying so, he bowed deeply. Yang Kai smiled. "It's my duty. It's nothing." Han Zhengqing didn't say what he was thanking for, and Yang Kai didn't deny it either. Everyone knew that Lu Yuwei and the two incomplete teams were only able to find Han Zhengqing because of Yang Kai's secret instructions. Otherwise, how difficult would it be for a group of stragglers to find their own people in this battlefield of hundreds of thousands of miles? If they were to run around randomly, they would probably be killed by the enemy before they could find their own people. "Would you like to ask Palace Master Yang if there are any other teams coming over?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Other than Lu Youwei's group, there is no one else for the time being. They will arrive within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Han Zhengqing nodded and cupped his fists again. "I'll have to trouble Palace Master Yang again, if on the way. Don't worry, I'll let them meet up with you." Yang Kai smiled, knowing what he was going to say. Han Zhengqing carefully studied him for a while, then bowed and said sincerely, "Thank you." Returning to the team, Han Zhengqing found Fan Xian and whispered a few words to her. Fan Xian smiled and nodded. A moment later, Fan Xian gracefully walked over and smiled sweetly. "Brother Yang, is there something you need?" Yang Kai looked at her. Fan Xian shook her head. "Nothing. Master Han told me to come with you." Smiling, Kai Yang nodded. "That's good." Han Zhengqing hadn't yet cleared his name as a traitor, so Han Zhengqing didn't feel comfortable working with him. However, Han Zhengqing was grateful for what he'd done for him, which was why he'd invited Fan Xian, who he knew well, to come over. Han Zhengqing was a bit old-fashioned, but he wasn't pedantic. It just so happened that Yang Kai had many things to ask, so he had Fan Xian sit down and ask her in detail. He learned that the High Heaven Palace had closed its doors after he left, and that the disciples of the High Heaven Palace didn't participate in the War of the Two Realms. Those who didn't know the truth would think that the High Heaven Palace was alienated because Yang Kai had become the demon race. Yang Kai, however, knew that the great emperors were protecting his sect. This was what they had agreed on back then. After all, he had become the demon race's traitor and become a sinner of the Star Boundary. If the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were to come out, they would definitely be condemned by the public. It might even cause some unnecessary conflicts. Rather than that, it was better to use the excuse of closing the door to protect the disciples of the High Heaven Palace. Everyone thought that the High Heaven Palace didn't participate in the War of the Two Realms. But only a few people knew that the High Heaven Palace didn't. There were indeed no traces of High Heaven Palace disciples on the battlefield, but the High Heaven Palace contributed to the supplies consumed in the war. In the past few years, under the supervision of the great emperors, the alchemists and artifact refiners of the Star Boundary were secretly sent to the High Heaven Palace. In such a large sect, the alchemy and artifact refiners were operating 24 hours a day. Every day, a large number of spirit pills and artifacts were produced and then secretly sent to the front lines. The High Heaven Palace provided almost half of the spirit pills and artifacts on the battlefield. It could be said that the High Heaven Palace was now the largest logistics base in the Star Boundary. However, there were no more than 100 people in the Star Boundary who knew about this. Even Fan Xian didn't know about this. Only Bing Yun and Su Yan from Ice Heart Valley knew about this. In addition, the High Heaven Palace was also a training base for wizard. In the past few years, there were people who were selected and sent to the High Heaven Palace every year to enter the 1,000 illusionary dream world to gain experience. Many of them were ancient wizards who came to the front lines of the battlefield. The light of wizard techniques once again bloomed in this world after a few epochs. This matter had been in operation before Yang Kai left and had long been in the standard. Now, in the Star Boundaries army, the ratio of wizard techniques was almost 1 in 100. Although 90% of them were wizard apprentices, and there were very few great wizards, it was better than nothing. relying on the witchcraft from ancient times, relying on the life chain and bloodthirst. These two weapons of war, the astral boundary was always able to contend against the demon race despite being outnumbered. Knowing this, Xianxia was very gratified. Having seen the vast territory of the demon territory and the large population of the demon race, Xianxia knew how cruel this war was. Now that the star boundary was not without resistance, he was naturally gratified. While the two were talking, Lu Yue's team came to meet up. Just as Lu Yue said, there were less than 300 people left in the team, but there was one from the Emperor realm among them. As a result, the number of people here suddenly increased to nearly 1,000, and their strength increased greatly. What made Han Zhengqing even happier was that there was a wizard and a few wizards in the team. If they added in the original wizard in the team, they could join forces to use the secret technique, life chain, at a critical moment. Since they had already met up, they naturally had to set off quickly to avoid any unexpected problems. The military had always been swift and decisive. After organizing the team of nearly 1,000 people immediately set off. Xianxia was still following behind the team, and Fan Xian was walking with him, looking a bit unconventional. The newcomers also noticed this, and after asking Han Zhengqing why, they all sucked in a cold breath. No one would have thought that the High Heaven Palace Master, who had become the demon race's traitor a few years ago, would actually come back and save Han Zhengqing and the others from the demon race's encirclement. Furthermore, he even sent a message to them to meet up with him. If it were any other time, these people would naturally come over to thank Xianxia, but they didn't know if he was a friend or foe, so they naturally didn't dare to approach him. They only nodded at him from afar. "Right, where are you going? Why are there so many stragglers along the way?" Xianxia asked as he walked. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and replied, "We've been separated. A month ago, our Bingqian army had a great battle with a demon race legion. After fighting for more than 10 days, we were accidentally separated from the main army and ended up wandering outside. I think the same is true for the others." Bingqian army? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Previously, when he heard Han Zhengqing and Lu Yue introduce themselves, he was a bit curious. Now, he naturally had to ask more carefully, has a legion been established in the astral boundary? Yes, it was 4 years ago. The demon race legion has a clear structure, strict hierarchy, and extremely good at fighting. Our astral boundary naturally can't be a sheet of loose sand. 4 years ago, under the leadership of the great emperors, we imitated the demon race legion and established a legion, named after the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Little by little, we expanded. Today, we have 54 legions. Xianxia showed a look of understanding. He had previously borrowed 500,000 proud snow ice guards from Bei Liemo and had been with them for a year, so he was naturally familiar with their structure. Who could be the legion commander? Fan Xian replied, a false emperor or a sect master of a top sect. Then who is the legion commander of the Bingqian army? Do I know her? Fan Xian smiled and said, it's Honored Master. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim. He hadn't expected the legion commander of the Bingqian army to be Bing Yun. However, with Bing Yun's third-order emperor realm cultivation, it seemed a bit difficult for her to be the legion commander. It wasn't that she wasn't strong enough, but Xianxia knew that the legion commanders of the demon race legion were basically all half-saint realm cultivators. Right, I forgot to mention, Honored Master broke through in a bloody battle 3 years ago and advanced her cultivation by a minor realm. Fan Xian smiled like a flower, her face full of pride. If the ancestral founder was strong, the sect would be strong, and if the sect was strong, the disciples would be strong, and vice versa. After entering Ice Heart Valley, one's body and mind were connected to the sect. Xianxia immediately showed a look of joy when he heard this. Then I must congratulate Senior Bing Yun properly. Advancing to a minor realm was the false emperor realm and half-saint realm. Bing Yun was the same as him, coming from the Hung Luo star field, so there was a sense of familiarity between them. Now that Su Yin was Bing Yun's disciple, and Bing Yun had broken through to the false emperor realm, Xianxia also felt proud. Bing Yun had been stuck in the Third Order Emperor realm for too long. Before she was trapped in the solitary Void Sea, she was already a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. After 3,000 years in the solitary Void Sea, her cultivation hadn't improved at all, so it was only natural that she would break through today. Chapter 3604. Are all Ice Heart Valley's disciples in the Bingshan army now? Yang Kai asked. Yes. Fan Xen nodded before suddenly smiling and whispering. Senior Sister Jiao is now the third town chief of the Bingshan army. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. That's good, that's good. Fan Xin continued. Senior Sister Jiao is now a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. Jiao's situation was similar to Bing Yun's. After Bing Yun disappeared for no reason, Jiao went out to look for her, but after breaking into the Eastern Territory's ancient wildlands, she was attacked by the aura of the Great Desolate Aura, causing her to become delirious. She stayed in the ancient wildlands for countless years, the flowing time Great Emperor. If Yang Kai hadn't found her by chance and brought her out, she would still be in chaos. In the ancient wildlands, her mind was in chaos, and she didn't know how to cultivate, causing her cultivation to stagnate. However, the aura of the Great Desolate Aura was constantly tempering her foundation. After escaping from the ancient wildlands and regaining her consciousness, her spirit and body had been sublimated. After many bloody battles, she naturally made breakthroughs. Bing Yun and Ji Yao weren't the only ones who made progress in their cultivation. Fighting on the battlefield was the best way to temper one's mind and stimulate one's potential, allowing one to break through the barrier between life and death. The War of Two Realms had caused countless casualties in the Star Boundary's cultivator, but under the Great Waves, those with good aptitude and luck had all benefited. Not only did the martial Tao of this great world not wither away, but it also flourished. When had Yang Kai's cultivation ever been achieved through hard meditation? Since he started cultivating, how many times had he narrowly escaped death? How many times had he managed to turn misfortune into blessings? Every time he struggled on the edge of life and death, he was baptized and reborn. If he had really focused on cultivating behind closed doors, he probably wouldn't even be able to touch the threshold of the Emperor realm. How was the army in the Star Boundary organized? Tell me about it. Since he was in a hurry and had nothing to do, Yang Kai naturally wanted to learn more about the situation in the Star Boundary. Fan Xin told him everything she knew. Others did not dare to confide in Yang Kai because he had become the demon race's traitor, but how could Ice Heart Valley's disciples be on guard against him? Back then, when Seeking Passion sect attacked Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory, if not for Yang Kai's efforts to turn the tide, Ice Heart Valley would have long since disappeared. The legions in the astral plane were built to imitate those in the demon territory, so their organizational structure was naturally similar. Each of the 54 legions had at least 1 million soldiers. The largest legion had 5 million soldiers, which was almost 5 times the size of an ordinary legion. Under the legion commander was a town with 100,000 people, led by a third-order Emperor Realm or second-order Emperor Realm commander. Under the commander were the guards, each of which had 10,000 people. Under the guards were the squadrons. Basically, those who could become the left guard were cultivators from the Emperor Realm. Han Zhengqing was one of them. The squad in front of him was the third guard of the 9th town of the Bingshan army, and Han Zhengqing was the left guard captain of the third guard, a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Fan Xion's cultivation was only at the third-order Dao Source Realm, so she was the left guard captain, which was equivalent to Han Zhengqing's deputy. Her status in the Bingshan army was equal to Lu Yue. As for the squadrons, they were all at the Dao Source Realm. What about Senior Li Wu Yi? Yang Kai suddenly thought of someone. He remembered that when he left the Star Boundary, Li Wu Yi was in charge of the overall situation here. Firstly, he was recognized as the strongest person below the Great Emperor and was very powerful. Secondly, he was from Spirit Beast Island and had an extraordinary background, so his prestige was enough to convince the masses. Fan Xian smiled. Senior Li is the Legion commander of the Jiazi army, but he is also in charge of the other Legion commanders. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Li Wu Yi was still the same Li Wu Yi, and he was still in charge of the war here in the Star Boundary. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and reached out. When he opened his palm, there was a jade slip in his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense, then smiled at Fan Xian. Just as I said, it was impossible for a jade slip to appear out of thin air. Before the jade slip appeared, the space spirit bead on Yang Kai's wrist reacted. It was Li Wu Yi who sent the jade slip over. There was only one sentence in the jade slip. Come and see me. It didn't say where to go, because there was no need to. The two of them had each other's space spirit bead, so as long as the other was still in the Star Boundary, they could reach each other with just a thought. However, Li Wu Yi was tied up with military affairs and couldn't leave his station, so he sent Yang Kai to see him. It hadn't been long since he returned to the Star Boundary, but Li Wu Yi already knew. Yang Kai looked up thoughtfully at Han Zhengqing in front of him. Fan Xian seemed to guess what he was thinking and explained, "Every left guard captain has a space spirit bead that connects to the Seven Mist Sea. It was given to them by Master Li. Oh, the Seven Mist Sea is a very strange place in the Western Territory. It is currently the place where the Jiazi army is stationed." Yang Kai nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Since Han Zhengqing had the space spirit bead, then he should be able to contact Li Wu Yi and report to him. Otherwise, Li Wu Yi wouldn't have sent a message at this time. "Master Li, what did he say?" Fan Xian asked nervously. Although the disciples of Ice Heart Valley believed in Yang Kai's character and temperament, the incident back then was too big. It could be seen from Han Zhengqing and the others' attitude towards Yang Kai. Even though he had saved their lives, they were still wary of him. If even Han Zhengqing was like this, then what about the others? Li Wu Yi had chased after Yang Kai in the past. Fan Xian was naturally worried that Yang Kai would be caught by Li Wu Yi as soon as he came back. How could she know that what happened back then was just a show? A show that Yang Kai didn't hesitate to ruin his reputation for Yu Rumeng. Senior told me to find time to go to the Seven Mist Sea. Yang Kai smiled slightly, his attitude relaxed. Seeing him like this, Fan Xian also felt relieved. Thinking about it carefully, if Li Wu Yi really wanted to capture Yang Kai, he would have been able to reach this place immediately. After all, with the help of the Void Spirit Bead, his mobility was far greater than before. Since Li Wu Yi didn't come, and instead just sent a jade slip, it was enough to show his attitude. While talking to Fan Xian, Yang Kai took out a blank jade slip and poured his divine sense into it before raising his hand and sending it into the void. At the same time, several 100,000 miles away, in a large hall, several hundred people were sitting on the ground. There were both men and women, and their cultivations weren't very high. However, in front of each of them were dozens to hundreds of space spirit beads. From time to time, there would be weak space fluctuations, followed by jade slips flying through the air. These men and women reached out and grabbed the jade slips. Immediately, someone came to them with a jade plate and took back the jade slips. Then, without stopping, they sent them to a secret room directly above the hall. There was also someone waiting in the secret room. After receiving the jade slips and decrypting them, they recorded the information inside and sent it away. In this way, all the information gathered from all directions was gathered in one place, where Li Wu Yi was. This hall was almost equivalent to the military camp of the Star Boundary Army, and it was responsible for collecting information about the situation of the battle. Li Wu Yi only needed to sit here, and he could understand the situation of the entire two-realm battlefield at any time, and with coordination, he could calmly deal with the various forces of the demon race. Inside the room, there was a huge sand table that almost covered the situation of the entire two-realm battlefield, from mountains and rivers to streams. Corresponding signs could be found on this sand table. In front of the sand table, one was handsome and the other was charming and seductive. Li Wu Yi and Jiufeng waited quietly. Weak spatial fluctuations fluctuated, and a jade slip appeared out of thin air. Before Li Wu Yi could reach out to grab it, Jiufeng had already made the first move and grabbed the jade slip in her hand. Li Wuyi looked at her helplessly. After a long while, Jiufeng pursed her lips and smiled. This brat. What do you mean? Li Wuyi asked. He's with the people of the Bingshan Army's 9th town. He's going to send them back to their encampment. 9th town. Li Wuyi thought for a moment and quickly remembered who the 9th town belonged to. He laughed and said, What a coincidence. We ran into Bing Yun's people as soon as we came back. Jiufeng pointed at the sand table and said, They should be here. Li Wuyi looked at the sand table and pointed in front of him. There are more than 10,000 people of the demon race blocking the way in another 1,000 miles. I can go and help. Jiufeng looked excited. Don't give me that. Li Wuyi snorted coldly. Stay here and don't go anywhere. Jiufeng asked curiously, Aren't you afraid that something will happen to him? If something really happens to him, let's see how you explain it to the little princess. Or are you going to use the beast guards? Li Wuyi immediately curled his lips and said, What can happen to him? He is very lucky. As for the beast guards, they are all sent out. In the last battle, the Bingshan army was scattered and many people need to be rescued. How can we send out people? Don't worry, it's just 10,000 people. How could Jiufeng not know? It was just a trivial 10,000 people, so they shouldn't pose any threat to Xianxia. She was just too bored here and wanted to take the opportunity to go out for a walk. Who knew that Li Wuyi wouldn't give her the chance at all? After all, Li Wuyi occasionally had to make an emergency move. If he left, someone had to guard this place. This was the core of the entire astral boundary. If it was really attacked and caused losses, the entire astral boundary would be blind and deaf. Beast guards? Xianxia raised his brow. Just now, when Fan Xian mentioned the candidates for the various corps commanders, he knew that the 3 from the ancient wildlands, Wen Zishan, Ma Qing, and even Li Jiao had all become corps commanders. When he heard about the beast guards, he couldn't help but be surprised. They are people from Spirit Beast Island. All of them are second-order Emperor Realm Masters or above. There aren't many of them, only about 30 or so. They're mainly responsible for rescuing people. For example, in our current situation, Master Li Wuyi will usually send a beast guard to join us, and then lead us back to the encirclement. Xianxia understood and nodded lightly. With the Space Spirit Bead, it was indeed easy for the beast guards to arrive here. A second-order or third-order Emperor Realm Master would be of great help to this team. With such a master leading them, their chances of breaking out of the encirclement would greatly increase. Chapter 3605. Refining the Space Spirit Bead was not too difficult. As long as one had enough quality space spirit jades, both Xianxia and Li Wuyi could refine them in large quantities. Xianxia had already refined a lot of them in the demon territory and scattered them across the various continents. This time, after escaping from the demon territory and returning to the astral boundary, he had saved a lot of time thanks to his previous arrangements. However, while the Space Spirit Bead was convenient, it also had many unavoidable drawbacks. One of its characteristics was that it was one-to-one. A single Space Spirit Bead was useless. Only a pair of Space Spirit Beads could connect to each other. That was why the 7 Mist Seas Intelligence Department had several hundred people in charge of gathering intelligence. Everyone had a large number of Space Spirit Beads in front of them. Han Zhengqing had 2 Space Spirit Beads on him. One was used to contact the 7 Mist Seas Intelligence Department, while the other was used to connect to the Beast Guard. The second drawback of the Space Spirit Bead was even more obvious. Anyone could use it. There was no need to cultivate the power of space or be proficient in the law of space. One only needed to activate the bead with their own cultivation. As a result, there was a problem. Once the Space Spirit Bead was seized by the demon race, the demon race could use the Space Spirit Bead to cross the barrier of space and arrive at the 7 Mist Seas Intelligence Department in an instant. Even if that was not the case, they could use the Space Spirit Bead to spread some false information and distract the astral boundary's attention. They could even directly attack a beast guard. In the past few years, a large number of space spirit beads have been lost to the outside world. In the beginning, the demon race had indeed used the drawbacks of the space spirit bead to do some things, causing the astral boundary to suffer a lot of losses. However, Li Wu Yi was Li Wu Yi after all. After realizing this, he immediately made changes to the space spirit bead. All the space spirit beads that were sent out were specially refined. Take the 2 space spirit beads that Han Zhengqing carried with him as an example. The one that was connected to the 7 fog sea could only transmit jade slips, not live people. Meanwhile, the one that was connected to the beast guard had completely lost its teleportation function. It was now equivalent to a spatial coordinate that moved along with Han Zhengqing, unilaterally accepting the beast guard's teleportation. Coupled with the promotion of various encryption methods and decryption methods, the turmoil caused by the space spirit bead gradually subsided. And in recent years, the existence of the space spirit bead had become a weapon of war for the astral boundary. Information from all sides could be transmitted to the 7 Mist Sea at any time, and the beast guards could also be dispatched at any time to rescue those teams that were left behind. This greatly reduced the losses of the astral boundary. Logically speaking, Han Zhengqing's guard needed to be rescued by the beast guards, but since Yang Kai had appeared and Li Wu Yi could not send more people, this matter was naturally handed over to Yang Kai. Just as Li Wu Yi had said, a mere 10,000 people could not possibly stop Yang Kai's path, right? As they traveled south, Yang Kai gradually gained a preliminary understanding of the astral boundary situation, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. War made people grow, and war made the entire world grow. 54 legions, each representing an army of 1,000,000, each commanded by at least a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, with dozens of subordinates in the Emperor Realm under their command. Yang Kai had never thought that the astral boundary would have such a force. From his conversation with Fan Xian, Han Zhengqing knew that Yang Inflammation was now the Legion commander of the Bingzi army. He was a famous figure in the astral boundary, so Han Zhengqing was naturally familiar with him. Hearing this, Han Zhengqing's eyes flashed, and he stretched out his hand. "Can this Han take a look?" Yang Kai casually tossed the 2 space spirit beads to Han Zhengqing. Catching them, Han Zhengqing surged his divine sense and Emperor Qi as he carefully examined them. Originally, with his cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to detect anything, but he already had the void spirit bead in his possession, so he wasn't unfamiliar with this thing. As such, he was able to see some clues. In particular, the space spirit bead used to communicate with Li Wuyi did indeed have Li Wuyi's residual power fluctuations on it. Both space spirit beads in Han Jingqing's hands had such fluctuations as well, so there was no way he would make a mistake. A moment later, he returned the 2 space spirit beads, his solemn expression relaxing greatly as he cupped his fists and said, "Just now, a demon race scout was investigating our situation, so I'm afraid our position has been exposed. It won't be long before we are surrounded by the demon race's army. This Han would like to ask Palace Master Yang to lend us a hand." Since Yang Kai had a space spirit bead that could communicate with Li Wuyi, there was absolutely no problem with his identity. Otherwise, Li Wuyi would have been able to kill him here in a moment. Army Commander Li was busy with military affairs, but when it came to the High Heaven Palace's palace master, he could not afford to be careless in the slightest. Since he had not attacked, it meant that Yang Kai was trustworthy. Since Li Wuyi thought he was trustworthy, Han Zhengqing naturally had nothing to say. Han Zhengqing and the other from the Emperor Realm looked at each other and immediately took out a jade slip to check the situation. After a moment, their faces sank. The demon race deserves to die. What a big appetite. After speaking, he looked up at Yang Kai and said, 500 li ahead, there is a gorge-shaped mountain pass. If you want to go back, that is the only way. They probably want to eat us all. Yang Kai smiled. Then I'm afraid they will break their teeth. Han Jingqing's face was solemn. Palace Master Yang, are you confident? If not, we could take a detour. It will only delay us for a few days. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. There is no need. Even if we take a detour, we can't avoid the demon race. There are demon race troops on both sides. Han Jingqing's expression changed slightly when he heard this. After a moment of silence, he nodded. All right, then we will go straight. After the order was passed down, the atmosphere in the group suddenly changed. It became solemn and filled with a murderous aura. 500 li was not too far, but it took this group of survivors more than half a day to reach their destination. Along the way, there were constantly demon race scouts appearing from afar, giving them silent pressure. Behind a mountain pass was a wide canyon with walls on both sides. The deeper they went, the narrower the canyon became. There was no sign of the demon race, but anyone could feel that the demon race was lying in ambush. Han Jingqing turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Just as he was about to ask another question, he saw that Yang Kai had already stepped forward from the middle of the group to the front. His footsteps didn't stop, a smile on his face and a carefree expression on his face. After a moment of hesitation, Han Jingqing shouted, "Keep up, guard left and right." The group of 2,000 was instantly divided into 10 small groups, coordinating with each other as they followed closely behind Yang Kai. After entering the mountain pass and crossing into the canyon, demon chi suddenly surged within 10 li of them. The ground under their feet seemed to come alive as it quickly squirmed and turned into rolling quicksand in an instant. Everyone's figure suddenly sank. Han Jingqing's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Sand demon, heaven flight." Only a sand demon could cause such a change in the ground in such a short period of time. And the one who did this was definitely a Demon King level sand demon. Otherwise, it would be impossible to use such a large-scale divine technique. After several years of fighting, Star Boundary Side was already familiar with the methods of the demon race and had a plan to deal with them. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and grasped the large myriad's sword in his hand. While walking, the myriad's sword suddenly stabbed into the ground. The large sword disappeared in an instant, and in the next moment, a muffled scream came from the depths of the ground. Yang Kai answered seriously. She helped me pin down a few demon saint, and I happened to be proficient in the art of space and escape, so I was lucky enough to escape. He didn't say it explicitly, because compared to Bright Moon's selfless sacrifice, his escape was nothing. Yao Jun said, "If that's true, the demon territory won't let you go no matter what. How did you return to the Star Realm? Is there something else going on?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "After I escaped from the Eternal Heaven continent, I was seriously injured, but because of the opportunity of the great emperors, I sensed something and felt the signs of a breakthrough. I wanted to escape to the Star Realm in one go, but the passage between the two worlds was guarded by Kin Yi all year round. If I went there, I would be walking into a trap. Plus, I was about to break through, so I could only escape to the Cloud Shadow continent. Under the protection of his avatar, he escaped deep underground. The vision caused by breaking through the three-layer Emperor realm attracted Bei Liemo, so he used Xianbing's profound nether needle to pin down Bei Liemo and create space for himself to escape. Who knew that Xianbing would use it to create a coincidence? Wait! Hearing this, Imo Huang looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. "Are you saying that you planted a divine soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea?" "Not only him, But the four great emperors also stared at him with wide eyes. It wasn't that the great emperors didn't know what planting a divine soul brand meant, but because they knew, they were surprised. Li Wu Yi was even more dumbfounded. He silently calculated in his mind. A demon saint was comparable to the great emperors, so Xianxia planting a divine soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea was equivalent to planting a divine soul brand in the great emperor's knowledge sea. It was equivalent to controlling the life and death of a demon saint. In other words, it was equivalent to having a demon saint or great emperors as a subordinate. This brat was only a 3-layer emperor realm cultivator. He wasn't even a fake emperor. Even Li Wu Yi, who had always been gentle and refined, couldn't help but want to curse at this moment. Yes, Xianxia nodded. Actually, it can't be considered my ability. The main thing is that Xian Bing is vicious and came up with this idea of harming others without benefiting herself. This brat just took advantage of the situation and reaped the benefits in the end. The four great emperors looked at each other. Their divine consciousnesses suddenly fluctuated. Clearly, they were communicating with each other. After a short while, Hua Qingxi frowned and said, "Although your cultivation has improved, you are still only a 3-layer Emperor Realm cultivator. Even if you really planted a soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to control her life and death, right?" Xianxia nodded. Master Huaying is right. My cultivation is far inferior to Bailey Mo's, so the soul brand really can't control her life and death. It can even be said that if she focused on breaking it, it wouldn't take long for her to break the soul brand and free herself from the shackles. Xianxia paused for a moment before continuing, but she probably won't have that opportunity now. What do you mean? Zhang Wuhen raised his brow. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Forgive me for my lack of manners." As soon as these words fell, his divine sense fiercely surged out like a tidal wave and swept out in all directions, but it was withdrawn in an instant. However, this brief moment was enough to make the four great emperors' eyes light up, and Li Wu even showed a look of extreme shock. Previously, they were still having a headache over the number of Demon Saint in the demon territory. They didn't expect that in such a short time, Xianxia had planted the Divine Soul brand in a Demon Saint, and the Demon Saint had the closest relationship with him. These two Demon Saints were equivalent to standing on Xianxia's worship. This cut off the power of two Demon Saints in the demon territory. It's not two, it's three. Xianxia looked at Mo Huang with a serious expression. Zhang Wuhen raised his eyebrows and said, "Besides Beili Mo and Yu Rumeng, which other demon saint is there?" Mo Huang had a strange expression and said, "Could it be that feathered demon hibiscus?" From Xianxia's description, he also knew that only 3 of the 12 demon saint in the demon territory were women. Among them, Xianxia had subdued Beili Mo and Yu Rumeng, so it didn't matter if there was one more hibiscus. In any case, this brat seemed to be quite good at dealing with women. Thinking about how his precious daughter was always thinking about this brat, Mo Huang had a headache. Although this brat had many women, only a few of them were presentable. Only Zhu Qing of the dragon race had some weight, but she was only a rank 9 dragon, about the same status as the daughter of the great emperors. With him standing behind his precious daughter and supporting her, he wasn't worried that his baby would suffer any losses. But now, this brat had even hooked up with a demon saint. That was a character who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. So how could he support him? Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let this brat go to the demon territory. It's not hibiscus. Xianxia shook his head. That one is not among the 12 demon saint, but he has the power of a demon saint. Hualing Long was confused. Then who is he? That person's name is Chang Tian. He belongs to the Demon Dragon clan in the Demon Territory. Xianxia explained, if we calculate, this person's weight in the Demon Territory is equivalent to the Great Elder and Second Elder of the Dragon Island. With that said, The great emperors immediately understood. On the Dragon Island, the great elder Zhu Yin and second elder Fu Shun were not great emperors, but they were the leaders of the holy spirits. They were rank 10 dragons. Their bloodline was pure, and they were powerful. They both had the power of great emperors. There were holy spirits in the astral realm, so there was no reason that there were no holy spirits in the demon territory. The astral realm had the great elder and second elder, so there was also Chang Tian in the demon territory. What's the relationship between you and Chang Tian? Why is he under your control? Zhan Wuhen asked in a deep voice. Chang Tian belongs to the demon dragon clan in the demon territory, but he has always had a bad relationship with the demon saint. It is said that Chang Tian had many battles with the demon saint in his early years. Her tyrant body of strength coincided with the iron blood catalog cultivated by the great emperors, and in just a few decades, she had broken through to the third-layer emperor realm, progressing faster than Yangkai. However, it was precisely because she cultivated this cultivation technique that the little girl's appetite was astonishing. She had the taste of a glutton, and she threw everything she caught into the pot to stew. There was no need for any seasoning. It was a peerlessly delicious meal. At this moment, something was stewing in the Guei pot. Bubbles were rolling, the soup was rich, and the aroma of meat was overflowing. While Yang Kai was still politely saluting Jiufeng, Lin Yin had already rushed to the pot, stuck her head into the pot, and smacked her lips. "Is it done? Is it done?" As she spoke, she swallowed her saliva. Her image as a disciple of the great emperors was gone, as if she had not eaten for decades. "Let me see," Jiufeng responded. Then, she reached out and scooped out a large piece of meat from the pot. Just like that, she ate it cleanly. Lin Yin, was still looking at her, her little face full of expectation. Jiufeng scooped up another piece. The third piece, Lin Yin, kept swallowing her saliva. Yang Kai sighed. "Yin'er, if you don't eat it now, there won't be any left." Lin Yin-er's expression changed when she heard this, and without any hesitation, she reached into the pot and scooped up a large beast leg. She opened her mouth and was about to bite it when she suddenly paused, resisting the hunger in her stomach, and handed the thing in her hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand, stepped forward, and rolled up his sleeves, saying, "I'll do it myself." In an instant, the three of them sat around the black pot, and a gust of wind swept away the clouds. More than 20 years ago, Yang Kai had tasted the food stewed in the Guei pot and felt that it was simply an immortal delicacy. There was no other food in the world that could compare with it. Now that he tasted it again, it was still the same. Yang Kai even suspected that this Guei pot was originally a treasure refined for stewing meat. If not, how could the stewed food be so delicious without any seasoning? The ancestor who refined this thing was definitely a top foodie like Lin Yin. Boy, good things should be tasted slowly. You should know how to respect the old and love the young. Jiufeng reprimanded Yang Kai with a sidelong glance while gorging on the food, her mouth full of oil. Yang Kai didn't even raise his head, his mouth still stuffed with food as he mumbled, "Although I call you senior, senior is not old at all. Senior is still at the prime of his life, at the peak of his youth. There is no need for me to respect the old and love the young. Senior is looking down on himself too much." The food stewed by Gui was indeed extraordinary. The meat was smooth and tender, oily but not greasy. It melted in the mouth, and the rarest thing was that all the essence in the meat was released. What was eaten in the mouth was not meat, but a great tonic, which was of great benefit to one's cultivation. Feeling relieved, Kai Yang continued to eat heartily. A day later, Lin Yun recovered and rejoined the battle. Jiu Feng, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai in amazement. They were both third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, and Lin Yun had a special physique, but relatively speaking, Yang Kai had obviously advanced not long ago. Yet Yang Kai had been eating and drinking without much reaction. On the contrary, Lin Yun had already rested midway. It could be seen that even though Lin Yun's cultivation speed was faster than Yang Kai's, her foundation was not as good as Yang Kai's. However, thinking about Yang Kai's dragon transformation art, Jiu Feng was relieved. Under the dragon transformation art, Yang Kai could transform into a 300-meter-long dragon. The food that such a huge creature could eat was naturally not something a little girl could compare to. Although Yang Kai had not used the dragon transformation art yet, the foundation of his half-dragon body was still there. So good. The star boundary is so good. Here, there were like-minded friends, amiable elders, as well as family members and fellow disciples that he was worried about. Thinking of his family, Yang Kai couldn't wait to return to the High Heaven Palace, so he immediately urged the Space Divine technique to stimulate the Space Spirit Bead that was closely connected to Su Yin. However, the path ahead was blocked, and he couldn't go back. Jiufeng had gotten up at some point and was leaning lazily against the doorframe, looking at him with disdain. "Are you stupid? The High Heaven Palace has been sealed off for several years. The sect is covered in a large spirit array, isolating the outside world from the outside world. Is the Space Spirit Bead useful?" Yang Kai was very embarrassed. Only now did he understand why he couldn't go back. Under the operation of the sect's sealing array, the Space Spirit Bead really couldn't be connected. He cupped his fists and said, "Please tell me where the nearest space array is, Senior." "There is one in the Seven Mist Sea. Go there yourself." Jiufeng pointed in a direction. As she spoke, she raised her hand and threw something over. Yang Kai caught it and found that it was a black token with the word "you" on the front. He didn't know what the words on the token meant, but Yang Kai could guess that this token should be a proof of identity. After all, the space array must be heavily guarded. If he didn't have something to prove his identity, he wouldn't be able to get close at will. Xianxia put away the token and flew in the direction that the nine-headed phoenix pointed to. At this moment, Yang Kai was eager to go back. The time he spent in the demon territory wasn't long, only a few years. In the past, Yang Kai had left home for 10 to 20 years, or even longer, but he had never been as worried as he was now. It was because the star boundary was peaceful in the past, but now the two worlds were at war. Even though he knew that the High Heaven Palace had been sealed off for a long time and didn't even participate in a war of the two worlds, he still couldn't help but worry from the bottom of his heart. Now he could finally go back. The Seven Fog Sea was very big, but Yang Kai was very fast. After scanning with his divine sense, he quickly found the location of the space array. Sure enough, it was heavily guarded. Just the Emperor Realm alone had more than a dozen people. Yang Kai even felt the aura of a fake emperor hiding. Just as he was 1,000 feet away from the space array, dozens of auras locked onto him. However, With the token given by Geofeng, his journey was smooth. When he got close, he handed over the token and had his identity verified. Only then was he allowed to pass. A light flashed on the space array, and Yang Kai disappeared. A familiar aura, a familiar smell. In a high heaven palace in the Northern Territory, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Although Su Yin and the others had advised them many times, and even pointed out that this might be a show deliberately put on by Yang Kai, without the great emperors personally admitting it, how could Dong Suju and Fourth Master Yang dare to believe it? In the past few years, the husband and wife had prayed every day, not asking for Yang Kai to be cleared of his crimes, but only for him to be safe and healthy for the rest of his life. Dong Suju, who had always lived like a young girl, now had more than a dozen strands of white hair, which was a testament to her parents' sincerity. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would actually come back, and even deliberately shout? Dong Suju was so angry that she almost vomited blood. "Hurry up and leave before the news spreads," Dong Suju said as she pulled Yang Kai and ran towards the space array. As she pulled, she stared at Yang Kai's face without blinking, as if she wanted to take one more look and one more look, as if she wanted to imprint his appearance in her eyes forever and brand it into the depths of her soul. "Mother!" Seeing her like this, Yang Kai's eyes were a little sore, and he quickly comforted her. "It's okay." "What do you mean it's okay? It's a big deal." Dong Suju stomped her feet, but with her current cultivation, if Yang Kai didn't want to, how could she pull him? After a few failed tugs, she suddenly became anxious. "Are you going or not, silly boy? It's really okay." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dong Suju's face suddenly became cold, and she said angrily, "You're not going, are you? If you don't go." She turned her head and looked around. Then her slender jade finger suddenly pointed at Fourth Master Yang. "If you don't go, your father will die in front of you." Fourth Master Yang was startled, and then he nodded with a dignified expression, as if he really dared to die if she didn't go. Chapter 36:17. I have already met the great emperors. Yang Kai gently patted Dong Suju's arm. Dong Suju's movements paused, and her anxious face relaxed. She asked nervously, "Which great emperors have you met?" Yang Kai counted with his fingers: the Iron Blood Master, the Beast Warrior Master, the Flower Shadow Master, and the Serene Soul Master. Dong Suju blinked. "You're not lying to me? You really went to meet the Four Master?" Yang Kai laughed. "Even if I lie to anyone, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. I just came back from the Seven Fog Sea. If Mother doesn't believe me, I can send you to the Seven Fog Sea right now to confront the Master. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe them." Dong Suju completely relaxed. She glared at Yang Kai and said, "The Master is very busy. You can't just go and find them as you please. You really don't know what's important." She was already an adult, yet she still acted like a young girl. It didn't feel awkward at all. After she finished speaking, she ignored Yang Kai and walked back the way she came with her hands behind her back. When she passed by Fourth Master Yang, she pulled him. Let's go, let's go. What are you standing there for?" Fourth Master Yang couldn't resist and was dragged away. He didn't even have time to say a word to Yang Kai. However, compared to the panic and anxiety they had when they came, Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju were much more relaxed when they left. Since they had met the 4 great emperors of the Seven Fog Sea and could still return safely, it meant that the previous matter was no longer a problem. Falling to become the demon race and betraying the star boundary was just a show. In the past few years, Su Yin and the others had often told them this, but how could they dare to believe it? Until now, if the Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju could understand this, the others naturally could as well. For a moment, everyone was overjoyed. They felt that the dark clouds that had been pressing down on their heads for several years had finally dispersed. The entire High Heaven Palace seemed to have become much brighter. Xianxia was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect his parents to come in such a hurry and leave so quickly. He still had a lot to say to his parents. However, he soon understood what the 2 elders meant. This was to give him some space to interact with Su Yin and the others. After all, if they were here, even if Xianxia wanted to, he wouldn't be able to get too close to the madams. After Dong Suju and Fourth Master Yang left, the others didn't have a nerve to stay and disturb the reunion between Xianxia and Su Yin and the others, so they all found excuses to disperse. Originally, they had heard Xianxia's voice and came to take a look. Now that they had seen him and learned that he had met the great emperors, there would be a time for them to talk in the future. In the blink of an eye, the group of people had all left, leaving only Su Yin and the others standing not far away. Pairs of beautiful eyes were looking at them tenderly. A few kilometers away, the Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju were walking side by side at a leisurely pace. The Fourth Master Yang frowned and couldn't suppress his curiosity, asking in a low voice, "If that smelly brat really didn't leave just now, would you really want me to threaten him with my life?" Dong Suju glanced over at him, leaned over, and took his arm, smiling as she asked, "Do you know how to—" "Yes." The Fourth Master Yang nodded. If Xianxia hadn't met the great emperors, he really would have done so. Dong Suju leaned her head on his shoulder. "I can't bear to let you die." The Fourth Master Yang twisted his shoulder and coughed lightly. "We're an old married couple. Be careful outside." Clearly, his own attainments in the alchemic Tao were extremely profound, but this person didn't respect the alchemic Tao at all. Didn't he know that it was taboo to disturb someone during alchemy? How could he have the nerve to send a sound transmission to Medicine Pill Peak? Don't let this happen again. If there's a next time, this Ji will return to Medicine Pill Valley. Ji Ying gritted his teeth and glared at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was solemn. Absolutely not. Only then did Ji Ying nod his head, feeling much better. The furnace had already exploded, and all his previous efforts had been in vain. He had only come to find Kai Yang to scold him to vent his anger. Since he had come here, the dozen or so alchemists had naturally come to help, but he hadn't expected Grandmaster Zhou to curse Xianxia so. In order to avoid further trouble, Ji Ying waved his hand and led the alchemist back to Medicine Pill Peak. Since he wanted to leave, Zhu Qing and the others didn't stay, but who would have thought that just as the dragon pressure was withdrawn, Grandmaster Zhou would open his mouth again. However, after suffering a loss just now, he had learned his lesson and didn't speak rudely again. Instead, he looked at Xianxia with a heavy expression and said, "Palace Master Yang, although you have become the demon race, you are still a human. Grandmaster Xia is my star boundaries treasure. If you still have a little conscience, please let her go." This Zhou thanks Palace Master Yang on behalf of Star Boundary's billions of lives. Although the High Heaven Palace was established not long ago, it had first destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, then joined forces with Ice Heart Valley, Fire Dragon Palace, and the High Sky sect to unify many sects in the Northern Territory. Masters were as common as clouds in the sky, and it could be said to be one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Normally, Ordinary sects could only look up to the high heaven palace, not daring to act rashly. However, the high heaven palace had sealed off the mountain and activated the grand array, giving some people an opportunity to take advantage of it. When the passage between the two worlds opened and the human race and demon race fought, the world energy of the star boundary surged. In the past few years, the Emperor Realm had appeared in the star boundary, and the Emperor Realm also had the qualifications to establish their own sects, but they were not well known and had no disciples. What could they do? Step on the high heaven palace and rise to the top. They would either gather their fellow Taoists or lead their disciples to the entrance of the high heaven palace and act recklessly in the name of vanquishing demons, shouting and cursing endlessly. As a result, their reputation naturally spread. When people mentioned it, they could also say that they had been to the high heaven palace to vanquish demons and defend the Tao. However, the high heaven palace's grand array was tightly sealed and they did not dare to fight. What did the high heaven palace not dare to fight? However, Xianxia was far away in the demon race's territory and bore the name of a traitor. The high heaven palace did not want to cause trouble and smear Xianxia's name. Whenever they encountered such a situation, the head chief and the second chief would usually ignore it. In any case, the sect protecting Grand Array was placed there, and those people could not break through it. At most, they would just cause trouble for a few days before dispersing. In the past few years, similar situations had occurred more than 10 times. This time, it was a coincidence that Xianxia was returning to the palace. After listening to Zhu Qing's explanation, Xianxia said with a sullen face, "The battle between the two worlds is in full swing. Why are they not going to the Western Territory to contribute? Why are they causing trouble in front of the High Heaven Palace?" Shuiyu sighed. "In this world, there are always some flies and dogs." Xianxia sneered. "Let's go take a look." Saying so, he turned around and rushed towards the mountain gate. The women glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. Not far away, Meng Wuya, Hua Qingxi, and the others also followed closely. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng shouted, "Where is Palace Master Yang going? You still haven't given us an explanation about Grandmaster Xia." Ji Ying sighed. "Zhou Cheng, don't say anything more. Let's forget about today's matter. Things are not what you think, Palace Master Yang." Zhou Cheng slowly shook his head and interrupted. "Grandmaster Ji, this Zhou appreciates your kindness, but there is no need to persuade me. This Zhou respects Grandmaster Xia and only hopes that she can have a perfect home. However, Palace Master Yang is not a good person and cannot be entrusted with her life. This Zhou really cannot ignore it. Today, this Zhou must have a good talk with him." He saw that although Xianxia had spoken ruthlessly before, it was all bark and no bite, so he suddenly became more confident and more fearless. As he spoke, he also hurriedly chased after him. Ji Ying frowned, a look of helplessness and irritation appearing on his face. The old man stroked his beard and said, "Does Grandmaster Ji feel a little embarrassed?" However, this old master feels that Zhou Cheng's words are not completely unreasonable. Putting aside his personal thoughts, Grandmaster Xia is indeed a treasure of my star boundary. Xianxia had destroyed his furnace of heaven and earth impermanence pills. He couldn't do anything to Xianxia, but he could still throw some dirty water at him. What narrow-minded person and how he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance were just as alarmist words. But then again, after what happened today, Zhou really couldn't stay in the High Heaven Palace any longer. If he really stayed here, even if Xianxia didn't make a fuss about it, Meng Wuya probably wouldn't let Zhou have a good life. Meng Wuya's attitude before he left was self-evident. Not long after, only Hyoji, who had his soul separated from his body by the furious Lotus secret technique, and the High Heaven Palace's first and second stewards were left outside the mountain gate. Bian Yuqing couldn't bear to see a pile of filthy things in front of her house. She collected the corpses of the people she had killed and threw them far away. When she returned, she glanced at Hyoji. "He hasn't woken up yet?" Hua Qingxi smiled. "Palace Master said it would take an incense stick to burn, so we'll take an incense stick to burn. It's not time yet, but it should be soon." Bian Yuqing nodded. She raised her head and looked at the sky, squinting slightly. "Today's weather is really good." Hua Qingxi also said, "Yes, it's really good." Xianxia returned to the palace. The great emperors passed down an order to reopen the mountain gate. The GZ Army's Legion commander. Today's events happened one after another. It was too much to take in, but they were all joyous events. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.